Yeah. Yeah. Hall of Famer, how did you not know? Championship, about to win a Super Bowl. Fans in the stand, love it when I'm in the dome. Touchdown dance, celebrating cause I'm home. Fleeks on my feet, running routes all day. Shotgun, wildcat, I know all the play. Could've been a quarterback, just put me in the game. I was born a champion and I just want the ring. MVP, I'm the best on the list. You can join the team cause we headed to the ship. Hey, you looking at a champ. Hey, you looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
You're looking at a CHAMP. Every time I do it, make it look easy. Better be prepared when you come for me. Don't talk me to death, you know that stuff cheap. I go hard on the west, I go hard on the east. It don't really matter either way, I'ma eat. You know I do numbers, 1, 2, 3, count on me like work easy. I can do it in my sleep, I do not know defeat. Championship rings on my hand, go bling in games when I please. Good night, RIP, ain't no OT. You are not a champ, boy, you don't wanna
You
be.
looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
Welcome, everybody, to another day of the 2020 LCK Spring Split. I am Valdez. With me is LS, our new professional Valorant player. So, how are you liking this matchup that's coming up today here, LS?
Well, DRX versus Dom1 is going to be the one that is kicking things off, followed by the Telecom War, Valdez. Which is, I think that the Telecom War is really the highlight of the night. DRX versus Dom1. I don't know what to think about Dom1 because of their most recent series. They've been very hit or miss. And I'm expecting that in the series. It's either going to be a hit or it's going to be a complete miss. I don't think there's going to be anything in between.
Yeah, I don't think that either. They have really just been all over the map. It's hard to defeat T1 and then lose to Griffin, and as we saw yesterday, Griffin isn't exactly at the higher echelon just yet. I mean, they have been looking a little bit better, but they're definitely not a team that you should be losing to as Dom1. Let's just put it that way. As you can see, Dom1 is sitting there in the middle, 8-8 +1, so they've won one more game, I suppose, than they have lost so far, whereas DRX have secured their playoff spot. They're 11-4 +13, a very good record. They've had a lot of 2-0s so far, and definitely the favorites coming into this first matchup for sure, but as you mentioned, I mean, Dom1 is all over the map, and maybe the good Dom1 will turn up today.
Perhaps they will turn up. DRX, I mean, they have already secured their playoff spot. Dom1, it's getting pretty dicey for them. They don't want to lose this matchup today. It'll give Afrika a chance to sort of claw back in. KT obviously still above them for the time being, but KT does have to collide up against T1 later on tonight. So we'll see what that matchup has in store for us. Obviously, KT has been faltering a little bit in some of their recent matches, so it's not quite the Telecom War that it could have been coming here into round number 2, with KT's hype train sort of getting derailed a little bit. T1 still looking fantastic, so we'll see what that match has in store for us later on. But Dom1 has to get through DRX first, and honestly, Valdez, I don't think anyone considers them the favorites.
No, I don't think you can coming into this one, especially after their loss to Griffin. But we are going to take a look at some of the points of the match. DRX secured the 3rd place, but they want more versus Dom1, who only needs one more victory to lock in a playoff spot. So Dom1, they could make it into playoffs with just a 9-9 9 score, I suppose. They only have 2 matchups left. They're 8-8 currently. And at this point, just because it's so top-heavy right now in the LCK, even 9-9 is good enough to make your way into the playoffs.
Yeah. In DRX, top team slayers, Chovy had no deaths in a round 2 Gen G series, KD of 17-0 and 8, versus Showmaker had no death game in the T1 series. So Chovy, obviously he is super stable. He's super consistent. And coming into tonight's series, I don't think that's going to change by any means. The one thing that Damwon do have going for them coming into tonight's match is that they're on the red side. So, in theory, they could possibly get some draft advantages, and I think that for Damwon, that's really crucial. Because when their draft tends to fall apart, or if the responsibility of the ask is on them and it's too high, generally they begin to falter, especially if they're against a stronger team. So, having that counter pick potentially available for Showmaker as well as Nuguri could prove to be actually really good.
Yeah, it definitely is a team that runs on its solo laners, and you can see that at the bottom. Nuguri versus Doran, definitely the key matchup for tonight, although Showmaker against Chovy, of course, is also going to be a good one. Once again, just highlighting those solo lanes. So we are going to take a look also at some team stats here. The win rate with a gold lead at 10. Actually, Damwon is undefeated if they get that very early lead. So pretty interesting to see. Obviously, take these stats with a grain of salt. Doesn't mean that it's absolutely going to happen today if they get a lead at 10 that they're going to win or something like that. As you can see, they're also pretty high on the first Herald stat. So Damwon, I suppose, pretty early game focused here.
Yeah, and well, here's the lineup for tonight. No surprises here. Doran, Pioshik, Chovy, Deft, and Kyria for DRX. And I don't expect any surprises on the other team here. Damwon, Nuguri, Canyon, Showmaker, Ghost, and Beryl. I think Ghost has really been doing a pretty good job so far in round 2. And I think that swap out in the AD position has been proving to be pretty effective for Damwon.
Yeah, would have to agree. I think when he first came in, it wasn't that impressive, but he's been slowly improving and actually is pretty good now at this point, and it has been one reason why Damwon as a team has looked better. As we are going to pivot and go ahead and look at the top lane matchup, the 2 key players here. Obviously, Doran has made a name for himself as a young, mechanically skilled top laner, and so has Nuguri with kind of their own individual styles. I feel like Nuguri a lot more of a individual player, if you will, as I'm trying to look at that damage turret percentage. I think that's the amount of damage that your turret takes. And Nuguri's turret doesn't take much damage after all. He is the lowest, I suppose, although there are, 11th and 12th place top laners, as we do have subs. But either way, guys, we're going to go straight into the big ban. Dragon X on blue, Damwon with the counter pick. We'll see if they can make it work as we hop into game 1.
Well, let's see what the bans are going to be. Jace is going to be banned in the window, as a little bit surprising to see that banned immediately away first. Damwon now responding with Zoe. Obviously, we're looking for power picks like Aphelios, like Kalista, things of that nature. Varus might even be on the chopping block in the initial ban phase as well.
We are still waiting to see what they will go for. Corki is going to be the ban here. We did see some returning of Corki Azir around the world, and I suppose they do want to avoid that. Showmaker, of course, does have quite a good Corki, so I feel like that's not a bad ban at all.
Well, Senna now is going to bite the dust. So Aphelios and Kalista are both still open, as is Ornn. So we'll see what DRX wants to elect as their final ban choice here. As these bans are very peculiar. Okay, Kalista does end up coming in. Damwon now, will they let the Aphelios through? That ultimately is the question here. Senna obviously was already taken away, so Misfortune, Ezreal, these are champions that do still exist. We know that Ghost can also play Draven, although Draven, obviously not a very popular AD carry across the world.
Yeah, we haven't seen him for a hot minute, as Varus is also another guy that gets picked quite a lot. He was picked yesterday and then kind of got balked by Kalista plus Hard Engage. We do have the Kalista banned, but still a very good pick. But that does mean that Aphelios is open and available, so Dragon X will kind of slowly pick that one up, unsure if it's a trap.
Well, Aphelios is picked up, Set, and maybe Misfortune could just end up being the response here by Dom1. We'll see if they do go Set with AD carry. I think that's probably one of the most standard responses that you could go for right here, so not to give away too much information, but instead they're actually going to elect to pick the Trundle, and I think this is really early on to be committing to this champion. I think a lot of teams right now value Trundle a bit high just because he answers some of the meta picks that exist right now in various types of team compositions, but definitely a bit surprising. Graves is being hovered. And I don't know if that's going to be...
Yes!
It could be Negan Valdez, okay? That might not be...
I thought he is Negan.
It might be Negan. So, people don't get the Walking Dead reference. It is a variation of Graves' build where you just go full lifesteal. And thus,
okay.
The Negan reference comes from the splash art, plus the fact that bloodthirsty. You catch my drift?
I see.
I
haven't seen The Walking Dead.
Of course you have. You haven't seen anything.
I watched episode 1, so that counts, right? I have seen it, actually.
Well,
right.
that Graves could be going either AD carry or top lane. So Graves, in theory, is a quadriflex champion, but with the LeBlanc having already picked up, it undoubtedly has to be mid LeBlanc. So Aphelios also there. So it's going to either be jungle or top lane. Kai'Sa ends up getting picked up. And so the bot lane could be a bit slow to come online, and that can be really problematic here against the LeBlanc, the Graves, and the Aphelios. So Dom1 now going to be looking to most likely ban away, I would assume, supports at this point. They could do something off-kilter like Renekton ban or something like that. Okay, Taric does end up getting banned away.
Yeah, he was a guy that saw a lot of bans yesterday. The mid position going to be taken away. Notice the Kassadin has risen in priority against LeBlanc as an answer, and that's part of the reason that will be banned away here against Showmaker. Although we haven't seen the Kassadin have too much success yet in the LCK. So, but still, I suppose just trying to cover all their bases, as Lissandra also another answer to LeBlanc. So just let Chovy do his thing and try to ban away counter picks, I suppose, is not a bad idea.
And the Sylas right now, okay, it's going to be moved over to the Galio. This is another one of the LeBlanc counter picks, also really good at trying to match her roams via his ultimate. This is not the patch that features Galio's magic resistant shield to allies upon his ultimate cast, so that is the next patch, I believe. So DRX now hovering Thresh. So in this spot, when you need a blind pick support. Now the other thing is that Dom1, in theory, they could flex the Set as well as the Galio to the support position. So their picks are pretty concealed still up until this point. And they're probably just waiting for DRX to hand over some more information. As, okay, Aatrox being hovered right now, that will mean that the Graves is going to go into the jungle. And DRX has a full Sinner team composition right now, Valdez.
It suits them well. You know? Dragon X, they like winning lane, right? They like being aggressive.
Really like these very aggressive mono-red team compositions. Historically, they've done this for the majority of the split. In fact, they really like the team comps that, for some reason, have to get ahead early, spike in the mid-game, and then begin to taper off. And Dom1 going with the Kennen up there against the Aatrox. And I always liken this to when people pick like Gnar against Set or something of that nature. Even if it can do well against the champion in a vacuum, it doesn't mean that it fits everything really well. However, with the Trundle, with the Galio Set now on the support, Damwon definitely have a beefier kind of late game over DRX, but they have no insurance policy if they fall behind. They have very little amount of way clear or siege resistance. They don't have the quickest kind of Baron in the book until Kai'Sa ends up getting really online, so things can get really scary in this game. And even if I do think Damwon have a pretty nice late game, I think that DRX come out of this with a draft edge when considering what I think is going to happen during this game.
Yeah, I mean, especially you look at Chovy and LeBlanc, and they're really not holding back here. It feels like you know, they've picked champions that guys like Chovy can really just roll face on. Showmaker is going to try to neutralize that with the Galio, and we saw a bit of this, you know, wombo combo-y type of team fight composition that Damwon did yesterday. It was a little bit different. It had, of course, Jarvan to help join into the fight and get Galio into the backline, but seen a little bit more priority on that with AD carries like Kai'Sa, like Kalista, and a lot of Kai'Sa too yesterday, so slowly coming back into the meta.
Yeah. We'll see what ends up happening here inside of this game. Damwon, they really need to make it to the mid stages of the game without too many problems unfolding. And one of the things that's scary about this is that they could potentially lose a lot of the Drake control. And even when they come on and online in mid-game, it doesn't mean that DRX isn't capable of winning mid-game skirmishes. It's not like Damwon Gaming's team composition massively outscales DRX in the mid-game. So early game Drake captures are really important to pay attention to, because if DRX could roll something like a Mountain Soul, it could end up just invalidating 3 of the champions on Damwon and basically putting all of the pressure onto the Kai'Sa in order to carry.
Yeah, and, you know, Ghost, he will have that pressure. We'll see if he can actually handle it here. Notice he has picked up Exhaust. Exhaust seems to be pretty common nowadays. You see a lot of Exhaust and Heal for Deft, whereas Beryl has taken Ignite, so a little bit different in terms of what summoners they are going to pick up. We are looking at the difference between Pyosik and Canyon there in the runes, just to see exactly what that Graves is going to like to pick up here with the Fleet Footwork. Curious to see what kind of work he can get done here in this game.
Is going for a red into an immediate invade, which is honestly a bit surprising. So we're starting off on the aggressive foot. You can see the ward comes in here. Now, the thing about this is Graves can maintain his grit stack, but he's not actually using E to do anything. Now, right here, he's just trying to break the aggro.
Oh, he got it! What? How did he pick that up? That's just a straight up smite when Canyon is going to miss that one, and now Karria's got an extra level on Set. This is disaster for Damwon.
I don't know what we just witnessed right there, Valdez. That was the most peculiar opening that I think I've seen. I believe the Golem went to 313, stayed at 313 for a little while, and then Pyosik almost looked startled as he smited it, as if he couldn't believe what was happening right now. And I have no idea what I just watched. So Pyosik, he invaded, but then he didn't use his E to start generating grit stacks, which would make him actually really tanky against the Trundle in an isolated 1v1. And then he was willingly backing off from it because Beryl went over to the blue, and it looked like he was going to concede it, and that would have actually meant Pyosik falls really far behind inside of the jungle. However, now, Canyon, without a blue buff, he's struggling to do anything, and Pyosik really taking advantage of this pathing. He's going to get both crabs. He has created such a hole in Canyon's jungle pathing. This Trundle is so far behind now. I'm actually a little bit surprised. Pyosik going into his blue side jungle right away rather than running across the map to the other Scuttle Crab. And I say that just because the bot lane has priority, LeBlanc's able to get priority on a moment's notice, and with that Scuttle Crab on the left-hand side, they should know that Trundle probably isn't going to run straight to Graves' blue, so he could be a lot greedier, but it seems like instead, Keria and Def, they're going to convert their priority into moving up through the river. They're going to be ones to get the Scuttle Crab, and so I guess that's the rationale there. And I guess in the end, this is a bigger actual punish onto Canyon.
Yeah, you want me to take it away?
Take it away.
Sorry. You didn't give me the handoff, so I wasn't sure if I should.
Yeah, take it away, Valdez.
Yeah, okay. So would you describe that play as bizarre or peculiar? What do you think?
I see what you did there. I think the opening was extremely peculiar.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you were pulling it out after the first couple of bans already. Like, it's like you couldn't hold it back. Like, it had to just get out of there. Oh, man.
Well, taking a look at Chovy. Oh, couldn't read it in time. Take it away, Val. Just take it away.
Oh, God. That was a really fun stream. I was watching that. That was a lot of fun.
Thank you.
Maybe
Unfortunately,
next time I'll join you.
Thank you.
I'll take it away. I'll take it away for you. Don't worry.
All right. Well, meanwhile, in this game, not a whole lot is happening. We had a lot of interesting stuff to talk about with the opening jungle routes, but now things are just transitioning as normal. Graves is currently 2+ levels up over Oak. Kenyon just dinged level 4 off the Gromp, but Piochek is about 5.1, 5.2, I believe, right now, so not too long until he would end up being 6. Obviously, Canyon has his Raptor camp available. He also RNG'd the Scuttle Crab on the left-hand side, but I would imagine that Piochek is going to be the one that's actually going to move over and be in position to capture that. And so we'll see what he can end up doing in that regard. Gromp also up on the left-hand side, and we're just getting ping-pong in essentially all of the lanes. And the reason that this is happening is because none of the laners really manipulating their lane states relative to either jungler, so not a whole lot of action. Now, obviously, if you're DRX, and you're Piochek especially, you don't mind this. Now, Piochek, he is on the Gromp right now. Kennen did just teleport on top of a wave. And the awkward thing here is that LeBlanc's recalling. Chovy does have teleport. He'll probably teleport back into the lane. But the Scuttle Crab should be a priority. It should be captured by DRX. Take it away, Valdez.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I mean, he is going to be able to get up there and take it away from the side of Damwon for sure. And I did want to mention one thing as you were talking about the jungle route here. Nice little trade by Nuggery, but this is the first time we've seen Graves, and I think it was 612 days. And it was Tarzan defeating BBQ's Trick in 2018. So it's been a while, as we do have a fight coming in here. Showmaker is going to have that extra movement speed from the teleport, picks up first blood quite easily and very aggressive. I like the proactive play there from Damwon to use the lane that is going to have priority and just make it work on to Doran. Just looked like he had no chance.
Yeah, I mean, they end up getting they get the first blood, obviously, up there in top lane, and DRX not really doing a whole bunch. And I find it really interesting that Graves hasn't made any sort of proactive plays, given the lane states on the map right now. I mean, Piochek, he's shoving in mid right now to try to get as much XP as he can, but this dragon should actually be a higher priority. When we see this play happening, you have the teleport coming in from Galio, and you take a look at Piochek on the minimap, and I can't really understand what it would be that he's considering. Now, Chovy has teleport during that play, but there's not going to be really any follow-up, so he's moving on to the left-hand side for basically nothing. And Valdez, some of the times that we've cast DRX, we've actually mentioned that a lot of times Piochek will just be a farming simulator, and he'll end up showing up at lanes conveniently, but a lot of the game is actually dictated in regards to the pacing by the laners themselves. Like right now, okay, Set's going to get hit.
Yeah, nice. Looks like he is going to go down here. Really no chance for him to make it out of that one with no flash available. Looks like Perhaps the flash was taken a little bit earlier. Ghost also blew his flash around the same time Keria did, so just wanted to get away from that one, from the hook. As now Pioshik is going to be able to pick up that dragon, perhaps a little bit later than you would have liked, LS, but he does pick that up as Dragon X depth here, trying to get a little bit greedy and take down the plates. He is going to be flashed on and pillared. He does not have the root, but he does have a lantern to get up to the river, as Keria is going to get there on time, just barely, to save his life.
Pioshik does manage to get that mountain dragon. And second dragon of the game is going to be an Infernal. So we have a 50-50 chance now to have a very lackluster Drake end up coming up here.
I don't believe. I don't think it's.
You don't think it's going to be Cloud
today?
Okay.
No, we had too many yesterday.
All right. Well.
Yeah. And we had games that were. It's weird the way that Cloud affects games too, where some teams are like, oh, this is a nice little play. He's gonna get that taunt up, but Barrel's only level 5, so actually, never mind. Just a little trade. And yeah, we had games where it's like teams would go for the dragon, and then the other team would just be like, okay, we'll take 2 of your turrets and get super far ahead. Well, Showmaker is going to die here as he gets hooked, just running down the river. No vision there. That's, you got to be careful about that, especially when, you know, this is not a new play. Going for the Rift Herald at 8 to 10 minutes. This is something that pretty much every LCK team has done and tries pretty often. You know, against LS's will, but it's definitely a very popular play, and they have to know that Thresh could have been there, but I suppose just not thinking about it at that time. As we're gonna take a look at this replay first.
Yeah, basically Graves, he is arriving down here. The hook manages to land. This was the most cookie cutter setup that possibly could have existed. Right here, that's just laziness. Obviously not finishing off the Scuttle Crab when it's just one auto attack. I can understand what he's thinking, that the burn by the Talisman will end up killing it, but it's just really weird when you know that the opponents just come over and steal it from the Fog of War. So just really unfortunate by Damwon, them starting the Rift Herald. When you looked at the map state, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, and they end up getting punished for it. And as it currently stands, this is actually a really... I don't know what to make of it, and I don't mean that in a bad way, but the Umbral Glaive actually built first on the Graves, rather than the Warrior Enchantment, and I believe that he's doing this mostly because he wants to restrict as much vision on the map away from Damwon as possible, and that item's really going to help him do it with just power farming, sometimes moving into the river, and just trying to establish a really strong vision control. And I think that's a really interesting pivot relative to how the game's going. He's so far ahead in the CS department, his laners are all doing really well, and he just needs to continue to control stuff.
Yeah, it's definitely... oh, thank you for the cue. I wasn't sure when to talk. It's definitely, with Graves coming back after so many days, and with new items in the mix, and obviously, you know, it's played in solo queue and stuff like that, but just here at the professional level to see what exactly he is going to do. You can see that he's power farming so much. Maybe he feels like he doesn't need just the raw attack damage. He'd rather go for a little bit of extra lethality. Also, alongside of the vision stuff you were talking about. Definitely a very interesting pick here, as Chovy is not going to hop back. Showmaker was on a ward, so actually he was one step ahead of you, as now Dragon X will turn their attention onto Shelly. That was actually never taken earlier on, and they should be able to pick this up with relative ease. It doesn't look like anyone on the side of Damwon will have any chance to get in there.
Yeah, and I think this is a really good timing to take it. You can see mid lane completely stabilized, bot lane super stabilized, Aatrox versus Kennen. No one needs to be pulled away in order to make this Rift Herald capture succeed. So Graves ends up picking it up. You have a minute until... Ooh, that's a nice little steal right there by Pioshik. Also had the active on the Umbral Glaive, but obviously not going to venture into that brush. Has Shelly, needs to use it somewhere. Teleport coming down to the middle of the lane. It looks like they want to give it over to Doran, which I find to be a lot more... I don't know what to make of it, because the middle tier one turret is going to be so hard to get. It's so many points in the game. Pioshik missing the animation cancel to make that a little bit more clean, but still gets the flash out of Nuguri in the end. Take it away, Ben.
Oh, I thought you were halfway through your point. What? I didn't want to take it away there, but man, Pioshik is just he's such an alpha male Graves. He just like ran straight at that guy and put down Chili. Lantern's pretty good, but I don't know if it's going to get depth to the victory here. Keria just saved his life so badly. 1v4 underneath the turret. This guy is unbelievable, as now everybody on the side of Damwon is trying to get out of here, but already it's just going to hell in a handbag, as Chovy is going to pick up a double kill here. Stopwatch, best item in the game. It is going to save his life as he does flash away. Chovy looking for a little bit more, as Keria is still here. He's going to put down another Lantern, because why not? Deft trying to look for that little bit of extra min-maxing, as now Chovy's going to go back in, as he's going to hop back here, but I think a little bit too risky, as they will at least trade it back, with Pioshik coming in here to help out with the damage. Doesn't quite have that ultimate. He is going to hop forward and pick up the kill and gets away with the Lantern. Keria still here, by the way. This guy never goes home. Wow.
Yeah, I really don't know what the sequence of events just was. DRX at the end of this, though, Infernal Dragon is live. They're probably going to look to capture that in a second. Let's take a look at this replay here. So, Canyon coming in what they think to be a lone death down in bot lane. Exhaust ends up getting cast. Chovy managing to escape away from Showmaker's taunt with the distortion, and look at the moves on Chovy's LeBlanc, as eventually Galio ultimate used to land back onto Nuguri. Pioshik made his way down into the bottom smoke screen, and a lot of damage coming out by the Graves. And you can see Chovy, he didn't want to let this up with the chains. The almost killed Def, not quite. He goes back in with yet another distortion, misses the chains, otherwise Nuguri would have died. They did get Galio at the very end, and at this point, if Nuguri and Canyon just keep running away, Nuguri stays to the right-hand side, everyone gets out alive. However, they try to turn onto Graves, but fail to kill him, and in doing so, at the very best, it would have just been a 1-for-1. So, bit of a perplexing decision, perhaps Damwon being a little bit tilted in the moment, and now DRX with 2 dragons, couple thousand gold lead, and 4.5 minutes till a Cloud Drake.
Yeah, we do have that Cloud Soul coming up a bit, unfortunately, here. But the thing that I like about this matchup, I know people are excited about the Telecom War for later on, but it feels like both of these teams aren't going to back down without a fight. They're really going to try to squeeze the value out of every trade. And unfortunately for Damwon, I do feel like Dragon X is king at that right now in 2020. Whereas Damwon, I suppose, I don't know where I'd put them, maybe third. It's hard to rate exactly that kind of play style only from the LCK teams. But it's just really fun to watch when we do watch the games that do come of this, because we get the really cool plays like what just happened in the bot lane, where, you know, might not have been ideal. Maybe it wasn't the safe play, but it certainly made for a fun showing for all the viewers here. So now they're looking to dive Doran, but with the rotation through the jungle that gets spotted, they are going to back away, as things looking pretty good here still for Dragon X. The one thing I noticed, one big difference, is that Deft is 2 levels ahead of Ghost right now in the 80 carry position. Doesn't happen very often.
No, and generally 80 carry level leads end up sticking. It's really hard to salvage them unless something goes absolutely catastrophic elsewhere on the map. Chovy also up a level over Showmaker. Pioshik up a level over Canyon. And really, this game has very solo QE vibes to it. Nothing really has happened in this game, and yet DRX have found themselves with 6 kills. They have massive gold advantages, and just the way that they've methodically moved around the map feels like there's almost never any resistance. It feels like Damwon are constantly playing on their side of the map, unable to do anything, completely restricted to their own jungle even. And it just seems like it's going to be helpless for them to ever sort of stabilize this game, because they're a team composition that really starts to kick in mid-game, in the mid to late transition, but because DRX have the advantages that they do, they're always one step ahead of the curve, and we mentioned earlier that even at mid-game transition, DRX's comp isn't even necessarily out of it. It's not until it reaches the later stages that things begin to get a little bit rough.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think they're going to, take a hop, skip, and a jump ahead of Dom1 here to the point where it shouldn't matter too much. I mean, they have good old Mr. 200 Years down in the bottom side. He's 2-0-2, and he's just fed. We were talking about the levels, but even the items as well. He is just stacking them up. He's got the most CS in the game, and it's deft. So it's not. It's not something that you can just look at and say, oh, maybe if we sit here for another 30 minutes, we can make it through this, because I think DragonX is a team with a guy like that on Aphelios and, of course, Chovy on the LeBlanc. He's going to have a fun time. So definitely looking at DragonX to have a big advantage coming into this mid-game.
Yeah. And they rotate down here. They try to get something against Doran. They're going to end up getting the turret. But that isn't the biggest victory for them at the current time in this game. 4,000 gold deficit here at 20 minutes. And normally, I wouldn't say that that's massive, but it is going to be pretty impactful for this Cloud Dragon fight, which is going to bring this game to Cloud, or Soul Point, which DRX right now, they are just waiting for their second core item completions to come in on all of their champions. Obviously, Deft already has it down there on the Aphelios Miramana. Not yet completed for the Kaisa. Guinsu's Rageblade as well is what Ghost is waiting on. Kennen went first item, Morel and Omicron, and I'm scratching my head right now, Valdez. I'm having a little bit of difficulty locating the healing on the side of DRX. Atrox doesn't even have Death Stance yet, and even when he does... Go ahead.
Well, Aatrox, he has some healing in his kit.
He does have he does have a bit. He has a bit. I can find a lot more uses for the 1,400 gold at this point in the game, though. As Cloud Dragon, it is about to come up, but this isn't even a Drake that Dom1 should be wanting to contest, because they're gonna lose the fight, no matter what. So they should be thinking about the next Cloud. I mean, they're looking like they're ready to brawl, and I think that we've seen this many times before, Valdez.
Oh no.
No.
I mean, what? Okay, Nuggery is gonna
that
get in there.
haymaker.
That was pretty massive, but the exhaust comes down on the Nuggery here. He's just going to get bopped as Doran is going to knock him up and get over the wall and has so much health regen, as that Morelos unfortunately wasn't able to be used onto that guy. As, yeah, that was just Chovy and Doran putting 1 and 1 together and being able to save his life there to pick up the kill. As it looked good, they're engaged, that Wombo combo in the team fight. They still do have it, but they're going up against sheer heavy wallets at this time, as Atlas would put it. I mean, look at Chovy's level 14. He's just
Chovy
hopping the wall and killing him.
Super big right now on this LeBlanc. And they brought this game now to Soul Point. Aatrox is going to end up finishing the Death Stance, most likely on the recall. Almost Black Cleaver finished for the Graves. And we just see how this actually all started. So a hook into a flay, but Beryl with the fantastic haymaker and just the superplex as well, setting things up. Nuggery does end up getting exhausted. You can see the Doran just trying to do everything that he can. And honestly, some pretty good movement on him. Chovy bopping the Kaisa as soon as she came over the wall, and ultimately that fight was looking a lot better for Dom1 than it should have, because of the way that the Kennen and the Set were able to set things up, but they still ended up losing it in the end. They lost the Dragon, and now they get a lot worse from this point forward. It's almost, it's a 6,000 gold advantage right now, or a little bit more than that, and you can see the LeBlanc finish the Void Staff now. We got a fight down here, Doran versus Nuggery.
Yeah, and the Proto Belt is actually really good against the Aatrox, but the Aatrox is just so big at this point. The stun not able to get down on the Chovy, and now Showmaker is regretting his decision. At least the chains missed, but I don't think it's going to matter because 3 members of Damwon are going to be baited into this as the hook is going to land immediately into the knock up there with the blasting plant. Very well played by Keria there at the end, as really this is just turning into the Dragon X show at this point.
Yeah, this really just looks like dynamic queue almost right now. So I didn't know that we queued up here for Dragon X to just completely annihilate Damwon in game number 1 at least of this series. They're going to turn their attention now over to the Baron, and this is really worrying. This is very akin to Damwon's series against Griffin even, if you recall that one. And things are, honestly, they have a pretty bizarre vibe in that it seems like once the game starts going poorly, Damwon just start making even worse decisions gradually. Almost like they genuinely are tilting, but not like we've seen throughout the rest of the split in the early weeks of Spring 2020.
Yeah, it's kind of the Nuggery effect, you know, where it's like, oh, I've died 3 times, well, I'm still just going to push down the lane and attempt to outplay my opponent. And you could see that it's just not going to work. I think even in the 1v1, he was going to lose this fight.
Yeah.
As TPs come in, and they just know their fate is sealed.
And I think, you know, right there was really nothing that they could end up doing. And Showmaker even coming down, I mean, he got dragged into the mix of this. Keria managing to line everything up. And they give the kill over to Chovy, who's just had such a phenomenal performance on this LeBlanc. 6-1 and 3, 9 out of 11 KP as it does currently stand.
Keria missed that hook. I think I might need to rescind my Pog vote. It's not good enough. You know, he hit 13 hooks, but number 14, it's not quite good enough. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, Chovy's really. That's why when I saw the draft and I saw him just straight up pick the LeBlanc, essentially blind pick, I'm like, yep, this guy's here to carry today, and he has. He's done a great job. He's really clean on the pick, but I feel like everybody on the side of DRX is really clean today. Even Yoshik is looking quite good on a new pick that we haven't seen in so long.
Yeah, great. And I really think that teams globally should start paying more attention to Graves, because there's so many spots where teams need AD junglers at certain points in the draft, and it's almost like he's completely forgotten about, even though he fulfills the role that the team compositions often need better than some of the other selections that are being picked. And right now we just have a bit of a fiesta happening up here.
Another hook through the middle of the minions, as this time they don't have exhaust for the cannon, but will it matter? The answer is no, as Chovy is in your base, and he is just lining them up and taking them down. Only Keria is going to be the one that goes down here, as Ghost is desperately trying to do something. But at 26 minutes, I think with the Baron, Dragon X is probably just going to end the game right now. Yeah,
DRX will certainly end the game right here. There's no one coming up in the foreseeable future, and this was a stop. It really felt like anytime Damwon got a kill, it didn't really mean anything. It felt like we were just waiting for the dominoes to basically fall. That's what this game really felt like. Never felt like they had any control from the get-go. Even starting with the initial jungle invade to some of the rotations. They had that one kill onto Doran up in top lane, but they never had any control of the game. Take it away, Malvis.
Yeah, sure. I'll just pick that up where you're putting it down. And yeah, it was extremely one-sided. I wasn't expecting it to be this one-sided. Of course, I was favoring Dragon X coming into this, but that game really sets the tone for what we should expect, I suppose, from the rest of this series. And yeah, I mean, if game number 1 is any indicator, game number 2, generally, you know, if game number 1 is a fiesta, generally game number 2 is even more of a fiesta. And I feel like sometimes it's the opposite as well, where if it's like a snooze fest, sometimes it can become even more slow if the two teams are just playing it extremely safe. And yeah, it's just a super fast game and very fun to watch.
Yeah, well, we'll see if Damwon can manage to bounce back in game number 2. Honestly, I'm not feeling too hopeful, mostly because DRX now are going to be the ones on the red side. And I have a feeling that they'll utilize their counter picks a lot better than Galio into LeBlanc and Kennen into Atrox. Take it away.
Well, yeah, I don't know what the draft was, and the play kind of mimicked it there, where Dragon X just kind of bopped them. This first play though was pretty nice from Damwon. I did like what they were setting up here, and Dragon X didn't exactly respond very well. But then just a couple of plays from Keria in the bot lane really set the tone. And after that, everybody was deathly afraid of Keria. Nobody would go near him. We're all just running away. As he hooks the Trundle away, it's just like every little thing is perfect from the Thresh in this game. And we even got a little tidbit before the game started. I hope it's not too personal, but he was having a little bit of a tummy ache, and we were potentially going to have a pause, but instead he just used that ache to turn it around onto Damwon and just totally light them up here in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this game was really well controlled by DRX for the most part, almost all around. This was Nuggery's engaged. He got exhausted right away. And then Aatrox up there trying to do his best. Didn't manage to be brought down in the end, as Chovy assisting him a little bit. And Nuggery right here in this highlight, perhaps with a little bit more healing reduction. The fight could have been turned a little bit differently. Chovy coming in as Canyon. I mean, he was making his way down too, but you take a look at Kai'Sa and Set on the minimap, and nothing makes any sense. They're obviously running into no man's land. And why they threw Showmaker and Canyon into that mess, a little bit bewildering.
Yes, definitely a good way to describe that. Bizarre is another one of my favorite words. As, yeah, I mean, just at the end here, they were just way too far ahead. The exhaust did come down onto the Kennen, actually. I missed that, but it did expire a little bit early. Maybe towards the end half, that slicing Maelstrom did a little bit of extra damage, but wasn't the biggest deal in the world as Ghost. That was the first time he was actually able to try to do anything in that game, as it was a landslide. It was super one-sided, 17-4 in the kills, and only the one turret going down to the side of Damwon, as a lot of the damage from Nuggery wasn't able to stick in any of the team fights or in the lane.
No, he wasn't able to really do a whole lot. We'll see, again, what DRX are going to have in store for us in game number 2. This is a really important match for Damwon. They need to try to turn this around and win the series. And honestly, I don't know how they're going to manage to do that, because I think things are only going to get worse when they're going to have to blind in these matches.
Yeah, it's going to be rough, but we will see what they do after this quick break.
얘들아 승령부 올려라 마지막에 에이 TFT 모바일 부동동작 쪼로로로 갤럭시 부동동작 에이 TFT 모바일 부동동작 쪼로로로 갤럭시 부동동작 또 떨어져 허구와 날라다타 여기 갤럭시 너의 자식 얼럭키다 너의 두뇌 그래서 타지 않아 21세기 네 전략 이래 전략 능지 차이 나는 널 능지 처참히 롤 아재 롤린 이돌 롤린 인더들 자 이제 누나 막간 담아 회전 초밥 뒤집개로 뒤집어라 레디 셋색 에이 TFT 모바일 부동동작 쪼로로로 갤럭시 부동동작 에이 TFT 모바일 부동동작 쪼로로로 갤럭시 부동동작 라이어가 멋이 부동 부동 동작 에이, TFT 모바일 부동 동작 에이, 온유월 서리 가득 찰로 동작 또로로로 갤럭시 부동 동작 하다 현타 부동 동작 TFT 갤럭시 부동 동작 유책 뉴 시너지 전설 등장 머신 팬치 우주 부동 동작 리그 오브 레전드 전략 게임 TFT 모바일 부동 동작
힘을 겨루는 게 전부일 수도 있습니다. 적이 바뀌어도 계획은 언제나 똑같은 거죠. 무기를 휘두르며 전장에 나서고 절대로 항복하지 않습니다. 중요한 건 오직 승리뿐이니까요. 하지만 그게 전부일까요? 자, 다시 시작해보죠. 새로운 적을 상대하기 위해서는 스스로 적응해야 합니다. 발상의 전환으로 새로운 접근법을 찾아 모든 경우의 수에 대응하는 겁니다. 거의 모든 경우에 한해서 말이죠. 적에게도 계획은 있기 마련입니다. 위대한 계획이죠. 여기 승리와 패배 그 경계에서 새로운 도전이 펼쳐집니다. 내 무기가 아닌 나의 선택이 스스로를 전설로 만들 것입니다.
Welcome back, guys. We're here at the LCK. It's me, Valdez, with LSAK Lickety Split, which is how fast that first game did end. It was over in 26 minutes. They dominated them, Dragon X did, of course, over Dom1 Gaming. It was a one-sided stomp, and I don't know, LS, after that first game, I feel like I'm just expecting the same thing again in Game 2.
No, I think absolutely you're correct in that it would be pretty hard to imagine that a similar kind of game wouldn't possibly just be on the table for game number 2. And Dragon X now, they're going to be the ones moving over to the red side. Said this at the end of the last game. I would imagine that they would utilize counter picks much better than Dom1 just showed in game 1. And then I'm really worried about what Dom1's going to actually try to blind into Dragon X especially because game number 1, that had to be a very tilting kind of loss.
Yeah, I don't know how you really bounce back from that one. Especially that was Keria playing under a little bit of distress, but how is he going to play when he is just totally, on his game and just ready to go without any problems? It's a crazy sight to see. Not just from him, I had to give my Pog vote to one person. I did give it to Keria, but just everybody on the team was really playing at a very high level. Even Pioshik looking a little bit better than he has in recent times, which is also good to notice. As now they will be moving also onto the red side, which is something you said before. That now they've got counterpick, which is they didn't have that in game 1, and they still dominated. As Keria will pick up the player of the game for game number 1.
Yeah, he ends up getting it. This obviously just a flash hook onto the flash set here. Pretty standard stuff to set up that kill right here. Keria landing yet another hook onto Showmaker. Chovy ended up picking up the kill right there, and remember this was a pretty big series of events. Yet another hook, truly living up to the name of that ability. And right here, Nuggery ended up dying. Lantern to get the Graves to safety, and let's take a look at this. As Valdez, you betrayed us.
What? You betrayed us? You voted for Chovy in that game.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You and the Observer is probably going to go out for tea time after.
Yeah, and one Korean cast member. It was actually 3 against 1 on the Korean cast. There were 4 votes for Chovy, 5 for Keria, and 3 Korean analysts plus LS voted for Chovy. So you care to explain yourself?
Well, apparently Wadded voted for the support there, so I'm going to claim bias.
What a god.
I'm going to claim bias right there. And then here on the English cast, Brendan Bronze5 Valdez siding with the Observers.
Yeah.
Take it away.
So what? Even if I'm Bronze 5, I'm it's just haven't played a lot. I have a very deep knowledge of the game. Like all of our wonderful chatters in the collective as well. And yeah, I mean that was just, I don't even know what to say after that game. That was just such a bopperino. If I had to take it one step further, you know what I'm talking about, Les?
Yeah,
take it away.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to take it away right now, as we're gonna jump into game number 2. I'm also curious what the bans are going to be by both of these teams, because Dragon X clearly were just very focused on specific champions rather than anything that is pertaining to the meta. And so how is Damwon now going to fare on the blue side, whereas they were banning much more towards the meta? And this typically is what ends up happening historically between blue side and red side. Red usually is the one that has to bite the bullet and do the meta away bans. As, okay, that was instantaneous. Zoe and Aphelios.
Yeah, Dragon X, they're smarter than to leave that champion available. And then, of course, Zoe certainly tease amazing creation. We have seen Chovy have insane games on that champion. And I wouldn't mind just banning away Chovy champions when you are on blue. Doesn't bother me at all, as Ornn is also going to bite the dust here. Kind of a Doran / Chovy amazing flex pick for both of them. They're both great at that one too.
Well, wonder if Dragon X will just be the one that ban away the Callista as well, finally, as Damwon have to decide now on their last ban. 5 seconds remaining. It's going to be the Varus. Now, I would be pretty surprised if DRX don't just ban the Callista here. I think it would just make the most sense.
Especially with Varus banned, all the Korean teams, we've seen it so many times, they love Varus straight into the Callista as a counter pick. I think absolutely you have to take that pick off the board. Wouldn't be surprised to see Set picked up, especially because Damwon does like flexing that pick, even if it didn't necessarily work in game number 1. I still feel like Beryl showed what he can do on that pick, and from ahead, it should look a lot better and be more effective.
Yeah, absolutely. Set is picked up first. And so that is a champion that is going to be tri-flexible. And DRX now going to have to respond here. 80 carry jungle probably would be the more standard response, as Olaf is locked in. Ezreal is still available. They could end up picking that one up. And Ghost has already shown he's willing to play Kai'Sa, even in spots where Kai'Sa probably doesn't make the most sense, but we'll see what DRX wants to lock in here with the Olaf. It's gonna just be the Azir outright.
Yeah, Chovy's just like, I want to play what I want to play. I don't care about counterpicking or seeing what else they have in their lineup. Just use a pick on me early because I'll win regardless. It's crazy that we can say that about Chovy. He has some incredible lane presence and game presence with just how well he's playing nowadays.
Well, there's the Ezreal. And it will get locked in. So the Sejuani goes into the Olaf, which is... It's interesting to have that, that choice selection, especially because you know Azir is going to give basically total reign over mid lane. And now DRX, I don't know if they'll reserve counterpick for support. We'll obviously find out on R4. But there is pretty big potential to get a lot of value with the counterpick support on R5. But that would require Doran to go in blind. Not necessarily that he might be opposed to it. It's likely that the set could end up in top lane. Kassadin obviously getting banned away right now. And perhaps they'll just ban away the LeBlanc as well. That is one of the other standard answers to the to the Azir.
Yeah, see a lot of Kassadin bans nowadays, and now a Corki ban as well. Corki Azir, everybody's favorite duo in the LCK, always together in the mid lane, and we have been denied it twice now with the 2 Corki bans, especially this time now that Azir was actually picked. Now, what is going to be that final ban for Damwon here will be the Karma, actually.
Okay, so I think that Damwon is recognizing that a counterpick support could be on the table. Obviously, things like Karma, like Yuumi, pair very well with the Ezreal, more so than some of the other Mage and Enchanter supports. As DRX right now, they're hovering the Renekton. And they might just lock that in. That is one of the...
Full of sin.
Yeah, absolutely full of sin. And Azir and Ezreal are very off-theme right now with their teammates' champions.
Yeah, I don't know what the idea is behind that. If you know absolutely that set is going into the top lane, then perhaps, but you don't know that. And as you mentioned, it's very off-theme. As now it is going to be confirmed, as Yuumi does get picked into the bottom side. Actually, a pretty low win rate so far for Yuumi, only 34%. Thought it would be a bit higher, as it's been picked 32 times. And this also means that Dragon X are saving counterpick for support, which I guess after Keria getting the player of the game in game number 1, he has proven.
Ooh.
Oh, interesting.
All right, well, Zillion comes in here, and that is a pretty obnoxious kind of team composition. I liked the Nami hover, actually. Nami, historically, has been the answer to healer and other enchanter supports that have been picked. Zyra?
Oh,
hovered.
Is he just trying to win your heart right now?
I do believe that he could be trying to win my heart, but it is going to be the Nami lock-in. I really, really like this. So, obviously, Damwon, their intention with the Karma ban was absolutely correct. Other types of supports that pair really well with Ezreal are going to be stuff like Yuumi, like Soraka, things of that nature. But when Damwon locks in the Yuumi, Nami ends up actually being a pretty good pick. Not just because she's also pretty good here against the Sejuani and the Set, and even can interrupt the Misfortune and interrupt her bullet time, but the sustain that she grants the Ezreal beats out the Yuumi. Nami has always historically been the answer to the likes of Karma, to Sona, to Soraka even in bot lane, because of her kit and the way that she interacts in the 2v2 dynamic against other healer and enchanter supports. So really good pick there. The Azir and the Ezreal are going to be the centerpieces of this team composition. Olaf and Renekton, take it away, Valdez.
No, I don't want to take it away on that note. We've got nothing to say about Olaf and Renekton. Bunch of sinners in here. The buffs that Nami will also give to Ezreal and his Qs and his autos will also make Deft just a mid-game monster if he gets ahead. So you're looking at a good lane that should get ahead, especially the way that Keria and Deft do play. And then, you know, getting a Deft ahead that's on Ezreal, you're looking at a champ. I got nothing else to say. You're looking at a champ.
Are we going to the ship?
Yeah, well, they could. I think Dragon X is really pulling it together here at the end of the split. They had a little dip there in the middle, but it was only a small dip. And now they might be boarding that ship in just a bit.
Well, that sounds great, Valdez. That sounds absolutely fantastic. They might be boarding the ship.
Yes.
And right off the... Okay. Oh.
You saw him.
They were trying to abuse Nuggery's early tendency. And now they're coming around, and it's a little slow to react here. Maybe. Are they going to flash this? I don't think so. As Nuggery, he's trying to move over. He's trying to get as much information as possible. But now we're going to have a potential split map. We don't get openings like these that much anymore in the LCK, Valdez. As Olaf and Azir now just going to transition into a pretty standard clear... Oh, Canyon. Oh.
Spotted.
The bear and the boar do end up spotting each other. And now the crocodile is going to make his way over. As... Oh, all right, well... I don't even know what...
Koshik is level 2.
Koshik's level 2. This is really smart.
Yeah. I don't know why Damwon thought they could just, like, waltz in and take it away.
I have no... I see what you did there. And now, here comes Joe Exotic.
That's your cue.
He's looking for Little Miss Piggy. Oh, no. Koshik, he's going to start up the blue buff now. And Canyon is just going to be so far behind starting out this clear.
Yeah,
and
twice in a row.
Yeah, this is 2 games in a row. He's going to have a really, really rough time. Doran having a bit of a worse opening here. Has the Demolish as well as the Bone Plating for the runes, as does the Set. But you can see the ping going down off onto the Set. You know that Olaf's in the left-hand side. And Sejuani doing red buff solo into Raptor Camp. This is so brutal for Canyon. And you can see the ward comes over by Keria, places it on the blue. They want to know if Canyon tries to go for that. And if he doesn't, this is just going to be a complete nightmare. It's going to be 9 camps, potentially 11, depending on how mid and bot lane play out, to 3. Which, you know, math might not be our strong suit here at the LCK broadcast, but I do believe that is a pretty big win for DRX.
I think so. May have to ask our Australian caster. He might know a little bit better the math compared to good old NA brothers that we are. And yeah, I mean, this Olaf is just going to be in a fantastic spot. You notice that the early levels are actually going to head the way of the Damwon bottom lane. So Ghost and Beryl are able to move around and get in there, get some vision down, and secure the Scuttle Crab at least for Canyon, who is going to move over to the left side and take the other one too.
Yeah, so this is actually really good. So no longer is it possible to have that kind of an early jungle camp discrepancy. This would have required Nami and Ezreal to have the prio down in bot lane, for Canyon not to be able to get the right-hand side Scuttle Crab, and for Olaf to meet Canyon at that Scuttle Crab. If that ended up happening, Pyosik, or he would have to meet Pyosik at the right-hand side Scuttle Crab. Pyosik could get the right side Scuttle Crab, run through mid, get the left side Scuttle Crab, and then do full red side clear into full blue side clear, and Canyon would be sitting there waiting for his wolf camp to come up. That would be the sequence of events that could have unfolded, thus resulting in the mass camp discrepancy. But now Pyosik just doing full blue side clear into full red side clear, and this leaves Canyon with some options. His wolf camp's coming up, and the Gromp camp. Doran's lane is in a miserable spot.
Ooh, has to flash that one too. He tried to interrupt the back of Nuguri, it looked like, or Nuguri was just in there and Doran wanted to get into his face, but now he's forced to blow a flash with it pushing away from him. So you were talking about the lane state. Not a good feeling right now for Doran.
Yeah, and the other thing about this is that the Renekton has already used his teleport. Now he's down flash, he's down on HP, and now he's even going to be down on XP as well, as Olaf had to come in to sort of relieve the pressure. Doran needs to try to get a recall off, but Nuguri I don't think is going to get... what? Take it away, Valdez.
What?
He face breakered the freezing minion wave with his jungler in close proximity in order to allow the wave to get a reset, even though, as set with flash advantage, Nuguri wielding 6 first, which means that if the wave's frozen in front of his turret, there's so many mix-ups that he can do, and he has more utility being able to dog down the Renekton through a long lane. But Nuguri, allergic to freezing, I guess, unlocks the wave, now it's in a reset, and now Doran, he's completely safe. And apparently Nuguri got tier 2 boots, so Valdez, I'm not an expert here, but I do believe tier 2 boots grants you more effect if the lane's frozen or on your side of the lane.
Yes, you are correct, as Keria is going to flash forward, nearly dies, is going to have to heal, and gives up first blood, but Ghost will go down, as now Beryl is going to be denied any further taxi. The double kill given to Deft in the bottom lane. This is what I was talking about. Keria giving his life to set that up. Now he's got a big time Ezreal on his team. Chovy with the first roam as well. Zillion really not able to do anything at this point in time to help out in that play. So Canyon actually over the wall looking for this, as it is going to go the way of the Olaf, but Pyosik in a bit of trouble, has to flash that wall, as now Chovy on the chase here, but still pretty tanky Sejuani. The freeze comes in. Will it deny Chovy here, as he's trying to get the vision, as the Zillion ultimate does come in, and this time Dragon Knights go a little bit too far.
Yeah, Chovy goes a little bit too ham, doesn't respect the Zillion ultimate or just the follow-up that can come by Damwon. And Damwon at the end of this ult, they find themselves with a little bit of an advantage. Now, they did end up getting the Mountain Dragon, Ocean coming up second, so again, another 50-50 chance for a pretty depressing dragon. As Doran,
He's
looking
angry.
he is looking like Godzilla right now.
Yeah, I'd be angry if the lane went this way. Although, I don't know, some of that anger could have been relieved by Nuguri's generous gift that he provided a little bit earlier on. As we are going to break down this replay here and how this was all set up.
Kyria going forward ends up getting turned on by Ghost and Beryl, but they have to know that in doing this, it's only going to be a 1-for-1 on a good day. The reason that they commit to that is they think that Canyon can swoop in there like a helicopter and pick up Yuumi and then make it out. So ultimately, again, 1-for-1. If this dragon, though, Canyon goes over, tries to steal the mountain, fails in doing so, eventually turns back around, having Showmaker with him. Ultimate came out. You can see Chovy tries to delay dealing damage as much as possible until he thought that it was too
by the
late.
way. Chovy, is he going to survive here? The bomb is just barely enough damage to take him out, I thought, especially with Keria there. He would have just been healed up and saved, but that was not the case, as now Dragon X considering collapsing. But no, they are going to have to give that one away. 5v4, as Damwon Gaming have come ahead here in this early game.
Yeah, they're finally on the map right now with advantages. Showmaker is pretty well into level 8. Kobe still stuck on level 7. And don't forget, the Zilean is able to do so many good things. And I really like that this top lane, for the most part, was self-ruined by the Renekton, bailed out by the Olaf, and then the set didn't do as much as he could have to secure a lead, but we're getting to see a set just destroy a Renekton in what is essentially an isolated 1v1, because I've been pretty aggravated at hearing that this matchup is supposed to be super Renekton favored, and every single time you end up seeing it, it almost never looks that way.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why Set is so highly prioritized. He is he's a guy that has a lot of fun up in the top lane. I suppose a guy like Ornn would have been good into this pick in terms of tier, as you can see what happens here. He just gets slowed down by the Zilean and dogged down, and it's just barely enough damage here.
Yeah, Kobe does end up dying, and the Zilean pick is one that can really throw a lot of teams and players off guard, especially if they don't have a lot of practice against it. And you can see Darkseal at 5 stacks for Showmaker as well. Currently in this game, Magical Boots already completed. There's the GLP. We'll probably continue on with the other glacial items, and that was a good ultimate.
Yeah, he's done for. Not even sure why that ultimate comes out. The second he gets hit by that, you just know he's done. So really nice setup, good acting by the bottom lane of Damwon, and now they're actually putting on a resistance against Dragon X, who looked just unbeatable after game number 1.
And at this point, DRX, they are falling further and further behind. 1 minute until Ocean Dragon. They're going to be on the back foot for that. And things are looking pretty rough for them here in this game. Rift Herald ends up getting summoned. Ghost uses his ultimate, depleting his entire mana pool in order to get the crash onto the turret. And they're resetting right now for tempo, not even bothering to try to get the wave, as we get a big trade up here.
Yeah, pretty awkward the way that one went. Pyosik was thinking, you know, do I come in from behind or do I help out just on the push? And then Zilean got there, and he got zoned away, and Doran nearly got baited into that one. As you can see, he was trying to bait out the fight, as just a good play lining it up here from Candy.
Ultimate came out, Nuguri just continuing to hard shove up here in top lane. Also, Executioner's Calling picked up so early on the set, but that will come into pretty good effectiveness later on. Renekton also still not willing to sort of hold a freeze, but with the teleport up into top lane, it must indicate that DRX has no intention of contesting this dragon. You can see Ezreal not even in close proximity. It should just be a pretty free pickup by DRX. Nuguri was running down towards the dragon in the event that something might end up breaking out, but makes his way back up to top lane. Not a whole lot happening right now. Doran should be able to get the left-hand side. Scuttlecrab's Canyon going to get the Ocean Dragon, and Valdez, you have really... Take it away.
What? The
Cloud Dragon. You know, 2 games in a row.
You know, I think this might just be the LS Valdez duo effect. I mean, we got it yesterday, but we didn't get 2 times in a row, I don't think. I don't know what to say. I apologize.
Totally fine.
To all the viewers here for the Cloud Soul.
And I think what's going to happen right now is you can see all the resets happening. Set would be the only one that could maybe have some action happen. So I imagine we're heading into a bit of a lull state. There's not even another Rift Herald that's going to be coming up here anytime soon. Both of the junglers probably just going to go into farming. And this is really early for a lull state to actually end up taking place. The Zilean moving up right now, but the minion, or the lane state shouldn't be in a position to have anything happen, although Canyon does have teleport on Showmaker.
Well, not quite going to land there. They're trying to turn it around. Keria taking a very wonky route, but really just trying to get away from Showmaker here as the slow eventually is going to land. And unfortunately, that Nami should absolutely be going down here. Looks like they're just keeping her alive for quite a while and giving that kill over to Showmaker. Now Nuggery in a bit of trouble here. He's going to try to flash the wall, but he's got an Olaf after him, so he will be going down, and the kill is going to be given over to Doran.
Well, so it ends up being a trade of 1-for-1 on each side of the map. Currently, Damwon do have a 2,500 gold lead almost. They have some waves. Or, well, no, I guess it's exactly 2,000 basically at this point. 3 minutes until Cloud Dragon will come up. Kyoshik trying to do some counter jungling. Doran getting more chip damage onto this top tier 1 turret. Blading Ruin King is going to be the first item for the set. Going to be completed. We take a look at this replay. Keria tried his best to end up living here. Landed a bubble immediately into an ultimate. Did get the flash out of the Zilean, and even with the boosted swiftness, just not quite able to really do anything here. Ghost coming over just for added measure, and like you were saying, they were letting her live as long as possible, just sort of escorting her to her death. And then this was also a little bit strange. I would imagine that Nuggery probably would just accept his death underneath the turret, not blow his flash, but he does use it. Kyoshik obviously really fast to follow. They end up getting the kill right there, and so the Renekton kind of beefy at this stage of the game, but Dragon X are still behind. It's about 1.4k gold, and Damwon looking like they're going to be the ones to get Shirley's.
Yeah, they should be able to pick up that objective for sure. It doesn't look like anyone on the side of Dragon X wants to get near it at this point. And yeah, I mean, the Renekton, he's got some items. He's building it up. He has that kill. The Ezreal with the double kill early on should be quite strong as we enter the mid game, but they need a little bit of time, especially because Executioner's Calling was picked up here by Deft, and that is going to delay his build after all. And they're also going up against an extremely fed Showmaker on the Zilean, who offers a ton of utility to this team. Not necessarily, you know, going to pop off and be chunking people like a LeBlanc would, being 3-0 and 1 on the mid lane, but still going to provide so much to this team. Is now Dragon X just gonna sit back and farm out the lanes. Deft, gotta be careful, buddy. As finally Dragon X going to come on up here, as it seems like we're entering into a little bit of a lull state. Well, lull states are a pretty common occurrence here at LCK. You are fully aware of that. As right now, I mean, Deft and Keria, they could take this wave, threaten to freeze it without ping-ponging it right back into the MF, and you can even see Ghost and Beryl, they're posturing, waiting for that wave. And if Deft and Keria just never unlocked it, they would be waiting or eventually be forced to walk up. Now, fortunately, they do end up seeing Olaf. You could see the pings, I believe, going down onto him, so they would know that he's not in close proximity, but still, a little bit of econ that would have been able to have been picked up under their belt and sort of lessen the deficit between Ezreal and the Misfortune right now. And instead, they're posturing for this Cloud Dragon. This is not worth losing your life over or the game over at this stage. As I would be so surprised if they really full-on contest this. They're at item deficits right now, and the angle even is pretty rough for them. I don't know what they're supposed to do against Zilean when Damwon has the low ground. Which is actually the advantageous position here in League of Legends, as we have talked about before. The only saving grace, I suppose, is that Showmaker is a bit low on mana, and you can see he's trying to poke him down, but you know, it's a Renekton who's going to be able to get some of that health back, although he runs straight into Nuggery, who is actually down a level against Doran in the top lane. Shirley here, kind of a distraction. And this is what I was talking about with the Cloud Drake positioning, especially when the teams get one Drake apiece. Showmaker thinking about a engage here, not really going to land anything. But it's just like, okay, you're going to get one Cloud Drake and it doesn't put you on Cloud Soul. So what? I mean, like, basically does nothing for you.
Yeah.
It's really not a big deal at all.
Dom1 does have a Zillion. So if Zillion can get 30% ultimate CDR, that's when things do start to get a little bit obnoxious in later stage team fights, because there's a chance Zillion can cast his ult twice during a team fight, which that's pretty game breaking. Doesn't really matter what kind of a team composition you have. It's just something that's very scary to go up against. Now, we're at that stage of the game. The outer turrets are all down. No neutral objective on the map. Second Rip Herald already utilized. I think you know what time it is, Valdez. It's time for the lull state.
Yes. Well.
Oh, hold on.
I spoke too soon. Olaf. You know what happens when you're behind. You can't just run into the enemy team. You gotta be careful, buddy. As now with the mid-tier 1 going down, I think we may officially open up the lull state here in this game. Take it away, LS.
Yeah, take it away, Valdez.
Well, take it away. Take it away, LS.
Yeah, so Chobi, I mean, he got the turret up there, raised the sun turret, and take it away.
Oh, okay. Well, we're farming the minions, and yeah, I think that skin for Doran looks pretty cool, huh? Take it away.
Take it away.
What? No, you take it away. I'm done. I've said my piece.
All right, well, Ghost and Barrel looking for something, but they're not gonna find it. Take it away.
Oh man, Nuggery's down a level. He's gonna ping pong it back. Take it away, Alice.
All right, we got some trading going on though. Doran sensing that Canyon might be around. Ghost and Barrel though, they're booking it.
Oh. Yeah, I think they're going to take Doran away right now. 4-on-1. That's not fair. And, yeah. It's not like they can just turn onto the Baron and take that off the map or anything like that. So,
Yeah.
why don't you go ahead and take it away?
Well, I'm trying to right now. Sand Soldiers up in top lane. Not much able to be achieved. So they get a little bit more gold underneath their belt. They're up 3,000. And this is the part of the game where we mentioned earlier, the Olaf and the Renekton are very off-theme with the Azir and Ezreal. And sometimes when I say this, viewers or people will comment or tweet, what do I mean by off-theme? I mean that they're not trying to achieve the same thing that other champions on their team composition are trying to do. Olaf and Renekton, they don't make for the greatest of meat shields for the Azir or for the Ezreal. They're not really serving a purpose, nor really conducting themselves in a team fight the way that Azir or Ezreal would like their champions to do so if they're trying to provide any sort of defensive measures for them. So as the game begins to move on, I mean, you can see Olaf's build. He has a Cinder Hulk and he has a Warmogs. So he's going to turn on his ultimate, lose durability, run into the opponents, and turn right back around because he's a walking minion at this point. And then the Renekton, because he's behind now in this game, and there's Zillion, Sejuani, Yumi, etc., can't do anything. And
Sorry, I'm just shocked by Chobi's play.
I'm shocked all the time. Don't worry about it. As True Shot Barrage to cancel the recall on Yumi. And the only thing I can imagine that would be for is because Yumi is slow to get back, and maybe they want to try to do something during her recall, or they were trying to stall it so that maybe they could contest this next Cloud Drake or something, but obviously that's not going to work out. And DRX, they're left just waiting for the Azir and for the Ezreal to keep on farming up. And that's really all that they have going for them. Renekton's going to be the same champion from this point forward. Olaf is he's a walking minion. And then you have Nami trying to provide utility, but Zilean, every item that he acquires is actually going to change his dynamic in these team fights. Set is actually going to keep on scaling. Now, I am a little bit perplexed at the Black Cleaver on Set. If you do take a look at a lot of the champions on the side of Damwon, they tend to deal magic damage. Obviously, Misfortune does deal quite a bit of physical, but Set is not applying lots of Black Cleaver debuffs to multiple targets. We're in a lull state right now. Don't tell me that you can't wait for the difference for Trinity Force, because I just know. And Dragon X now, they don't even look like they want to posture for the second Cloud Drake. They don't seem like they're interested. Yes, Chovy has teleport, but I don't think that we're going to get a team fight, Valdez.
No, just let it go. Really, the only Drakes for Cloud that I find you should be prioritizing are ones that are before the soul is decided, you know, to build up your amount of Drakes. And then, of course, the one when you're on Cloud Soul and you want to take that final one to pick up that soul buff. But number 2 and 3 there for the side of Damwon are just like, okay, well, all right. It doesn't really change the game state too much. As you were talking about, we might get to a point where the Zilean ultimate can be cast twice in the team fight, but for now, that's absolutely not going to happen. And the amount of team fights that we're having, the amount of times that he's actually using his ultimate ability is so low. You know, 1 or 2 more times in the next 10 minutes, perhaps, that it's really not going to make too much of a difference. So I like that Dragon X. They just sit back. They know they can't really take a team fight at that time. They let the objective go. Unfortunately for us, it does most likely mean 4 more minutes of ping pong.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they're waiting for more items to sort of come online. They need the Azir, they need the Ezreal to deal more damage in order to have any sort of potency in this team fight. And Damwon, on the flip side, they don't even really care that much because, again, their Misfortune gets way more value, their Yuumi gets way more value. Even added HP and buffer on the Sejuani is a lot more applicable to the team fight than, say, extra HP on the Olaf or extra HP on the Renekton. Set now has the Black Cleaver. We'll see if he ends up going into any sort of tanky items as Chovy looking to try to poke Showmaker. And this game is really looking like, as long as Damwon play the team fight cleanly, they should be able to bring home the game. But if DRX want to win, they need some sort of a miracle team fight into a Baron capture, and even that isn't going to immediately end the game. The mid-outer tier 1 turret still alive, all the other turrets still alive. Bot tier 1, even with Baron, they're only going to raise a couple of turrets, and that won't end the game.
Yeah, just the amount of damage that Ghost is able to shell out right now is pretty intense. Deft is just left wanting, sitting there on the Ezreal. He really doesn't have much wave clear at all. Just kind of desperately trying to poke down Ghost, who has a Yuumi on top of him, so it's really not going to make too much of a difference with his Qs. And so they just have to essentially take that now, down 4,000 gold. Yeah, we haven't had any big team fights break out here, although a bunch of damage has hit the Rift. Zilean with his Medjais looking to get more stacks after the 7 that he built up from his first 3 kills and 1 assist. And Zilean he's incredibly durable. His staying power is pretty insane when you consider that he's got some tankiness with the Rod of Ages. He's going to be extremely fast. He can be extremely fast for a very long time with his cooldown reset, and then of course if he absolutely has to, he can keep himself alive with the ultimate. So I like that purchase of the Medjais for him in this position in the game.
Yeah, I think it is a pretty good purchase. As okay, we got a bit of a trade. Ragnarok does end up getting used by Pioshek, and the ping pong just endlessly continues. Obviously, there are alternatives to this stage of the game. We're not going to see it. Do want to just mention that they do exist. However, Damwon, again, they don't care about these stalls happening. They're 1 minute away from threatening Cloud Soul. This is a Zilean that is going to potentially have 3 Cloud Dragons under his belt. We talked about this as soon as they started picking them up. It's a pretty rare occurrence that we get a champion in the game that can actually make such insane usage of the ultimate CDR, and Zilean is one of them. Obviously, another one would be Echo, is a champion that can become pretty obnoxious, getting all that ultimate CDR in. Everything is really looking pretty rough here for DRX. And Damwon, I think that they're going to end up winning this game, Valdez. All things considered, looks like Set is actually... I don't know if that Locket is going to go into Death Stance or if it's going to be Locket of the Iron Solari. I think both are actually fine itemization choices here. Stoneplate going to be next on the Sejuani. Going to be the Rabadon's Death Cap for Showmaker as his next item. And things are looking a little bit rough. Chovy not going to be able to get that Rabadon's Death Cap before this next team fight. Doesn't even have teleport available. I think the RX are just giving it up.
Yeah. I'm not so sure about that, but I suppose they really just want to try to wait for an extreme late game where maybe Chovy can carry, but Jose, poor guy. I mean, this is what happens when you pick Olaf and nothing really happens in the early game. You guys can't fight them right now. You have to run away. Not really sure why they're trying to take trades there, but they're all going to get chunked, all 3 of them, and now Damwon are like, okay, I guess maybe we just take Baron.
Well, they are on it right now. Beryl, obviously insane healing, as Chovy's here again, still no death cap. Kyoshik, he might try to, okay, never mind, Damwon, they're just going to use the Zoomies and Zilean.
Yeah, wow, that double up killed the Nami. Oh boy, this kills the Nami. I don't even know if she took any extra damage before that, as Chovy, he's just going to get exhausted. Ghost is frontlining. This is Damwon just owning it up right now. Going to go into his own Guardian Angel here, as everybody else is just going to get bopped. It's just Deft against the world, and Damwon way too fast. You cannot run away from this team. And they are going to pick up all of the kills.
This game is totally over right now. There's no way back into this for Dragon X. Aside from maybe stealing Elder and then winning the team fight. Just look at the power of the Zilean speed up as well as the Zoomies being granted by the Yuumi. The double up latching onto Doron and then managing to completely just bop the Nami in the backline. Chovy even trying to do as much as he could, has to go over the wall, and then Set saying thank you very much to eventually reach onto the Azir, and there's just no hope for DRX inside of these team fights. Azir and Ezreal, they don't have enough damage, and the game is just too far gone.
Yeah, I think people really underestimate Zilean and what he brings to a team composition. His ability to close gaps that fast. And by the way, we were hovering over 23 seconds after he picks up the blue buff, it looks like there, on the ultimate. So if it does go to any kind of extended team fight, he will absolutely get a double ultimate, which is just, it's over. Like, he has just way too much utility now. And he actually has a hell of a lot of damage as well. He's got 17 stacks with also a fully stacked Rod of Ages, a death cap, not to mention the GLP. So yeah, they're just going to push in and take names here.
Well, inhibitor is going to fall right now. You can see Chovy trying to posture on the left-hand side, looking for an opening, but things are just so rough right now for this DRX team composition. Deft is down 3 levels compared to Ghost. Carriot down a level on Beryl. And Zilean obviously maxed out at level 18, so the base levels as well so in favor of Damwon, and they're going to run right through. Yeah. There's nothing they can do. Olaf doing what he does best, running away.
You said it best. I mean, they're just running through Dragon X right now.
They really are.
Looking for the Penta, and that Zilean ult does not work in the fountain, guys. I suppose they did not know that. He was looking for the Penta. He picked up the triple, But at the end of the day, Chovy does stay alive, and he is a Azir. I wonder if he could actually extend this game somehow. He is going to attempt to. Doran will handle the top wave. But with the Baron and the super fast set, I'm not sure that it is going to work out here. Not this time around, it looks like. Chovy super low. He's going to get hit by Sejuani. As down he will go, and down will go Renekton. And why not just pick up some more kills? Might as well just pick them up. And there you go. Going to take out Deft at the same time. Pyosik, will he survive is the only question here. Of course he won't. He's Olaf. As down will go the Nexus. 33 minutes, 45 seconds. As down one will actually tie up the series here. And I think this all goes back to the draft, LS. What you have anything you want to say to Mr. Renekton and Olaf?
I was just so excited to see them here coming out today again and do about what was expected. And I think that it's problematic. I mean, we said it as it was happening, that the Olaf and the Renekton are off theme with the Azir and the Ezreal. And so if Dragon X manages to get really far ahead, of course their team composition is oppressive. They should be able to have a lot of Dragon control because of the dynamic of bot lane and mid lane and the jungler matchup. But Pyosik really dropped the ball with some of the punishes. Obviously the camera also wasn't panning to mid and bot, so we couldn't always totally see what was happening at each minute in the early stages that led to some of the priority loss that was being present. And then when Damwon just started getting advantages, they never really let it slip away from them. And Nuguri completely won top on his own, which was really good as well, because don't forget, DRX, they picked the Renekton into the set, managed to do nothing with it, and Doran just lost lane by himself.
Yeah, he did, and we will take a look here at the replays. Ghost going head first into this one, and for a moment in time, with Deft picking up 2 kills in a row, and Dragon X picking up the Dragon, you look at it and you say, they're probably just going to win 2 games in a row, but then unfortunately, I think Chovy may have left his chair unattended for a little bit too long, and a special someone might have taken a seat. I don't want to mention any names. I don't want to summon him again for Game 3. And it did happen twice in a row. We're actually not going to get a look at number 2 that he did go down there. Nuguri, this was the only other good thing, I think, in this game that happened for the side of Dragon X, where they were able to 2v1 Nuguri up on the top side. And then it was kind of all downhill from there.
Yeah, things just snowballed a little bit too much out of control, and much like in game number 1 for Damwon, this Dragon X team composition again, no real insurance policy, way too much weight on the Ezreal as well as the Azir, and they could just never get any footing. They just started to fall apart, and there was no recovering for them. And the one thing that I do like as well, though, is that Zilean gets a win under his belt, and he does so also in pretty devastating fashion. And that's what's really exciting, because hopefully it causes teams to start to pay attention to more champions and think, okay, well, meta doesn't have to be as bland as it currently is, and that hopefully it causes more experimentation to start happening.
Yeah, and Zilean is a champion that is coming into the meta slowly but surely. He's coming back. We see it in other regions. We see it here today. And especially in comps like these, like, MF has so much movement speed, and when you give it to her, you're just never going to run away from her. So if she's ahead, she's always just going to be autoing you down. Same thing goes for your engaged champions like the Sed and the Sejuani. Like, you're never going to get away from it. It's not going to happen. And if you try to turn, well, they're going to come back to life. And that is what Zilean is all about, and where his strengths do lie. He's not going to have the highest damage number, but he's still the POG in my mind. Although the MF did do an insane amount of damage in that game.
Yeah, I mean, even though the Zilean was dealing almost actually the least on his team felt like he was such an integral part to so many things that ended up transpiring. Ghost obviously takes the cake and eats it too in terms of damage numbers, but I also did give the POG over to the Zilean this game because the pick was just so fantastic and it was piloted to such a nice level as well by Showmaker. And total teammate heals and shields. The Yuumi did manage to outdeal the Nami.
Yeah, 18,000 total in that game. Oh, that's pretty good. It basically just nullified one entire champion or two. Either way, guys, we're going to take a break. When we come back, the final game of the series, game number 3.
알겠습니다.
잠시만요. 치즈버거 세트 하나 주세요.
잠깐 손 씻고 드셔야죠. 감염병 예방의 시작은 손 씻기입니다. 올바른 손 씻기를 통해 감염병을 절반으로 줄일 수 있습니다. 이제 올바른 손 씻기 6단계로 스스로의 건강을 지키세요. 감염병 예방은 내 손으로. 올바른 손 씻기. 질병관리본부.
얘들아 승용보 올려라. 먹여봐요. 에이 TFT 모바일 부동동자 또로로로 갤럭시 부동동자. 에이 TFT 모바일 부동동자 또로로로 갤럭시 부동동자. 또 떨어져 허구와 날라다타. 여기 갤럭시 너의 자식 얼럭키다. 너의 두뇌 그래서 타지 않아. 21세기 네 전략 이래 전략. 능지 차이 나는 널 능지 처참히. 롤 아재 롤린 이돌 롤린 인더들. 잘게 누나 막간 담아 회전 초밥. 뒤집개로 뒤집어라 레디 새끼. 에이 TFT 모바일 부동동자 또로로로 갤럭시 부동동자. 에이 TFT 모바일 부동동자 또로로로 갤럭시 부동동자. 라이어가 멋이 부동동자. 에이 TFT 모바일 부동동자. 에이 온유월 서리 가득 찰 노동자 또로로로 갤럭시 부동동자. 하다 현타 부동동자. TFT 갤럭시 부동동자. 유체 뉴 시너지 전설전자 머시 팬치 우주 부동동자. 리그 오브 레전드 전략 게임 TFT 모바일 부동동자.
힘을 겨루는 게 전부일 수도 있습니다. 적이 바뀌어도 계획은 언제나 똑같은 거죠. 무기를 휘두르며 전장에 나서고 절대로 항복하지 않습니다. 중요한 건 오직 승리뿐이니까요. 하지만 그게 전부일까요? 자, 다시 시작해보죠. 새로운 적을 상대하기 위해서는 스스로 적응해야 합니다. 발상의 전환으로 새로운 접근법을 찾아 모든 경우의 수에 대응하는 겁니다. 거의 모든 경우에 한해서 말이죠. 적에게도 계획은 있기 마련입니다. 위대한 계획이죠. 여기 승리와 패배 그 경계에서 새로운 도전이 펼쳐집니다. 내 무기가 아닌 나의 선택이 스스로를 전설로 만들 것입니다.
Welcome back to the LCK, Damwon versus DRX. I am LSAK Lone Soldier. Welcome back, Valdez.
Yeah, my mic was muted. Rookie mistake. Still getting used to the at-home casting, of course, the remote broadcast. And I feel like Dragon X are getting used to losing. It doesn't feel like it's something that they would normally have to deal with, but Damwon actually just turned it around, outdrafted them, outplayed them in game number 2, and now we're left wondering going into game number 3, like who is the team that's in the lead here, who should be expected to get ahead, and I think it's still Dragon X. I'm curious what you think, LS.
I think Dragon X as well should probably still be the favorites going into this game. The last draft was really, really rough for them in the event that they would ever be even or fall behind, and the early game was really crucial. We outlined that from the get-go. The Azir, the bot lane, the Olaf should have all been really working together to maintain control of the early game, and that just never really happened. As player of the game, it goes over to Ghost, 8-2-4 on the Misfortune, and doing obviously boatloads of damage in this game, very enabled by the Zilean, by the Yuumi, and very little resistance by Dragon X. Their team comp doesn't really have a way to stop this kind of a combination.
Yeah, it's incredibly impressive, especially once you get this far ahead. You and I did give the votes over to the Zilean. We feel like he was really the enabler for that, but the entirety of the Korean broadcast did vote for Ghost, whereas 2 observers sided with us and 1 sided with the Korean casters, which makes it a 5 out of 9, just barely giving Ghost the win there. So this time around, the observers and us are actually on the same page.
Well, it little bit surprising how close the player of the game votes have been in these 2 games here tonight. We'll see what can end up happening, obviously, in Game 3. And I think the thing that's so surprising about that Game 2 is that it was a blowout in Damwon's favor after such a miserable Game number 1 by them. So they really managed to remain stable, bring it back, and now what do we even think about DRX in that Game number 2? Are they able to chalk it up to just variance or bad luck happening in the early stages, or are they going to get affected by this going into Game number 3? Because we all know that DRX historically, even in the earlier stages of the split, were one of the more tiltier teams.
That really is the question, which is why I was curious for your opinion, because Dragon X on paper definitely should be favored, but anything goes here in a best of 1. As Dragon X now on blue side here. Let's see if we get similar bans to game number 1. And if Ornn gets picked, I feel like that was ignored in game number 1 from what I could remember. But similar bans to start us off.
Jace being banned away by Dragon X Damwon, obviously responding with the Zoe. Will we have Callista? Or, okay, we're gonna get Corki banned away again. And these are really peculiar blue side bans. They're clearly aimed at something directly on the side of Damwon, not really pertaining to the meta almost whatsoever. As Senna gets banned away, will Aphelios bite the dust this time around? DRX might just ban Callista on blue side.
Yeah, Dragon X seemed to really hate Corki. Not sure exactly why. Obviously, it is coming back bit by bit. But to show 3 bans now in 3 games is definitely showing where their head is at in terms of that champion. And once again, Callista gets banned, and Varus gets banned, and that leaves Aphelios available. I don't know why they would consider Varus stronger than Aphelios at this point in time, but that's the second time they've done it for Damwon.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what the reasoning would be either, as Damwon now respond with Set and Ezreal on the right-hand side for them. Trundle now going to get locked in here by DRX, and yet again, Azir being hovered. And I find this so interesting. Obviously, Chovy playing a lot more Azir this split, but historically used to actually be pretty vocal about his distaste, or his dislike, generally, for Azir as a champion. And yes, Azir is in the meta right now, it just doesn't feel like a very Chovy kind of champion. And when in game number 1, he picked the LeBlanc, he was pretty comfortable to do it blind. It's so surprising that apparently he doesn't want to do it here.
I don't know what changed. I don't know how game number 2 was more convincing than game number 1. But I guess I was about to say that maybe he wants to create some kind of specific composition, but we know that the players don't necessarily like to prioritize that many times. Again, example, game number 2. Sylas is going to be picked up here in the mid lane, you'd have to imagine. You see that a lot into the Azir, and this time Damwon does not want to deal with Keриa's Thresh.
Sylas and Set both flex picks right now. Set can obviously go mid, top, support. Even some players in solo queue around the world are playing him in jungle. Sylas able to go mid, top, and jungle as well, so it is pretty difficult for DRX to assume what could be going on. And so they ban away the Zillion. Another dual flex champion, Aatrox now is going to bite the dust.
And there is one guy that I've noticed has gone totally untouched so far. It is Ornn. I feel like that would be a pretty nice response from the side of Dragon X. Yes, there can be flexes. You throw the Set down into the bottom side into support. But you're going to get another look at what Damwon are going to pick fourth here. And I don't know, it feels like something that would go very well with what they already have in their composition. You add a lot of engage. You add even more scaling for the Azir Aphelios combo. And it has a pretty good lane into the Set at the same time. But who knows, maybe we'll just see Renekton again.
Could be the case, Aldous, and I would be extremely excited if that would end up happening. As, alright, Akali getting locked in by Damwon. And Akali versus Azir is a really rough matchup if the Azir is really good. And even Set versus Azir is pretty good against Set, so these flexes are leaving me scratching my head a little bit, trying to make sense of what is going on. Braum now being hovered and locked in by DRX. And what are DRX going to blind now? Or not even blind, but what are they going to pick knowing that it could be going up against either Set, Sylas, or Akali? And that's the big question. 3 seconds.
Definitely rough choice, and Karma is going to be the selection here for the top lane for Dragon X.
So I mentioned this before, I believe, in one of the patch note rundowns, that Karma actually received a couple of buffs, and she did get tuned a little bit, and it's almost brought her back to her old state, when she was picker ban, when she was the neutralizing champion up in top lane. And I was really surprised no one around the world was actually picking her. And here she's coming in now in the Dragon X series. She's going to go top lane, and she is able to neutralize the Set, the Sylas, and the Akali, and that's mostly what her role is. So it's a utility champion that makes it so that the opponent isn't really all that effective, and then Karma, no stranger to scaling, she is really strong in the later stages. Damwon with a very wonky team composition that is with a pretty heavy emphasis on individual skill and individual ability to sort of get ahead and try to outplay your opponents.
Otherwise known as Sin.
Well, I don't want to say this is totally Sin here, because
I know.
they have a lot of scaling, and the other thing about it though is versus DRX's composition, it really screams mid-range. This is when I think of a mid-rangey type of team composition, I think Damwon's is basically a spitting image of it.
It certainly looks like a ball of death in the mid lane, especially if they can start off well. Of course, Brad, being last picked here by good old Chad Beryl, is he's going to try to make that bot lane hell for the Aphelios and Braum, and finally try to take advantage of one of these melee tanky supports that we have been calling for with the mage support, and finally does come in. So we'll see if they can make the difference down in the bot lane.
Well, see what the opening is going to be here. If it's just going to be a 5-point start for both of the parties. Some question marks going down onto Ghost. Not really sure what maybe the teammates were talking about. And it is going to be a 5-point opening for both teams. No one willing to take any risk. And the way that it currently stands is Dragon X, I would say that not only do they have a better cohesive draft, they just have better stages of almost each, or they have a better stage of the game at each point, early, mid, and late. Because even in the mid game, which is when Damwon's team composition really starts to flourish, there's just so much shielding and defensiveness that's able to be used by DRX that it really invalidates a lot of the hard-on engage that Damwon wants to try to accomplish, and it's going to leave the Ezreal sort of as the lone champion that's going to be able to try to do anything unless DRX really messes up.
We take a look at the runes there for just a split second. Don't want to give you guys too much information. As now, we will actually give you the full information. We do have one Scorch in the game. That is the Karma against a melee champion in the top side. You could imagine the Gathering Storm would be pretty nice for the later game for the Karma, but if she really wants to be a lane bully, this is another choice that we oftentimes do see up in the top side. And it's going to be really annoying for Nuguri to deal with that Karma. I do also like the Karma as a kind of Zillion light. You know, he doesn't have the res, but she has the speed boost plus a lot more shielding, so it's like support in a different kind of way. As Zillion, you know, mainly in game number 2, he wasn't doing the majority of the damage, but he was enabling so much damage and advantages and utility in the game, and Karma will be offering the same there from the top.
Yeah, let's see how this matchup. Okay, we got a pretty hefty trade here.
Look at Pyoshi, he's just running through the turret. No, you do not. There's the amazing pillar. Oh, he's nearly going to get away. Let's try one more time. The answer is going to be... Oh, that was close. Pyoshi.
Well,
interesting.
I mean,
doesn't matter, though. That was a sick setup, how they were able to make that happen.
Yeah, they made that work so well, and that was a really great pillar. I'm not even sure how the second magical journey activation even works. I would have thought that it would just kick them out again, but there's a mechanic there that I'm just really not understanding.
I think it's because when he places
the
the
Trundle
pillar,
deals it.
right?
I'm not. Yeah, I guess it displaces them in the moment. I'm just gonna be completely honest. I don't know how the mechanic works. I'm sure the collective knows, or other people, maybe Bard enthusiasts, are aware of how that goes down. But nonetheless, it was a really good setup by Pyosik, running down, taking the turret shots. And you can tell Damwon, they probably weren't anticipating that. They probably thought they were completely safe with the Magical Journey. And we'll take a look at it one more time. Not sure why from this camera angle, but we can't see the Trundle running in. Magical Journey gets cast, and then watch the pillar. It rips them right out of it and allows for everyone to get on. And it almost looks like they didn't know if they could even retake it. They do. And then right at the very end, you can see Deft actually clicked backwards, and it looked like he wasn't going to be able to get it. And that's why Pyosik flashed.
좀만 줄게. 갈게.
This
I'll
is a
go.
crazy
트런들 높여, 바드 높여, 바드 높여.
gank, by the way.
이제까지 볼게. 이제 한번 탄다 이거.
쏠 수 있어.
나이스.
Yeah,
둘 다
they're
잡자,
gonna
둘
take
다,
the portal,
둘 다.
you can
한 대.
stop it
바드.
nicely.
슬로우 못 쳤어. 슬로우 못 쳤어.
나이스 기둥. 잡았어.
I got him. He said, like,
It's like,
sorry. Like, almost like sorry, yeah.
Yeah. My bad.
Yeah. Well, nonetheless, the Aphelios is really strong right here. 2-0-0 down in the bot lane.
You see his scoreline?
Some might.
2-0-0.
Yeah, I mean, it really does look like 200.
Yeah, it's strange how those numbers line up in that manner. It's almost like it was meant to be. The Trundle tried to stop it from happening, but it didn't quite pan out. Barrel looks like he's going to be fine. They're not going to attack him here. Pyosik and Keria very much trying to put on the pressure after they basically just blew the lane open in the bottom side. The Ezreal is actually going to get ahead in CS after he cleans up this wave, which is not what you would expect, but you know, he's still down 2 kills as Chovy just gonna pop Showmaker away, trading ult for ult here.
And the camera does pan up to the top lane, which is peek at Karma versus Set, and it has to be a really annoying lane for Set. There's no way to really move Karma. And then because of how good her sustain is, it's not even like Set can actually whittle away at her. So even though he's not ever really going to be prone to dying, it's just one of those matchups that it's so aggravating. And it's probably very frustrating also for Nuguri, even himself. I don't know how much he's maybe played the matchup, given that it's not super popular, as he might even die right now.
Oh, well, he's trying to delay it as much as possible. Goes for the flash, but just gets burned down. Canyon also making his way up here. Looks like Pyosik is going to be the sacrificial lamb to get Doran to safety. Top laners still having their teleports, so the lane just going to be pushed out there by the Akali. And just a 1-for-1 in the end, but the Akali did miss some CS in the mid lane as another trade in the bottom side. They really can't even get close to the lane now.
Yeah, and one of the things that I do want to point out, though, is that Showmaker, he manages to go up to top lane, but he's doing such a good job in the CS department. This really is not how the lane should typically be going. Chovy is down right now. He does have his teleport still in his pocket. He has the Lost Chapter as he's returning. DRX just continuing to shove the bot lane in over and over and over. They should manage to get a plate here now, finally, as Ghost takes a little bit of chip damage, doesn't quite have his turret up, or his teleport back up yet, as you can see Pyosik making his way onto the right-hand side. He feels comfortable doing this, knowing that his bot lane has priority as Zir just returned into the mid lane. And so nothing should really go too wrong. And, you know, even with everything else going on, probably wouldn't be that bad of an opportunity to try to look to pick up the Mountain Drake, because you know Ghost has no mana, doesn't have teleport, Barrel needs to recall himself, and your Azir has total domination over mid lane right now, and he can play right-hand side pocket. So I would be pretty surprised not to see Pyosik pick up the dragon within the next minute or so.
Yeah, of course he can clear his jungle first, get those resets going, but we do take a look here at the replay. Pretty straight up, he just didn't have vision in the river, and Doran was able to lock him down, so it does create that play, but Canyon was on the way, and Showmaker did have to blow his flash just to pick up the 1-for-1, so they kind of make the most of a good gank from Dragon X to try to pull something back for Damwon. As now Canyon, I believe he may have even seen Pyoshik going into that Dragon Pit with the ward expertly placed by Damwon, and he's just going to take down Shelly extremely early.
Well, Pyoshik did manage to pick up the Mountain Dragon. We'll see what they can do with Shelly. This is, like you said, an extremely early capture. I don't even know where they're going to utilize her. Most likely on mid-turret would be the best, because otherwise you're never getting any damage onto Azir's turret. Canyon also moving into the blue. Now this is a little bit risky. Azir has prio in mid, and you must know that Pyoshik has to be moving over here because the dragon did end up going down. It would only make sense for him to be around here, and you can see he's chasing out Canyon, and they want to give the blue over to Chovy. Pyoshik also didn't even have the smite, not that Canyon would know that. And now they're fighting over a scuttle.
Yeah, Gary actually gets here first. That's a big Emperor's Divide. They immediately take Silas out of the fight, turning this into a 4-on-3. Make that 2. Can they pick up anything else? The Magical Journey comes in, trying to save Beryl and Showmaker, who will flash the wall. Beryl quite fast on the Bard with the Swifties. As meanwhile, he had to leave the bottom lane, and one-on-one, of course, Deft is going to win in that lane. So all across the board, big wins here for Dragon X.
Yeah, these are super big. They end up stunting basically all of the control and the priority that Damwon might have been able to get going for them off that Herald capture, and it was off the back of Canyon being super greedy, coin flipping whether or not Pyoshik would be running over to the blue buff. He ends up getting caught. They turn onto the Scuttle Crab, and I don't even know why he's even bothering with the Scuttle Crab at this point. You know that everyone's in such close proximity. They had Beryl here as well, but like you said, a really good Emperor's Divide. Canyon dies before being able to do anything. Nuguri dies in the middle of the Superflex, and then it was Showmaker and Beryl just trying to hightail it out of there. Ends up having to use the flash on the Akali, and these are really problematic things that are happening here in this game number 3. DRX, they find themselves with a 3,000 gold advantage, and Valdez, we also have, finally, a good Dragon Soul that's going to be on the menu. It'll either be Infernal or Ocean, both of which are super good for Dragon X. Obviously, if they get Ocean Dragon, I think it's probably going to be impossible for Damwon's team composition to ever do anything, whereas Infernal, you could still wombo combo DRX and manage to kill them.
Yeah, they need a lot to go right before that does even open itself up as an opportunity to Damwon, of course. Nice avoidance of the gank that time around. Chovy's Azir looking a bit better compared to game number 2, rather. So he's just going to skirt away. Nuguri still hating this top lane. It's definitely one of the most annoying lanes to play against, because there's just never going to be a chance unless your jungle comes. As speaking of which, taking the turret aggro here is Doran, and just accepts his fate there at the end and says, yep, I'm just going to die.
That's pretty nice right now for Damwon. They need whatever sort of small edges they can end up getting here, as they're not gonna, or Nuguri backed up actually pretty far amount. Didn't look like he wants to go for turret plate. I think he's still not gonna commit to getting the turret plate. So the indecisiveness ends up resulting in him not getting anything, and even Pyoshik turns, I can't make sense of anything that's happening. There was 4 minions, which is quite a bit of XP, and it's effectively a jungle camp. You know that the Gromp's coming up, and Pyoshik turns around like he has a hot date to get to somewhere else on the map, but there's nothing else to do while he's waiting for his Gromp. So he could have just picked up the CS underneath the turret, gotten the XP. There's nothing to worry about concealing where he could be. Doran, like you said, he takes up the turret aggro. There was really no living for him. And at this point, DRX, they're still pretty far ahead, 45 seconds until Cloud Dragon comes up. They should be the ones that do end up getting that. I would be surprised if Damwon contests.
Yeah, I don't believe they will. They have a decent amount of vision around that area. You can see double control ward over the dragon pit, and even a third control ward on the actual dragon himself. So they're at least going to slow down an attempt from Dragon X as they try to take out a bunch of the vision to make their way into that objective. And until that does happen, which, as I was talking about, this is one of the cases where you might want to take that Cloud Drake and actually prioritize it just to get some Cloud, or just some Dragon stacks for your team as soon as possible to get to a better Cloud Soul. They should be putting their focus onto that objective as it does just spawn, but with Canyon and Showmaker coming over the wall, they are going to be spotted here by Pioshik, who says, well, not today, guys. I'm just going to back away.
Meanwhile, up in top lane, you see Doran trying to shove in the way past the Iceborne Gauntlet already completed. And this is another one of those builds, Valdez, where I just have to point it out. Sylas, Akali, Ezreal, and Bard all dealing magic damage for the most part. Ezreal deals a small bit, or not a small bit.
1v2.
Okay, well, Bard just got deleted. Take it away, Valdez.
You gotta know that that's what that Aphelios is gonna do, and now they're using so many teleports to just get on in here. Currently turning into a 4-on-3 with a very weak Braum. Will force that flash away, but here comes Chovy. They will definitely look to be turning this one around, but they do have to be a bit careful. Flash over the wall here from Ghost, trying to gain some room. Canyon frontlining, but here's Chovy. Not really able to find that ultimate just yet. He is going to push them away for the damage, but flashes and dies. As Pioshik and Doran trying to make the most of this to try to shore up this fight, as Trundle is actually incredibly strong in this point in time. Uses his flash to desperately try to get the kill onto Nuguri. It is not going to work. Beryl showing up there a little bit late to the party, and, well, at the end of the day, that's a lot used just to collapse here onto the Aphelios that's really beginning to become a problem.
Yeah, Deft, he flashes out of the Bard ultimate, not wanting to immediately get caught up, but honestly, an assassination came in immediately on the backs of Showmaker and Nuguri. Doran trying to do everything that he could. Keria flashes into a stun as Doran tries to dish out as much damage as possible. And then you pay attention here, Pioshik missing a lot of auto attacks, even canceling some. Chovy trying to deal as much damage as he possibly can. Gets clipped by Nuguri for the true damage. Didn't get the Emperor's Divide off probably as quick as he wanted. And then you pay attention to what ends up happening right here, and just a lot of lost opportunity and damage by Pioshik even. And it ends up allowing Nuguri to actually live, get another Haymaker off as well. And Damwon, they propelled themselves back into this game, but the action doesn't end.
Yeah, they do force that flash away as Pillar, we are beginning to realize, very much so is extremely effective against the Magical Journey every single time. Beryl forced the flash that time around. The Emperor's Divide, not sure if that was necessary, but it does secure the flash, I suppose. As after that fight, Damwon have actually caught up a bit here in the gold, and you were talking about how their mid-game composition is quite strong. The only thing that they can't really match here is Deft at this point, because he is just he's sitting pretty with 3 kills and probably a lot of XP on his side. Well, actually, as I say that, I see he's down a level to Ghost, so not 100% sure how that did happen, but that does invalidate that point. As now, finally, they're going to make their way in here to the Cloud Drake and take this one away. Let's see which one it is. It will be a Ocean Soul that does come down here.
I think that's the best possible role for DRX. But even for Damwon, if they can end up starting to get Ocean Drakes under their belt, clearly they are still extremely far away from a soul capture, but I think it would be much more ideal than an Infernal, because it would be so hard to die as Akali, Set, and Sylas if you end up having that Ocean Soul under your belt. So take a look at the gold difference over time, and there is quite a big sink, as quite a fall off, and that all came from that fight down in bot lane. And don't forget that as this game is going to start going on, the Karma will start getting scarier. Set is probably out of fuel now in terms of future items. He has Black Cleaver and Deadman's, and the Black Cleaver, he's going to apply some armor shred, but everyone on his team is dealing magic damage, which is a bit unfortunate, so it makes even less sense than when the Misfortune was on his team. And now we're entering into the lull state. This is when a lot of champions, they're going to have time to sort of build up resources, intentionally not take team fights. Karma should get to the Athenes. It looks like Trundle gearing towards the Warmogs. Luden's already complete for the Azir. And Aphelios, he's moving towards his third completed item.
Yeah, did complete the 2 right now. We will have to see and observe exactly how much gold he does have in his pockets and how close he is getting to that stage. We haven't seen Ghost be able to do much in this game just yet, but now I think he will be a bit unlocked as he has entered the mid lane. And this is when the Ezreal begins to just, you know, chill out there, get a bunch of pokes down, and really control a lot of space with his reach with his kit. So we see that Ghost is really trying to pull that off here in the mid lane for now. Again, not really much going on, as was excellently pointed out by my co-commentator, Lesnek. Did say that, yeah, we are here in the lull state, and the teams aren't really going to butt heads if they don't have a big reason to. We do see that Braum is looking for some kind of flank here, but mostly just chilling out and helping his AoE machine. The 80 carry, of course. Deft push in and take out the turret.
Yeah, they end up raising that turret, and their gold advantage is only at about 1,000. And the next team fight that ends up taking place is really going to dictate the future pacings of this game. Chovy still going to be ways away from any third item completion. Morello completed by Showmaker. And that does mean that he's going to be stuck a little bit as the Akali, at least before this next team fight. Perhaps he can get a stopwatch, most likely, as one of his recipe items that he can try to have. Because otherwise, this team fight should go the way of DRX, the way that things currently do stand. And that's going to be really scary. If Damwon does, in fact, lose the next fight in front of the Ocean Dragon, if it goes the way of DRX, they're threatening Soul Point so early on inside of the game, it creates so much pressure.
Yeah, it will be difficult to deal with, and this isn't a Cloud Soul or anything like that. This is big guy Ocean Drake. He just provides so much value to your team, and regardless of what kind of composition you have. It's pretty overtuned at the moment, and so every team is going to be very happy to try to pick up that objective. As speaking of which, Dragon X are really just trying to find whatever value they can before this Drake does come up, as that will be the focal point. You see that Chovy's going to take one last wave up in the top side. He's about to have teleport, whereas Nuguri, who will be matching that push, does himself. And with 40 seconds left, trying to get position there on that Drake, but you'll notice that Dragon X don't really have much vision. Just kind of going to have to slowly push in there. There's no, you know, teleport wards really around the area. There's no control wards or any type of vision. And so they will have to just do it the old-fashioned way and slowly push in, I suppose.
10 seconds now until Ocean is going to be up. Doesn't look like Akali did manage to pick up a stopwatch, so item advantage, at least currently, should be considered in DRX's favor. They're holding a phalanx as they try to approach this area. That could be good for Set, who's looking for a flank. Yoshik actually taking quite a bit of damage. He does have the Warmogs, so we should be able to heal it up. And you can see Damwon, they are really trying to make something happen here. They get the flash out of Nuguri, who you can see he's not autoing the minions because he doesn't want to drop. Oh, well, now he did. Didn't want to drop the dead man's active.
Here we go. The steal is going to be in effect.
Keria?
Keria, a little bit of an awkward spot, but he is a Braum. And all action, thankfully, is avoided.
He used his stopwatch, which was definitely unintentional. You can see Showmaker waiting on the horizon. Everyone on DRX are so clumped up. Pillar comes out.
Someone has to be careful about this. They do have a lot of mobility, though, so I suppose they will be okay, even up against Braum Trundle.
Well, this does mean that the game probably is going to enter into yet another standstill. Damwon, they bought themselves a lot of time by stealing away that Ocean Dragon. The question ends up becoming, though, is what are they going to do with it? So when I mentioned the completion of the Morello, it just means that Akali, it's going to be a while for her to get to her next core item now. Just sitting on the Oblivion Orb, you allocate 1,400 golds towards the upgrade, and it's used to get as much effective stats during this team fight, but now she's going to be ways away from the Zanya's Hourglass, and that does mean that she's going to effectively be the same champion for several minutes. Azir, I believe he's pretty close to getting the Banshee's Veil, and obviously Aphelios pretty close himself to his third completed item. He already has the Hex Drinker as well as the Warhammer, so looks like he's going to be picking up the Maw of Malmortius, I do believe. Nuguri just trying to shove in down here in the bot lane. Might be Warmogs as well for Nuguri. And we just have to wonder what is going to end up happening with lots and lots of ping pong continuing to go on here, because the Aphelios and the Azir, they're scaling up so nicely. The Karma is just going to continue to get more and more supportive items, and that's going to be pretty problematic for Damwon's hard-on dive.
It absolutely will. Just a little bit more staying power there as on vision come Garia and Pioshik. Spotted out. And yeah, just, okay, well, this is what we were talking about with this. Okay, double teleport. And I don't know if they're even going to be able to get on top of Doran. I feel like he just says, okay, I'll flash away, but that does leave him very vulnerable here to the Bard. He will just stand and hold his ground. But meanwhile, on the other side of the map, remember, they're going up against a Azir here. A third teleport will be used by Nuguri to get in position, and now Deft. They're going to chunk out Beryl, but actually being zoned there for a bit. They're just going to back off of this, as they could have gone for a 50-50, but I suppose they did not want to here, as double Emperor's Divides come in there at the end, and the assassination is going to come through, and Dragon X is just being routed entirely by Damwon with that follow-up play, as they do zone away Deft and get on top of him, and the Baron will be Damwon's.
So the Baron now going over to Damwon, that was a very interesting Hail Mary attempt on the Baron. You know that that Canyon is in close proximity. They can't even burst it down fast enough. They don't have something like Leandri's or whatnot on Azir giving that extra little bit of damage. He's itemized, very utility focused. He just has the Nashers of Blue. He's building towards the Banshee's Veil. And Aphelios, yeah, he's really great at shredding it, but just not quite in time. Teleport came in, as you mentioned, and then it was really easy for all the other Damwon members to end up getting to the Baron fight and collapsing. And you have to wonder, is it sort of tilt? And it's so bizarre to see it because it's not like their champions scale badly.
No, I mean, they were sitting on Karma, like Karma, Azir, Aphelios. What, you don't have to force really anything. You were gonna get a win, even if the Karma died. I mean, could Damwon Gaming realistically have gone all the way up to the Baron and taken it away 5v4? Highly doubtful, especially with their composition. But I suppose they thought, okay, well, we have Azir, we have a lot of Baron damage, let's go ahead and take it. And then everything just collapsed after that decision. And now they find themselves in a really horrible spot. They're going to have to wait and sit back to try to scale up here, I'd say probably 10-15 minutes to have a good chance in this one. Whereas Damwon should have control for a bit with this Baron, as you can see, trying to push in to the bottom side. Now they still have the scaling within their composition, so it's not over yet.
Well, Damwon, they're going to pick themselves up yet another Ocean Dragon. Don't think there's probably any way, yeah, there's no way actually for them to steal this. And DRX are looking a bit lost in this game right now. They're only down, they're only down about 2,000 gold, but it's just a lot of posturing that is necessary, and I imagine that they're going to continue to be reckless moving forward in this game. I mean, Baron, it's almost expired. And in that regard, Damwon, they don't have the best Baron type of team composition, at least not in terms of making use of it. Third items have all sort of come in now at this point. Void Staff completed on the Akali. Warmogs on Nuguri. Blade of the Ruin King there on Ezreal. And now we're just going to continue to keep getting more and more utility items. Zanya's probably going to be completed next onto Canyon. Baron's about to fade out. And DRX, they are still in this game. It's not like they're out of it. But when are they going to actually group together and take a legitimate team fight? That's going to be scary. And like we were mentioning way earlier on, there's a lot of individual playmaking in Damwon's team composition in that the Akali in the set can really try to make something happen. And if DRX positions poorly, they could still lose.
Yeah, I mean, they're still going up against a couple of carries that do have a healthy amount of gold in their pockets. And it's partially because Damwon are so far away from the Ocean Soul that Dragon X will have a bit of room to breathe after a couple of very just interesting decisions, I suppose we can call them, on the map. Ghost has been given a new breath of fresh air. He's only 300 gold behind the Aphelios at this point. So will be able to dish out his own fair share of damage. Also picked up the red buff. But yeah, I think we're going to be looking at about 8 more minutes of this. I don't think Damwon can take a big fight at the Dragon right now and just push it down without Baron and win the game. I think there will be another fight at this next Dragon. And then we'll probably have to wait for the fight for the Ocean Soul, I would imagine. But we'll have to wait and see how clean Damwon can be from this position and if they can actually close this one out.
Well, 3,000 gold lead exactly for Damwon. Baron coming up again in a minute and 20 seconds. And that's going to be the fight that should almost certainly decide the game. I can imagine that the gold advantage that can end up being accrued if Damwon wins that is more than enough to just eventually close the game. They'll convert into another Ocean Drake that'll bring the game to Soul Point as well. And if they're winning team fights at this stage of the game, things are going to look pretty grim. Here we go.
Canyon's just going to do one better, essentially, at the end, but now it's Dragon X's turn to call in the teleports. Just the one from Doran, whereas the CD, the cooldown, is up here from Damwon on all those teleports that they did use earlier on down in the bottom side. So nice little try. Chovy also did have to flash away from that one, but Canyon traded there in the end. And once again, we will kind of just settle back into farming and ping-ponging the lanes.
Well, 1 minute until the Dragon ends up coming up. You can see DRX now posturing on the left-hand side of the map. Ping goes down onto the Azir, down in bot lane. There's another wave coming in. Chovy does have teleport available. Should be able to clear that one out before moving over. As another item, big one, picked up by Deft. Now going to be at 3 of the crit items with the Mob. Now Mortius, really effective against Damwon's team composition. Mortal Reminder now picked up by Ghost as well, so bit of healing reduction, and there's a decent bit of healing on the side of DRX. Trundle, Karma with that Athene's and the Ardent Sensor even is there as well. Helios has a bit inside of him, and Damwon, they could just wait for Ocean Dragon to be up and then use that as a means to pincer DRX. In that DRX can't be walking into Damwon because it's all too easy for Damwon to set up flanks and whatnot that can really just break DRX.
Okay, Dragon X, they decide, let's not waste any more time. We want to fight right now. And Chovy is going to get in there with a bunch of soldiers and do crazy damage. Pyosik out of the fight here. They're trying to burst down the Baron. It's not quite going to get there. As he's slow. Okay, there's that set ultimate into the backline, but he's taking a lot of damage here. The Baron will go the way of Ezreal for his team. And now the chase ability here from Dragon X is not great. They do get the root down, but it just does not matter as Ghost is able to flash away. Meanwhile, Showmaker TPing down to the bottom side did try to do a little bit of damage there. They're really trying to pull the map apart as Nuguri also in the top side with the Baron.
I don't even know what DRX is doing right now. They just had 3 members in mid lane. None of them think to move over towards the Ocean Dragon. They know that the other members of Damwon are recalling. Azir can make his way over. Maybe the argument is that Akali's in the Fog of War. Who cares? You have 3 members. You know that other ones are coming off of a recall. You have Vision on Nuguri in top lane. I'm completely, I'm bewildered. Take it away, Valdez.
I think I have to. We're reaching danger LS mauled zone right now, and for a good reason, to be honest. Dragon X do not look clean. This is part of the reason. Well, I'm gonna hold that thought as we are getting player voice.
They're saying that to Baron.
아무도 안 해주는데.
Not so great, not so great. The engage, and then they see the going to Baron. Let's get out of here.
바텀 텔 봐줘야 돼.
And you can see from this point, there was no way that Ezreal, Bard, and Sylas would ever be able to go to the Ocean Dragon. There was no way from that replay. And it's not like DRX didn't have vision of them. They did. And they sent someone back to deal with Showmaker that was the Azir. They had vision of the set. I'm just speechless. Seeing
literally
a lot
speechless.
of, I'm literally speechless just seeing the decisions by DRX in this game.
Yeah, we're seeing them, but it's almost like we can't believe our eyes. And what I wanted to say is that I think this is one of the reasons why Dragon X kind of fell out of that tier, you know, that S tier of the LCK, and really the only 2 teams up there are T1 and Gen G. Like, Dragon X are so close, and you can see the potential. I mean, Game 1 was a laughable stomp. Like, it wasn't even close. But then they just totally fall apart. And it really does seem to be their mental game that gets out of hand, where they just don't really seem to know what to do. Maybe it's a little bit of tilt, maybe it's a little bit of panic once they get behind, and it has been a weakness of Dragon X here in 2020 that has been pretty obvious, as I suppose it does stand to say that, of course, Damwon does seem to have a knack for taking out very strong teams in recent times. They took out T1, and now they're on the brink of taking out Dragon X after that last couple of engagements.
Yeah, and right now, Damwon, they're up about exactly 6,000 gold. 2.5 minutes until Soul Point comes online. That's going to be the Ocean Soul for them. That's fantastic. And so many things. Yeah, it's absolutely game over, and we can see how hard it is for Damwon to actually utilize the Baron buff, because there's a lot of wave clear on the side of DRX, and there's not a whole lot of siege on the side of Damwon. Nuguri actually was pinned there. And no one, okay, well, I guess that's what happens when you don't have a Philios or a Azir
Yeah. And no
near
vision
the
either.
set. Things are looking really rough. Also, there's a Duskblade of Drakthar on Ezreal, and if that doesn't just encapsulate the series, I don't know what else does.
Yeah. You want to? Do you think? What do you think is his reason for building that in this case over Leandri's, which I assume is your would be your item of choice, or maybe Guardian Angel, or maybe like 7 other items that might be better. But what do you think?
I think Leandre's is probably really good. Ezreal has so many AP ratios. It also just helps him so well. Guardian Angel, obviously, I think is the standard one. Bloodthirster, another item that he could end up picking up in this game here that would just make so much more sense. I really can't think of a reason for the Duskblade, because it's not like you're really going to be utilizing its passive all that often, and so you might just rather have either Edge of Night or Yumu's. But hold on, we got a mini team fight.
Yeah, Nuguri, he's pretty tanky. I mean, this isn't like the set that's going to go into your backline and one-shot someone. This is the set that's going to engage and then survive for a long time, if you guys do take a look at his item build. And while they all try to collapse and use teleports, desperately trying to kill this guy, which actually might happen now, a really fantastic pillar this time around, but it's still taking so long. Look at that massive shield. He's not going to survive at the end, but still just so much used, as Canyon just going to delay the backs. As meanwhile in the base, okay, with Azir going back, it looks like they will have to back away, but it's one kill for the one inhibitor. The one in the top lane just barely is going to survive. Could have been two inhibitors if Showmaker did stay, but with the Baron about to be available, I suppose they wanted to be safe. But as I say that, they just push in, take that, and now they can go to this ocean.
Okay, they're gonna try to pick up this ocean. Canyon, it's not worth losing his life over because Baron is up. And so if he would fail, give that over to DRX, and then he dies, they would certainly then lose the follow-up Baron. That would be really problematic. So both inhibitors just went down. Fortunately for DRX, it's the top inhibitor as well as the mid inhibitor that went down. So they're going to always be able to be in close proximity to the Baron, given that you're always going to have a carry trying to shove back out the top minion wave. And obviously, mid lane is not the end of the world by any means. Redemption comes out in this replay to try to stop Death's Recall. But Nuguri getting pinned again. That was, again, another really great pillar to pin the set in that Haymaker. 1,203 damage.
It's okay. It's all right. I mean, he's not building damage, by the way. Like, this is...
yeah, it's pure tank set.
Yeah, he's still, you know, still able to merely assassinate you just with his pure ability. As now they are going to take this down. The Baron once again looking to turn onto Pioshik. Doesn't quite pan out, and that pillar is really starting to be a thorn in their side.
Triple teleport available though, so there is potential for Damwon to perhaps front door. Okay, well.
They're pinging it now as the Baron does go down, and
Here
now
it
the
is.
TPs are going to come out here. They're going to try to delay the backs. It will be up to Showmaker. He's the only one that did go back. As now we do have teleport number 2. Teleport number 3 will be starting to channel. They're going to chunk down this turret, and Showmaker and Ghost alone in the backside with the set, trying to stop them, but they do get the double kill. In goes Canyon trying to take it down, but he can't get the autos as Nuguri's trying to do it too, but nobody can auto the Nexus. It's going to survive at 66 health. Somehow, some way, Dragon X are not going to lose this game just yet.
Oh, if you're Showmaker right now, you have the flash available. He has to... I don't even know what he's thinking. I don't know if the death timers are actually big enough. There's no teleport available. DRX might just run it right up mid lane. And what a ending to this game. If this is going to be it, I think it is Valdez.
It is. This is how they lose the game. Oh, that's gotta feel so bad. If they have that win, also they make it into playoffs, and just like that, they're gonna drop it to Dragon X with the Baron, who push in to win the game. Little bit of a Emperor's Divide on your Nexus, trying to just show him up, and oh man, I think it was 66 health, might have been after a tick of regen that it was 66, but we got down to just one auto, and they weren't able to put it home. I don't understand. That's so close.
Take it away, Valdez. I don't... Oh my... I don't remember the last... That is such a close ending. And then again, What a call. We knew that it was maybe coming. When the Baron posturing was happening, they had all the teleports available. The stars aligned for it. And there is a world where things do happen a little bit differently, even in that moment, and Damwon walks away victorious. If they play that situation, can't even speak, situation out so many different times, Showmaker had Flash, and he didn't end up using it, that could have been the difference at the very end. So hopefully he doesn't beat himself up that much. And what an ending. I don't think anyone was really anticipating it to be that close. The Korean casters look a bit amused as well, and I have nothing to say. The DRX, I feel like they really robbed Damwon here.
They did. They absolutely did. That should have been their game to win, and we're going to see the replay. You see the teleports? I think they could have come out sooner, to be honest.
Yeah. The TPs definitely could have come out sooner, and just take a look at the autos. And Nuggery doing such a good job at locking people up right now. And take a look at Showmaker. He gets hit by the Emperor's Divide. One auto is all that they needed. You can see Bard.
There.
Yeah, Bard even trying to go forward. Kyria doing such a good job too. Everyone trying to get in here. Oh man. I think Nuggery hit it. And you have to wonder if he had a... I don't even know. 36 apparently.
36. Oh boy. I think it was 26 actually. I think I heard it was 26. You have to flash. As you called it, you were like, "Oh man, Showmaker has flash. He is going to be kicking himself." And absolutely, I mean that's rough. And we've seen that play many times before. I think with the double super minion, you got to teleport as 3 as a team right away. And then the other 2 members just go in there and suicide and stop the backs. And with the amount of damage that late in the game, I think he could have just blown it up. But they just like waited until, I don't know, slowly 4 members and then 3 members and then 2 members dogged them down. And it was like a little bit indecisive. And that ended up being the straw that broke the camel's back, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, what a game too. And the really worrying thing is, remember, this was the start of this game. Deft getting 2 kills, down in bot lane, on the Aphelios. So many things going Dragon X's way all throughout the game, and the bottom team fight, it ended up taking place, if you remember that one, that's where everything sort of flipped on its head, and it's really worrying if you are a DRX fan. Because it feels like whenever they're even, or even slightly behind, they really, really crack and don't hold it together. And when Chovy's on these champions that have to make really big outplays or have to be in control of things, sometimes it almost feels like he's a little bit too pressured to do something, and he ends up just completely whiffing.
And we did see a bit of that here today. This is one of those moments where it's like, oh, we're going to have, the double Emperor's Divide. 2-3 members are going to get hit by it, but it just gets really down dirty and messy. And this is one of the fights where Damwon were actually able to clean up. And you can see Set is a fun champion. He had multiple moments like that. So many calls in this game, like shot calls from both teams were just all over the place, from Dragon X, from Damwon Gaming, and it really showed. There wasn't too many team fights, but when they happened, it was just like very messy.
Well, Dragon X, with these type of team compositions, I guess things do get a bit scary for them. Credit to Damwon though. Even though they did end up losing, I felt like they played pretty well to come back inside of this game. They did what their team composition needed to do. They kept up the smoke and mirrors at certain points in order to really finagle themselves into advantageous positions. And again, here at the very end, there's a world where Showmaker, you see, is kiting towards the right, towards the Azir. But if he was just kiting towards the left, utilizing Flash, he would have been able to get the auto attack off. And Damwon would have won this game.
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, those are the moments that can make the difference between a win and a loss, as we saw in a very literal case in this game.
집만 끊어볼래 아니면? 집 끊어볼래? 바로
Let's hear what they had to say here, actually.
이거 해볼게. 집 끊어봐.
Try it.
오케이 막을게.
야 무조건 끊어봐. 무조건 끊을게.
We'll stop
미는 좀.
them, we'll stop.
가자. 나 2주도 텔 타는 게 어때? 못 끊으면? 오케이. 나 텔 탈게.
How about we all teleport?
가운데
into base?
다 간다.
Everybody's coming. Nice.
넥서스. 제발.
Please.
세트. 이거 쳐봐. 아, 필이 괜찮았다. 얘네 못 끝내.
So, now we're seeing it from
뛰어야 돼.
DRX's perspective. 섬들다.
이제
Israel.
아칼리 이거 버려 세트 무시해 이거 사이 자 세트 바드
야 미드.
밀어봐
Game's over.
미드 제발 펴줘
텔몇 개?
So,
야 진막게 내가
I'll cover the base.
야 진막게
제발. Please. Please.
끝날 수 있나 이거?
안 되더라도 싸워 싸워야 돼
Can we end? There's some questioning in there as well.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I don't know.
문대고 타올게
Obviously, emotions are running extremely high at this point.
트레 오른쪽
Really fast.
거리 거
나 이거 우물에
And yeah, I think that tells the whole story.
One of the things that's so surprising, and I don't mean to take away from the intensity of that situation, is Ghost's perspective. He waited for his teammates to call in the teleport rather than just using F keys. To look at the base and make the decision himself, that was one of the most surprising things for me.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about that, like, if those two other teleporters, had they gone even 0.2 seconds earlier, it would have been enough.
Yeah.
0.1 seconds. I mean, it was such a close call that had one person react in even a split second faster, it would have meant the difference between losing and winning the game.
Well, I think Faker would have definitely F-keyed to the Nexus there. He would have been able to see that from everyone's perspective. And speaking of Faker, he'll be coming up in the next series. But player of the game is going to be Keria.
Yeah, I feel like people just didn't really know who to vote for, to be honest. Because the game was so all over the place, and nobody really expected. Like, this is not really a.
Well, I voted for Toby because so many of the Emperor's Divide were really clutch. And this one right here, the one that caught Akali, yes, Showmaker had a part in that. Keria obviously was, I believe he was the one really starting to make a lot of these calls in this fight, also blocking the Bard.
He also hopped forward and exhausted Ezreal. So that was definitely a key part. As, okay, 6 out of 9 is going to be the vote there for the Braum.
Well, Valdez here, voting for Pioshik.
Yeah, he had some really good pillars. Either way, I'm going to hand it over to Ji-sun, who's going to give us the translation with Keria.
Congratulations on the win, Keria. How
저희가
do you feel
실수를 많이
right now?
했는데 이렇게
We made
잘
a lot of
이기게 돼서
mistakes.
좋고
However, I'm happy that we were
개인적으로
able to get a
최근에
win.
컨디션도 안 좋고 경기
Recently,
전에
I wasn't
엄청
having the
몸이 안
best condition,
좋았는데
and especially
MVP
today,
이렇게
I
두번
was
받아서
feeling
좋은
so
것
sick
같습니다.
before the game. So happy that I got 2 MVPs in a row.
속이 그렇게 안 좋았다면서 그래서
Yeah, I
혹시
heard you
문제가
were
생기면
feeling sick.
또 저희가 또 양해를 구해야 되는 거라 저는 통보를
So
받았었는데
there
말씀은
could
안
have been a
드렸습니다만
potential
그렇게
pause.
잘 극복했어요.
But how did
일단
you overcome
들어가니까
this?
아팠던
How
게
are you feeling
없었는데
right
어떻게 된
now?
거예요?
예, 경기 시작하기 전에
Well, before going into
던졌는데
game,
이제
I felt really
흑병이
bad, but
이거
Deft
뒤에서 이거
was
해줘가지고 이제
keep like
좀
me
더러운 얘기
behind, so I
예,
was able
그래가지고
to
좀
like
속이
go to
편해졌어요.
like bathroom and throw up a little bit, so I felt much more comfortable right now.
데프트는 뱀픽의 신이기도 하고 뭐 만지만도 쓰고
Well,
엄마 손이기도
I guess
하고
definitely
그거
Deft
같은데.
helped you out a lot.
마지막 장면 한번 얘기해 볼게요.
So the last game, we heard off the record the mic check, and it was like going wild. Damwon was trying the Baron, and who made calls at the moment? Game number 3, how did it end exactly?
일단 저희가 초반에 잘
Well,
굴려놓고
we
중후반에 실수를 많이 해서
snowballed really well in the
그
early game, but we made too
마음속으로
many
진짜 힘들겠다
mistakes in mid and
생각했는데
late game, so
마지막에
we
이제
felt it's gonna be really hard. But in
상대
the end,
바론 쪽에서 구도가 좀 적혀
well,
잡혀서
we had a very
진짜
good
마지막이다
positioning
하고
around
싸웠는데
Baron,
갑자기
so we
탭으로
thought
바뀌길래
it was gonna be the last chance,
씨,
and
어떡하냐
then they
하다가
suddenly just went in with TP, so we were like, oh, what should I do? And so we just like, oh, run to the base, and we were able to stop them.
막을 수 있으리라 생각했어요.
Did you think
상대편이
that you could just like secure your nexus?
그럴 때 솔직히 막을 자신
Were you like 100% confident?
일단 세트
Well,
아칼리 혼자 타워 칠 때 막을 수 있다
When
생각했는데
Akali was the only player hitting the turret, we were quite confident. And then Ezreal and Seth joined Akali, so I was like, oh, this is a like huge, like this is a big deal. What should we do? We're gonna lose, and then suddenly we were able to kind of protect it.
아마 바드 평타 한 대면 깨졌을 것 같던데.
I mean, one Bard auto could have just broke the Nexus.
바드와 막판 대결 어땠습니까, 진짜?
Yeah, how was that final fight against Bard?
그때 내가 바드만 막으면 이긴다.
Were you sure that if I just like
네.
block Bard, you're gonna win?
이길 것 같았어. 네? 네.
Yeah, yeah, I guess. Yeah, if I can block Bard, yeah, maybe we could win.
흥분 상태인 것 같아요. 네. 자, 그래서 이렇게 승리를 거둬서 정말 대단한 경기를 만들어냈습니다. 와, 오늘 뭐
So it was an awesome game today, especially Chobi's Azir was very unexpected. So what was the plan in taking that champion for today's game? So recently, strong teams were preferring Azir in mid lane, so we thought it was on the top on the tier list, and Chobi is good at any kind of champions. So we practiced Azir a lot during the scrims, or maybe a little bit. So it was his first Azir game, but it was not as clean as we expected, but you guys went back to Azir for the next game as well. Well, Chobi and all the other players, we like Azir, and he was also confident on the champion. So if you are confident, just play it. So we just like don't really pay too much attention about it. We were just focusing on our own performance.
자신 플레이에 신경을 쓰는 것 같아요. 그렇습니다. 예. 오늘 이제 그 캐리어의 쓰레쉬 챔피언 16개 중으로 가장 넓은데
So you played 16 different champions so far, and your performance and Thresh was also on point. What's your favorite champion in general?
어떤 챔피언이 마음에 듭니까?
대회 기준으로는 쓰레쉬가
Well,
제일
in competitive
좋은 것
games,
같아요.
I like Thresh the most.
솔랭이라든가 본인이 제일 그냥
What about in solo queue or your personal favorite?
애정이 가는 챔피언은 뭡니까 그럼? 대회 기준으로는 쓰레쉬인데.
최근엔 모르겠는데
I'm not sure about like my recent thought, but last year and earlier this year, I like Lux the most. But after the game on Lux in round 1, not anymore.
도란의 감동란도 한번 꼭
And
물어봐야
I heard also a boiled egg company sent a box of boiled egg to Doran. But I heard the expiration date is not long away. Are you guys having it like all day?
13층 바구니에 좀 쌓여 있는데
Well,
다들
it's
내려올
like
때마다 하나씩 챙겨 내려오는 것
piled
같네요.
in our
옆에서 맨날 가스 붓고
in
있는
our
거
gaming
봤어요.
house, and I saw a lot of players eating it during the practice.
감사의 마음도 표현될 것 같은데 자 이제 정말 난적인 담원까지 제압하면서
So with taking down Damwon Gaming, you guys picked up the 12th win of the split. So how are you gonna wrap up the remaining of the split?
일단 남은 세 경기 중에 담원만 잘 마무리하면
So yeah, we thought
나머지
that
경기는
if we win Damwon
나머지 경기도 잘
from the
마무리할 것
3 remaining
같아서
series, we knew that we will be able to kind of maintain
잘 마무리했고, 예.
the momentum.
잘 마무리해서 다행이고.
So I'm really happy that
어차피
we
저희
were able to
힘으로는
pull it
2등,
off.
1등 못 가니까
And I know that we cannot make it to first and second place by ourselves, so we are wishing for the teams in the higher rank to just fall down a little bit. And we will just do our best to improve our own performance and prepare for the playoffs.
본인들이 할 거 다 하고 위지 팀들이 또 미끄러지면 더 높은
So
순위로
that
올라갈 수
will be the end
있겠죠.
of the interview with Kyria from DRX, and I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Thank you. Congratulations once again for the solo POG interview.
Well, thank you, G-Sun, for the wonderful translation, as always. And it was good to hear from Kyria in a solo interview. You could tell he had a little bit of the jitters, of course, being in front of all those people, given the interview online. But he seemed very well spoken and smart, and obviously a fantastic player. We're all big fans of what he's able to do there from the support role. So really cheering for him, and see how they do after pulling off this insane win from behind up against Damwon. But it's going to help out their seeding for sure. The real question is about Damwon now, because they're 8-9. They only have one more game to win, and if they're 8-10, I believe there is still a chance that every other team does go 8-10. KT, Afrika can also go. I suppose Hama Life is also in the mix there for 8-10 possibility. And if that happens, they would have to win tiebreakers. So they would absolutely try to get that last win in hopes of making it into playoffs, Celes.
Well, we'll see what does end up happening. There's only a couple of matches remaining. Match 81 coming up next. It's the Telecom War. T1
yep, the Telecom War
versus KT. Take it away, Valdez.
Sorry, I really wanted to take it away from you there. So thank you for handing it off to me. And no time for you to take it away either. So guys, we are going to have a 30-minute break. When we do come back, the Telecom War will be here as T1 does face off against KT, and we'll see you then.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hall of Famer, how did you not know? Championship, about to win a Super Bowl. Fans in the stand, love it when I'm in the dome. Touchdown dance, celebrating cause I'm home. Fleets on my feet, running routes all day. Shotgun, wildcat, I know all the play. Could've been a quarterback, just put me in the game. I was born a champion and I just want the ring. MVP, I'm the best on the list. You can join the team cause we headed to the ship. Hey, you looking at a champ. Hey, you looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is
You're
win.
looking at a CHAMP. Every time I do it, make it look easy. Better be prepared when you come for me. Don't talk me to death, you know that stuff cheap. I go hard on the west, I go hard on the east. It don't really matter either way, I'ma eat. You know I do numbers, 1, 2, 3, count on me like work easy. I can do it in my sleep, I do not know defeat. Championship rings on my hand, go bling in games when I please. Good night, RIP, ain't no OT. You are not a champ, boy, you all wanna
You
be.
looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
Greetings, everybody, and welcome back to the 2020 LCK Spring Split. It is me, Valdez, and with me is, of course, LS. And we are about to get into the Telecom War here. T1 going head-to-head with KT for the second time here in 2020. How are you feeling coming into this big matchup, LS?
Well, I mean, the Telecom War, it was looking like it was going to really live up to be a super hypeful match. KT was looking phenomenal here in round 2 before faltering a little bit in some of their recent matches. And T1 obviously looking like one of the best. You can easily just say that they are the best team currently in the league, even if the standings don't reflect that. It really is just neck and neck sort of between them and Gen G. Obviously, DRX just came off of a win up there with them as well, but I don't know, bit of a robbery. Points of the match, though, T1 versus KT here. Classic rivals Telecom War is back with bigger hype. Second T1 versus fourth KT. This is a big match up for KT. We're finally going to get to see how they can manage to perform against T1. Both teams need more victory to reach higher. T1 wants the first place in the final spot versus KT wants to clinch playoffs. Match history since 2015, T1 51 wins, KT 25. Can KT turn this around despite the losing streak? And top ADCs clash General Teddy versus damage dealing machine Aiming. This should be a pretty interesting matchup because Aiming is actually crucial to KT's wins. And Teddy is usually the AD carry that is pretty good at neutralizing opponents. Obviously, Deft is one of the notable AD carries that doesn't get to typically pop off the way that he normally does down in the bot lane when going up against T1, so seeing how Aiming is going to fare is going to be nice in itself.
Yeah, and Aiming has been on a bit of a winning streak of his own. I feel like he is a big part of the reason why KT have been able to turn this season around, has really just shown what he can do from the bottom lane, and it'll be interesting to see what he can do up against Teddy. Obviously, coming into this one, T1 are the heavy favorites. I'm sure if you ask a bunch of people to predict, I don't think anyone would be predicting KT coming into this one, even with the recent win streak that they have that has recently fallen off. You guys can see all of the games that these teams have played. Obviously, there was only one year, 2018, where KT were actually able to turn the tides.
Yeah, and obviously these teams are not the same players from the yesteryears, so let the history. this is gonna be the dawn of a new history here. Round 1, obviously 2-0 in T1's favor. KT looking to bring it back here tonight, as we did already mention. We'll take a look at some of the team stats here. And this is in round 2. Average win time, KT is actually the fastest of all of the LCK teams here in round 2. Average game time, they're second. Win rate with gold lead at 15, 80%, 8 wins, 2 losses there for KT. And T1, they have a lot of really good stats themselves. They're not really faltering in any position. KDA, they're first in the league, 6.1 team. Goal difference at 15, they're second with 1,057. Win rate with gold lead at 15, 75% of the time. And average win time, not too shabby themselves, 31.5. Average game time, 32.05. So not even really a very big discrepancy there.
They're definitely a different T1 team from, SKT in yesteryears as well, because they're definitely a much faster team in the way that they end out games and close them out real quick. We had a stat there at the bottom, which was M lead. I actually don't know what that was. It had something to do with golds. I'm not 100% sure. So maybe we can get that explained for you a little bit later, guys. But looking at the lineups, we do have, of course, Kana, Cuz, Faker, Teddy, and Effort coming on in. Effort, another guy that I feel like we do have to highlight. He, I believe, picked up the double MVP. Oh, no. It was him and Teddy just a couple of days ago, and they popped off together. Looked quite nice. And some people said that Effort may have been robbed of the second MVP vote. Whereas on the other side of the coin, Soan, Bono, Kuro, Aiming, and Tucson will be the lineup here for KT.
We'll see what KT can manage to do, starting things off on the red side. See if they can make use of that in any manner. As we take a look at the key player matchup, it is going to be Kuro here in the mid lane against Faker. And, all of their stats looking pretty nice. Kill participation, however, Faker 8th, actually, which is a little bit surprising. This obviously is in round 2. Damage percent, Kuro taking up a pretty big percent of his team's damage. Damage per minute also, he's really leading in that stat as well. Second in the league. CS differential, however, at 15. Faker, 3rd in the league, positive there. Managing to maintain Lane Kingdom stats, whereas Kuro feeling a bit short.
Yeah, and a lot of that can come down to what champions they're playing a lot of the times. If they don't get priority, if they don't get counter pick, there's so many different things that can factor into these stats, of course. But it's definitely hard to pull off this many top stats from our boy Aiming on the right side. Of course, he doesn't quite have the KDA that Teddy has because he's not on the team that's only lost 2 series, whereas Aiming has a lot of these individual stats that are really high up there. Not to take away from Teddy, because obviously Teddy is a massive 80 carry player right now. So we get a couple of key matchups, and I think it's kind of deserved here, as it's going to be really close in both of those roles in this matchup. So let's hop into Pick Bam. T1 starting off on the blue side here.
Well, Aphelios banned away by KT. T1 banning away the Jarvan. It's their first ban of choice. Set now, going to be taken off the table as well. KT now electing for a Trundle ban, so Kalista, Senna, those champions obviously still on the table here. See what T1 wants to ban away last. And again, blue side less prone towards meta bans compared to red. Usually you get to just really target the opponent's champion pools in general, whereas red gets forced into banning away meta picks traditionally. And Kalista, could she be left open, or it could be the Senna?
I would say you want to ban away the Kalista here against Teddy, but instead it's going to be Gragas. So Gragas gets banned off the board. Of course, that does leave the option for if one of the two AD carries does get selected, then KT can pick up the other one. The other option that T1 could go for is something like an Ornn, and then let KT go for, I don't know, Kalista Taric. That's a little bit dangerous, but you do pick up Senna and your support yourself. But they are going to prioritize the Kalista here for first pick, as they deem it too strong.
Well, it is picked up. We knew that this could be coming. And what is KT going to respond to it with? Right now they're hovering the Varus. No, now they're going over to the Senna. Will it be the fasting Senna? Almost certainly it should be. As I would imagine that a jungle pick here to accompany it before committing to key champions for the draft would be pretty ideal for KT. And it is going to be the Sejuani. So Trundle, Olaf, those champions are already banned away. Now, T1, they could just go with Taric and jungle pick here. One of the lesser common jungles that's actually really good against Sejuani is Ivern. Don't expect to see anything like that. Just do want to mention it. It's not so often that you find yourself in spots like this where it is something to mention.
Yeah, unfortunately, it might take Korea about 8 months to pick that up. Or if we had Trick back into the jungle here in Korea, that would also help. But, you know, I don't think it's going to happen. The other thing we do need to point out is the Sylas is going to be selected is that both Faker and Kuro are awesome LeBlanc players. And I feel that like that will be eventually a point of contention in these pick bans, although it does feel like there are higher priority picks that they do have to go for before that pick, as the Thomas Kent will be the one eating up all of that farm that Senna is giving away.
Tom is going to be the one that is getting funneled into by the fasting Senna in the bot lane. Now we're moving into the ban phase here, and it makes it pretty awkward for KT. The Sylas able to go mid, top, and jungle. It basically becomes about banning away things that you basically don't want to go up against. So Lucian getting banned away is pretty peculiar, given that if you are KT's team composition, you have counter picks available, you should be pretty happy if the opponents pick Lucian, the way that your initial R1 through R3 is set up. It would make T1's team composition extremely sinful, as now Aurelia gets banned away, and that could be both to protect the Sylas as well as even signify something else coming, like Nico or whatnot, although there's not really a lot of things that would suggest that Nico is a good pick here.
No, it is something that Faker has piloted in the past. Obviously, the Sylas, although Faker holds it for now, can be flexed mid, top, and jungle. So we don't know exactly what he's going to be playing or what Cuz or Kana will be playing, which one of those will be picking up the Sylas. What will be the final ban here for T1? They already banned away one counter for a Sylas, as Renekton will also be taken off the board.
Well, I mentioned the Aurelia ban could open up a Nico, but KT is the one hovering it, and okay. Well, with Aurelia also banned away as well, Aatrox now being hovered. Little surprising that Lucian and Jace were banned away if they're wanting to R4 Aatrox here. Bit peculiar. Ornn now being hovered by T1. Obviously, enormous amounts of scaling. Already lots of melee short-range engage on the side of KT, so the Kalista is going to be enabled all throughout the draft so far. It's not even like she's going to start to taper off. And Sylas still able to go into the jungle or mid lane. We're going to have to see what T1 want to finish this with.
Yeah, that is going to be the question. Already forming that wall for the Kalista with the Ornn. I feel like that was a perfect pick, and that's the pick I was talking about. I was actually surprised that it fell all the way through bans. as LeBlanc is going to be picked up here
Kassadin?
for the mid lane.
Well, this is a pretty nice Kassadin spot. If there ever is a Kassadin spot, it would be this one. Not only can you answer the LeBlanc in lane, you get so much value against the triple magic damage top side of T1. And this means that they are putting all of their eggs into the Callista basket. And Kuro, with the enormous 5-hit here, the self-counter pick in mid lane.
Wow.
The Azir that cannot get to magic resistance until typically around third item outside of Merc Treads. And I think T1 is completely happy with this.
Yeah, on a scale of 1 to 10, how hard do you think T1 won this draft?
I would say that this is probably like a 70-30 or something of that nature, because Callista, she's enabled all throughout. The Azir and the Senna are really good, but the problem is that T1 has lots of ways to get onto Azir and Senna's not funneling the best of champions, especially not against T1's team composition. Tom is mostly just going to be a sitting duck. He's not going to do anything against Callista. Sylas is going to be able to ignore him. Ornn doesn't care about him. Taric also doesn't care about him whatsoever. There's not any key devour moments that are likely to end up coming out. Aatrox not going to serve a super big purpose. And I am really bewildered as to why the Azir is here instead of the Kassadin, or just a different champion in general at this point. So T1, Callista's going to be completely uncontrollable if Teddy gets going on it, because no one can really afford to build armor with this much magic damage and CC coming out on the side of T1.
Yeah, I wouldn't have even minded something like a different kind of control mage, like an Orianna, something that has a little bit more access and can also mesh with her teammates. Access to magic resist is what I was getting at there. Also, I feel like it also adds another fantastic ultimate for the Sylas, just to add insult to injury. It's like, oh, okay, well now we have Cuz, who can potentially just get in there, steal the Emperor's Divide, flash on someone. Sylas is incredibly mobile, and that is one of the main things that you need as... what is going on down here, Teddy? Really? Just walks into the river and dies. Okay.
Well, first blood going over to KT.
Yeah.
Take it away,
Callista says, well, I was about to say, Callista says, take it away, my life. I'll give it right over to you. And you can see here...
Here comes Teddy.
Yeah.
And he just gets here a little bit late. And, yeah, take it away, Tushin.
Take it away, Tushin. Oh, boy. That is definitely a big blunder. Gives the kill to the Kench.
Yep. And Tahm Kench getting that first blood is able to come to lane with the Ruby Crystal. So, a little bit more damage on himself, a little bit more durability, and 100% more thickness. We get into mid lane here. Halo Blades on the Azir with the teleport available as well. Let's see how Kuro manages to pilot this laning phase here against Faker, as Kana up in the top lane with the refillable potion, and then he's just going to end up building the Doron shield once he ends up getting enough gold for it. Taking a look at the runes, no sinners are present here today.
That's good. You don't see much sorcery tree at all, actually. You see a lot of resolve, a lot of green in both sides of these teams here, both compositions. And I was really wondering why we hadn't seen much Ornn. I mean, we didn't see him at all in the first series today. I think it got banned once, but just has fallen a little bit. I understand there were some nerfs, but still a fantastic champion. Just someone who can pretty much go even in any lane and potentially win any lane, at the same time as offering super reliable engage, amazing scaling, and just extra gold even to come back in games. He's still such a crazy champion that I don't understand why he would ever really... Like, you have to nerf him so much with the kit that he has in order to just totally make him worthless, which is usually the key for success for a champion that never leaves pick ban.
Well, taking a look at some of the comments here. In round 1, we were like slowly ultimately, but in round 2, we are we tried to just pull off dive attempts or bold plays comfortably. The translation there. We'll see if T1 can manage to keep up any sort of aggression or playmaking maneuvers being set up by them. As so far, in the early stages of the game, everything has been pretty stable. Obviously, lane right in front of Kana's turret. You can see the pings going down, so Cuz going to go over to the Gromp. The Sylas is pretty slow in nature. When it comes to clear speeds, it's meant to come online later on in the game. Faker 5-0 on LeBlanc, and unfortunately, I have to say I am impressed. I wish there was like a loss or something. That way I could say, why did he lose that game, you know?
I mean, you could say, why not 6-0? And then maybe they go ahead and win. And you're like, oh, okay.
Take it away.
Yeah, I mean, I really was expecting to see LeBlanc today in this matchup specifically. We saw it earlier from Joby, and we saw its potential. And then you take a look at two of the, I think they're still both undefeated. We know that Faker is. Kuro was very close. You take a look at his overall all-time win rate with LeBlanc. It's only 91.7.
Yeah.
He does have 2 losses on the champion in the LCK. These are LCK stats only, guys, by the way.
I remember, I believe I remember the first time Faker lost on LeBlanc. And that was a sad day. It reminded me of The Undertaker getting his streak broken.
Yeah, when the...
You didn't watch WWE or F, did you, Valdez?
When the dude flew off the thing with the chair like 100 feet or something? What does that mean?
Did you have any electronic devices in your house as a child?
Yeah, you know, didn't. Well, actually, my parents didn't let me
Not
watch
the
wrestling.
toaster.
Not the toaster. How about the refrigerator? Does that count? I mean, the microwave? I mean, I think we had a microwave.
All right. Well, bit of a trade happening in mid. And again, everything is just pretty slow and steady. And Ocean Dragon's actually going to be started up by Bono, I believe. They're going to convert their bot lane priority into trying to move over to capture that. And nothing is really going on. Everything is happening really slowly. And if you're KT, I suppose that you don't really mind this in the early stages of the game, especially not in the early to mid.
Kana's freezing.
Yeah, Kana is freezing. However, he built Ornn by going bombing his first item, and when you're actively looking to freeze and keep the lane on your side of the wave, going Ruby Crystal, Chain Vest is really good, because then you never have the influence from the Bomby Burn affecting the minions. You're able to control the lane as you deem fit, and you get a little bit of extra HP. The only downside is you miss out on a very little amount of damage inside of trades.
Mm-hmm. And you can see what happened there. The wave actually did push straight into the Aatrox, so I don't believe that he missed anything from the wave that was supposed to be frozen. So he immediately unfroze that one there. The bottom lane didn't look very pretty here for Teddy and Efforts. Just constant harassment. The range of the Senna, the licks from the Timothy Kench. Always very, of course, amazing. But still going very even down there for now, so it's not like he's getting far behind. Every lane, extremely even. Really, the only difference is the first blood that was gifted over so generously by Teddy in the river before the minions came out here. And, of course, that Ocean Drake that did go the way of KT with Infernal next. He actually stopped that back.
Yeah, clipped aiming, and elected to not actually maintain a freeze, which is a little bit surprising given that Teddy is the one with teleport. And nothing continuing to... We are in a bit of a lull state here, and we're only 8 minutes in. There's no real objectives. No one seems to be setting up their lanes for their junglers pathing. We have blue buffs coming up, so that's going to be handed over. Take it away, Valdes.
Sure. Yeah, so we're CSing really well down in the bottom lane. They're working really hard. The stun does miss. That's just unlucky. Don't worry about it, Effer. Don't be too hard on yourself. You're still doing a great job. Just hang in there. Even the mid lane had no action. Mid lane was also just like, okay, let's just chill. They didn't even see Faker get aggressive or try to take any trades or anything against the Azir. Just hanging it out here, LS.
Well, at this point, I mean, we're waiting for something to happen. Obviously, Infernal coming up in 2 minutes could be one of the things that starts to drive the action, but when the laners are going to do this, there's not all that much to be said. Obviously, you could point out that whenever junglers are pathing towards certain areas, it would be ideal to maintain the lanes in certain states, but camera's just really panning around and everyone's just sort of going blow for blow. Faker does get traded on a little bit right here, but it's not going to be the end of the world by any means. Azir opted for the Merc Treads as the first item, has a dagger as well. And that's just going to make him more durable, harder to move by the LeBlanc. Also, just insane value against the Sylas and the Ornn. Ornn is building the Sunfire Cape first, needs to get the Abyssal Mask later on. Really important for amplifying the damage for not just himself, but so many of his teammates. And the real focus is going to be on Teddy. Now, here's one of the things. We talk about this quite a lot. KT initiated a swap for the Rift Herald. In doing so, they've now lost to Cannon Minions. So that's 200 gold in the hole. Not just the gold did they lose, but they also lose the XP on the Senna and on the Tahm Kench, and now they're sharing XP. Now you see, Teddy is moving up. Had he stayed down in bot lane, you get a turret plate, you get 2 turret plates. All things considered, you almost actually invalidate the gold that's gained by Rift Herald if the opponent's elected into taking. And one of those weird rotational things that can end up happening, but here we have 11 minutes. We're posturing for a Rift Herald fight, and you can just see that everyone's really disjointed right now. Lots of champion movement around the map, not really knowing what they wanted to do. Aiming and Tushin finally commit to helping out with the Rift Herald. They're going to pick it up, but now the punish response is actually going to be a little bit slow by T1.
Yeah, that it will. It took a little while for KT to get in there and take down that objective, so they did lose the whole of the wave. Looks like with the push that happened down on the bottom side at the same time, it was pushing into Teddy. So that's another wave, by the way. That does go by the wayside here almost entirely as well. It does. It's his first time playing Sylas in this season in the jungle. Did miss those chains, get a little, well, a little bit of ultimate usage there. I didn't even want to call it action.
One of the weird things, Senna is locked up in mid lane right now, just trying to farm souls along with Kuro onto Faker. Luden's Echo almost complete for Faker on this LeBlanc. Infernal Dragon is up and available. Both top laners, Soan and Kana, have their teleports available to them, and now they're fighting over position. This isn't a dragon that T1 wants to just hand over for free. This definitely is a bit of an awkward team fight to end up taking right now. They need Kana's presence, but he's also very low on mana. Hold on, though.
Oh, boy. Just getting caught in the front by that stun. Was it the 200 IQ bait, though, as the TPs are going to make their way in? Kana's actually pretty low. He's going to get knocked up by the Sylas as finally Fate's Call comes in there and saves the Taric. And at the end of the day, KT are going to win this first team fight in terms of health difference, as the Aatrox just a little bit more effective with what he was able to do, and KT stayed together as a team There was no real way for T1 to abuse that and punish them for grouping up like that. So it actually benefited KT. They're able to move over, take the Infernal Drake, and now can get even a bit more with this Rift Herald.
Yeah, they have the Rift Herald down here. Wouldn't be surprised if they just end up summoning it. Faker's the only one down here. Everett's moving in now, but still, Rift Herald, once they get that last turret plate right there, they're able to summon it, back up, place it. Yep, they're going to do it right now. This is because the Rift Herald's charge deals true damage, and they want to make sure that Shelly doesn't take that much excess damage after the crash. And that's going to be all these turret plates going over, Everett even flashing. And really just unusual things happening so far in this game. KT gonna find themselves with almost a 2,000 gold advantage, not even factoring in their Infernal Dragon or their Ocean Drake. And if you're a T1 fan though, you can take a bit of comfort in knowing that T1's gonna have a bit more time to scale up, given that a Cloud Dragon is gonna be the third one to spawn. So if we take a look at the replay, Bono, he gets locked up, but eventually gets back inside the Tom Kench, and Kana's teleport positional, I mean, the choice of where he teleported on top of the ward is so bizarre because it's in the middle of everyone, and there's no way for T1 to follow up there. He teleports in, doesn't have a real way to use his ultimate, he casts it, but gets pushed aside, no way to get the second reactivation, and ultimately, everything ends up being all for naught.
Yeah, and they also expended so much onto that Sejuani, it didn't exactly work out. So now T1, they do have a nice amount of scaling with Ornn Kalista. And, I mean, we've seen what Faker can do on the Blancs once it does get to the later stages of the game. But they are going up against that Senna that is fasting plus Azir. So we will have to see who does scale better, KT from ahead or T1 from this bit of a deficit. And yeah, Cloud Drake really not going to make too much of a difference, as now we're trying to bully So1 Anonymous Result. That's really unfortunate, as they're trying to chase down this Aatrox, and finally something is going to land. The chains comes in, and that should be enough to take it down. As Kuro just says, okay, I suppose I'll take a huge chunk away from this turret.
Well, the response ultimately, I think, is more beneficial overall for KT. They required 3 really key members to get the kill onto Aatrox down there, and in the meanwhile, Aiming and Tushen getting all the waves up in top lane. They're going to end up getting that turret as well. And Kana down here, I do suppose he is getting a lot of CS under his belt, trying to get as much damage onto the turret as possible. Faker going to walk over a control ward, 1.5 minutes until the next Cloud Dragon comes up, and this is a awkward situation right now for T1. Kalista not as far ahead as one would have hoped, and you look at the side of KT, all those Merc Treads coming out is really, really problematic for T1 because the majority of their damage in team fights is all magic, and when more and more magic resistance items start coming out from KT, things are going to get even worse. Wouldn't be surprised to see Aatrox go for Spirit Visage or Mob Malmortius very early on after finishing his Black Cleaver. A bit surprising that Bono, he picks up a Cloth Armor actually instead of a Null Magic Mantle. And Azir, Banshee's Veil should be on the agenda. Edge of Night probably for Aiming. Can't imagine him going for any sort of magic resistance, but now you see Tushen, even Spectre's Cowl picked up as well. This is going to be really problematic for the next team fight.
Yeah, especially the next team fight before the Kalista gets many items. You know, we need to see Kalista add probably at least 3 items before she's going to be able to chunk through that front line. And even then, you noted the Cloth Armor. I think Bono might just be going for something like Release Vow, and will have the ability to get some utility through that kind of supporty, tanky item, plus a little bit of extra to handle the Kalista eventually. As Cloud Drake is going to come up here in 10 seconds. Faker is waiting nearby, just trying to be a nuisance and take away some of the vision. Not very successful in either of those things as the TP is going to come in. It looks like perhaps KT, with this Rift Herald, are going to look to take the mid-tier 1 and then go for it, as Faker is really looking for that play. Is going to hop back. Not quite able to do all that much damage, as aiming is going to be at a similar level of health here to Faker.
Well, we're posturing right now around for this Cloud Dragon. Kana does have teleport available. It's not the end of the world if they end up losing it, though. And you can see Faker, I mean, he's at 1.5 core items. Kana waiting on Abyssal Mask. It does seem like they are going to make the good decision to just give it up in favor of waiting to fight a better day. More items to come in before they can end up doing anything, but this is becoming a pretty hard game to play if you are Faker on the LeBlanc, because there's not really targets that you can jump in on and deal damage to reliably. And with the laning phase, and just the early game in general, having gone the way that it did, very uncharacteristically, this now creates a pretty difficult situation for T1's team composition, because they're behind. They're facing Soul Point by KT, and KT are itemized to handle everything that isn't Callista.
And eventually, they will also be itemized for that Callista, especially from the lead that they are in. And, you know, they just have a lot of kind of naturally tanky people as well. The Sejuani, Tom Kench, even Aatrox to an extent, has that effective kind of tankiness with their kits and all that good stuff. As the Baron will spawn up here, but I don't think either team will be looking at that just yet. Kind of just hanging out here in a bit of a lull state. Both teams are just farming up. Both of them content now that there's no real objective on the map to just hang out and sit back and, you know, lull a little.
Well, Valdez, I am looking forward to more of the lull state happening here. Blue buff going to be picked up by Faker. Things are definitely getting a bit bizarre on the Rift here. 3 minutes until Cloud Soul.
Yeah, I'm pretty bewildered myself.
Okay.
Yeah. It's just really peculiar the way that this is all going down.
Outside of the first blood, which happened super early on in the game, and obviously just because Teddy walked too far forward, he was too late, did not notice that he was already getting trapped by the opponent. Outside of that, we've had one kill, one real kill since the game has legitimately started, and so they don't call this league literally can't kill for nothing.
Yep. Just sitting back, relaxing. That what is it? Pool Party Tarek? Is that the name of the skin, or is it like Beach Boy Tarek or something? Take it away.
KT slowly moving forward here, looking to raise this mid-tier 2 turret, and this might be a team fight.
Oh, okay, Cuz trying to steal that Emperor's Divide as yet another Forge there is not going to land. All the Forge God. You can see that he was stunned up in the back line, so more action is denied. And just another turret is going to fall by the wayside. So KT pretty good about getting in and getting out without losing much. And T1 really haven't been able to push the issue at all. As you can see, Faker's desperately trying to do exactly that.
He's looking for quite literally anything that he can. There's the Banshee's Veil. It's actually coming out here second. I would attribute that to the fact that this game is going as slow as it is, and there's no threat from Callista whatsoever. So Kuro acknowledging, hey, I don't actually need any of the other traditional Azir items second here. This game is so slow and controlled, and our team composition's really good. We're facing Soul Point. He just picks up Banshee's second item. So LeBlanc will not damage him. Silas will not damage him. Ornn not going to do anything. Tarek either. And Guinsoo's Rage Blade picked up second here as the Callista item. This is actually going to be so hard for T1, and I know that I said T1 had the edge inside of the draft, but did not foresee the game being played in this kind of a manner, where they were just willing to ping-pong lanes back and forth, no proactivity whatsoever, and then lane priority was completely irrelevant altogether.
Yeah, that can happen from time to time. Of course, draft wins don't always mean that you are going to win the game. Of course, the players aren't robots, LS. As Faker is trying to get in there and just do a little bit of poke damage, see what he can see. But now that we are on Cloud Soul, it's not going to be easy, just trying to lock down one member, but the phalanx that KT has set up here is quite nice, especially with the Azir and just threatening engages from multiple different angles. It doesn't really seem like T1 are comfortable to take a team fight just yet.
Well, KT posturing a lot. You can see Kuro going into mid lane, trying to shove out the minion wave. Force a small response by T1. Teddy now coming in on the right-hand side. Remember, he's the only one that can reliably deal damage. Okay, there's an ultimate.
Thomas Kench, still a champion.
And when T1 is... Well, okay, hold on.
Yeah, finally a call to Forge God. This one is going to land on the 3 members. As you can see, a big knockup, but is it going to matter? The Cosmic Radiance getting the full channel time and denying a lot of damage, but still, the lineup here from KT is just so... It's got some really great sustain and ability to stop T1 from getting in there as long as they hold a tight wall. And Phalanx is now they're going for the Drake once again. Faker going to be knocked up here, and the smite is going to go the way of KT, as you do have the Drake and the Soul going the way of KT. Now on the chase here, they're looking for Kana. They should be able to pick this one up as our second real kill of the game at 25 minutes. And now after they do take down the Ornn, they have their sights set onto that Baron.
I'm lost speech right now, Valdez. I
no.
don't know really what to say at this point, because even when the ornaments start coming in, you're going to have a Luden's Pulse, Might of the Ruined King, Silas is going to be really far away, and take a look at this. So Faker goes in, pops the Banshee Veil onto the Azir. The Honey Fruit actually plays a part in this fight, as when T1's team composition are trying to fight straight up like this, no smoke and mirrors, no flanks coming in, no angled attacks. Oh, center just gets to fight backwards. Azir gets to play front to back. Aatrox, interestingly enough, gets to peel. And when T1 are behind on resources and everyone's itemized as magic resistance, no one can do anything if Callista doesn't have free reign. So it was a pretty easy defense, and T1 looked absolutely lost in this game, seemingly without any idea as to what to do, and KT are just coasting for free with what should have been a pretty rough early and mid game for them to play, and now they're in a commanding position. Baron's live, they have Cloud Soul.
Yeah, and they're just kind of sailing. They're just soaring, you could say, on that Cloud Soul with their wings spread open, and it doesn't really look like anyone on the side of T1 are going to stop them. We'll finally take down that sun turret after some effort with Kana down here in the bottom side. And again, they're not being very proactive, as you were trying to highlight. There's not really any kind of tactics that are being used. They're just allowing KT to run with this lead and run away with the game slowly but surely, because if they don't do something here in the next 5-10 minutes, I think this one will be as good as over. Although it still does feel like we haven't seen a real team fight where Teddy is getting in there and throwing a bunch of sticks around and really doing damage. And so to see if that team fight is the one that does happen now, as the Baron is being taken down. Sohan has the angle, and T1 say, okay, you can have it. They're going to TP extremely late here. Kana, he can get the knock-up. Okay, that's a really nice knock-up. Effort is going to get to the backline to get the aiming in that backline, but a bunch of healing comes in, and they're fine to just sacrifice their Tahm Kench. They absolutely could have lost a lot more in that one, but essentially everybody just able to hop away with that one without more than a scratch.
Yeah, they just managed to end up retreating. They sacrifice Tushin, and they just take the recall that is given to them. T1, they're going to raise the mid-tier 1 turret. They're down about 3.3 thousand. Faker and friends now going to try to attack the Baron indirectly by removing all the minion waves from the map, thus weakening the Baron power play that's going to come out by KT. I really thought KT were going to chase them into that corridor, but Kana with a 4-man Ornn ultimate, then getting a double knock-up on his E, aiming almost went down, but not quite. And then Faker just not able to really find any sort of a kill. And as it stands right now, things are really just in KT's favor. Void Staff picked up by Azir, Umbral Glaive, as well as Yumu's on the Senna. Spirit Message even, second item on Tahm Kench, is just so fantastic. Aatrox with the Death Stance, remember it does have resistances added to it now. And so we'll see what else Sohan wants to itemize. Knight's Vow into what I believe is Warmog, so a bit of something going on in Sejuani's itemization tree.
The recommended items list, perhaps. Maybe just going down the line, you know, the MOBA fire build. It's like, oh, okay, this is just the recommended. This is what they said I should get, but it absolutely does not tailor to the situation. You're absolutely right. And with Baron, I have this feeling that KT are not really actually going to push the issue. With Elder coming up in a minute, it's almost too risky to, you know, go for a dive or try to get too out of position, because the Elder is such a massive objective.
Yeah.
That you have to be really careful, because one wrong move and you lose even one person and T1 takes the Elder, they absolutely could come back.
And I think that's what T1 is mostly playing for right now. And in terms of itemization, Faker, Ludens, and Void Staff, looks like he's just holding on to Cathedra's Codex. I think he wants to go Death Cap as his next item. Might of the Ruin King was transformed by Ornn for the Callista. Mortal Reminder actually picked up. Third item for Teddy. Looks like Salvation will be the ornament of choice for Effort on the Taric. And Zanya's already ready for Kuz. So Kana able to upgrade yet another item. Probably should just be the Zanya's. And okay, he did end up upgrading that. And I say that because you want the Death Crown for Faker. Effort almost loses his life. That's actually going to be a pretty big deal, as Elder is live.
It's really awkward timing to lose that big cooldown. I mean, T1 need everything that they have in their kit if they want to have a chance to take down KT here, but now Kana's kind of getting caught. And the chase down and the poke that does come out from aiming specifically is seemingly too much for T1, but they're not going to go down without fighting at this Elder. We've said this before, if you just give away Elder, it's basically like giving away the game anyway, as they're going to find good old Effort there right in the front. No more Fate's Call to save him this time. Wishes he had that ability, as now into the back line does go Faker. Nice AoE with the knock-up, and a huge ultimate coming in from Kuz, but do they have the damage? It doesn't look like it with Teddy going down is the answer here, as Kuro is going to be able to take that big team fight. And now they say, forget about that Elder, let's push the mid lane.
Yeah, it looks like KT is actually calling to end this game. They do have some minions, but Effort, I mean, he's almost up. He has Cosmic Radiance. So the Cosmic Radiance alone means that they can't actually get through the Ornn and the LeBlanc. And they committed a lot of teleports for that. This is actually going to give T1, I believe, the better leg up potentially... Oh, no, Abyssal Voyage already cast into the pit. Kuro has the smite available. I don't think there's... Yeah, there's no way. Unless Faker...
Oh, not going to be the case here, as the smite does come down, and now Elder for 2.5 minutes. KT, about 8,000 gold ahead at the same time. 3-0-2 is Azir. As we will take another look here. Great ultimate from Vado to set this all up and start the fight in KT's favor.
Well, replay, taking a look at this, and it was a great Shurima shuffle by Cuz. It was a 5-man at that, but the problem is all the resistances. No one on the team, except for Kalista, is going to deal any sort of reliable damage. Kana had to run for the hills. You can see Faker trying to go in and get in on Kuro in that fight. As we resume into live, Elder Dragon is on the side of KT right now, but Baron coming up in 10 seconds. T1 can't even take the team fight. They need to just sit back and continue to try to scale. Kana does have level 16, so as soon as Faker gets the Death Crown, or the Death Cap, can be transformed into the Death Crown, that's a massive swing and boost in terms of AP.
And they absolutely need to have that big boost to come in here very soon. So with the Elder available and with the Baron on the map, there's no way that T1 are going to get close to this objective. You see Faker is just side laning. Would love to hit level 18 plus Death Crown here. And he's just going to be trying to farm up as much as possible without losing that much on the opposite side of the map. But it looks like he is going to back now. Let's see if he does pick up that item as well. There goes the item screen, so I don't really know. As the push is on with the Baron, with the Elder. KT just super strong, of course. Going to be able to pick up the inhibitor here, no problem. Easy peasy. And the push will not end.
Yeah, and they want to grab the minions in from mid lane, and now they're pushing on. One of the Nexus turrets has fallen. 15 seconds on the Elder. This is so unfortunate for T1. They're trying to hang on 10 seconds until that buff dissipates, and it's so important that it does dissipate before the fight actually breaks out. If T1 can manage to hang on, that's going to be their best.
Well, they're going to go in. They have a lot of knockups coming in there because immediately is just going to get burst down. Take a look at Teddy up on the top side. The answer will be no. Given to him by KT. KT will dominate T1 here in game number 1. Was a bit of a slow and steady victory and climb here for KT. But they do get there in the end in about 35 minutes. And that is the third game now that T1 has lost to teams that they are favored against to start off, and they just gotta hope, all of their fans and the team themselves, that they do not drop another set here to KT. They would love to get that bye into the finals, but they're just one game away from having a really hard time of clinching that spot.
Yeah, the most awkward thing about this is that they drafted a team composition that should have been able to be proactive and aggressive in the early stages. They had set up for it. You can leave the Ornn on an island versus the Aatrox, but even when lane states were favorable for some sort of jungler interaction, nothing ended up happening. Obviously, Teddy fell slightly behind in the early stages of the game, getting offset by that first blood, but it doesn't really change a whole lot. This was just T1 had a draft that it had a purpose, it had strengths, never got utilized, and it thus gifted KT the most perfect way to itemize against it and just coast to a free victory.
Yep, that was the case. Of course, we are going to take a look at some of the highlights here as Teddy, unfortunate beginning for him. You can see even Kuro getting in there over the wall. And that definitely did set the tone to start this off. Not the cleanest game. It kind of felt like T1 were a little bit sleepy to start this one off. Obviously, it's easy to say that based on the pace of the game. But as you were talking about, you know, they did have to be a bit more proactive. KT were just fine to sit back and essentially say, yeah, okay, whatever, we're ahead, we'll scale up. We continue winning all of the fights for the objective, so we don't really have to change up anything. And it was just that slow, steady, inevitable pace that did eventually lead to KT's victory.
Yeah. It was just a slow and steady execution, and this was very surprising, as I don't think anyone was expecting this for a game number one. Not the super stagnated early and mid game without any sort of activity, but also that KT would walk away victorious in game number one. And I mean, ultimately, all that this means is that in game two, what is really going to change up, and how are T1 going to end up approaching this, because this game doesn't really give any sort of an indication of what we could expect in game number two. It was a pretty slow and methodical win by KT without any sort of real resistance coming out from T1, so not even really that of a tilting loss by any means.
No, not really, as we are going to take a look here at the post-game breakdown. Big numbers from Azir and Faker. Oh, Kuro and Faker, I suppose I should say. The two names of the mid laners that did go head-to-head, but it did really feel like that last pick of the LeBlanc, although it is Faker's LeBlanc, although it is, you know, this ridiculous win rate, it just didn't, it was never really able to penetrate or find any targets at all in any of the team fights, really, and nobody else on their team was able to either. So just a bit of a slow game that did go in the favor of KT, of course. So we'll have to see how they do turn it around. Of course, T1 will be on red for game number 2, but KT looking good as they do take that first game here up against T1. And we will go, it looks like, to that 5-minute break now, guys. So when we come back, we will jump into game number 2.
얘들아 승용보 올려라 마지막으로 헤이 TFT 모바일 부동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 부동동작 헤이 TFT 모바일 부동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 부동동작 또 떨어져 허구와 날라다타 여기 갤럭시 너의 자식 얼럭키다 너의 두뇌 그래서 타지 않아 21세기 네 전략 이래 전략 능지 차이 나는 널 능지 처참히 롤 아재 롤린 이돌 롤린 인더들 자 이제 누나 막은 따마 회전 초밥 뒤집개로 뒤집어라 레디 셋색 TFT 모바일 부동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 부동동작 TFT 모바일 부동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 부동동작 라이어가 멋이 부동동작 TFT 모바일 부동동작 온유월 소리 가득 찰노동작 또로로로 갤럭시 부동동작 하다 현타 부동동작 TFT 갤럭시 부동동작 유체 뉴 시너지 전설등장 멋이 팬치 우주 부동동작 리그 오브 레전드 전략 게임 TFT 모바일 부동동작
힘을 겨루는 게 전부일 수도 있습니다. 적이 바뀌어도 계획은 언제나 똑같은 거죠. 무기를 휘두르며 전장에 나서고 두렵지 않습니다. 중요한 건 오직 승리뿐이니까요. 하지만 그게 전부일까요? 자, 다시 시작해보죠. 새로운 적을 상대하기 위해서는 스스로 적응해야 합니다. 발상의 전환으로 새로운 접근법을 찾아 모든 경우의 수에 대응하는 겁니다. 거의 모든 경우에 한해서 말이죠. 적에게도 계획은 있기 마련입니다. 위대한 계획이죠. 여기 승리와 패배 그 경계에서 새로운 도전이 펼쳐집니다. 내 무기가 아닌 나의 선택이 스스로를 전설로 만들 것입니다.
Welcome back, guys. We're here at the LCK 2020. We just got done with game number 1 of T1 up against KT. It was a long, drawn-out one that KT was actually able to slowly come to the victory on. And that leaves us scratching our heads, you know, coming into this one. We looked at the draft, we look at the teams that are playing, and we say, oh, looks like T1 should be favored. They should take game number 1. But that was not the way the game played out, as KT came out with a surprise win and upset here in game number 1, LS.
Well, I think it was a major upset for most viewers who were thinking that T1 would probably stroll into this series tonight and maybe just hand down a quick 2-0. You're gonna have to see who gets player of the game in series number 1, because honestly, I couldn't decide on who to give it to. It really just felt like it was a team victory all around. It's gonna be Bono on the Sejuani. Secret Agent 007 here is the stat line.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really remember much that Bono did in this game. He smited the dragon.
Okay.
I remember that. That was something. Oh, he ulted.
Yeah.
And then and then he got ulted, and then wait, take it away, Ellis.
Well, 5 out of
good vote, guys. Good, yeah, I very much applaud.
I don't
very
know
much
what
applaud
we're.
this.
I actually am really curious what the information would be, or what the reasoning would be, because that was 4 votes for the jungle pick, and I don't know what would cause that. Well, it was 5, right? But the entire Korean cast voted for jungle, so I am really curious of what the reasoning would be, because I can't. I thought that would be one of those votes where it's like it's won by 3. You know what I mean? Like where there's a tiebreaker. That's what I was really anticipating going into the player of the game vote.
Like solidarity. Like everybody on the Korean analyst side.
Yeah.
They all saw something that perhaps we didn't, and the highlights didn't exactly help their case. So I would love to pick their brains and ask them why, but of course we're here doing the remote broadcasts and we're not exactly going to know why. And either way, as we said, I mean, it was so hard to pick a player of the game for that game, so I do understand why it's a little bit nonsensical. And at the end of the day, it was the win as a team for KT that did come through. As we are already into pick ban here, KT, they like themselves some misfortune for aiming, and they will pick that up first.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Misfortune was selected. T1 now hovering Olaf. And we'll see what they end up pairing with this. Probably wouldn't be too surprising to just have an AD carry come in. Maybe even Ezreal. Could this be R1, R2 Olaf Ezreal? Here for T1. No, they're going to pick the Kai'Sa. And so already a bit of a mismatch in terms of just theme in regards to, obviously, Olaf wants the priority, wants control. Taric now coming in paired with the Jarvan. And I wonder if this means that T1 will either pick or just ban away the Rumble. That obviously is a bread and butter combo here in the LCK.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see something like Rumble Galio be taken away, something that would really just add some insane wombo combo to a composition from KT that's already quite obvious. What they have in their kit with the 3 champions that were selected. You look at the side of T1, it's not exactly as obvious. I do understand taking away Olaf from Bono, but when there's Jarvan alive as well, who essentially counters Olaf, plus Bono is fantastic at this champion as well, I don't really understand the priority on that jungle pick, but we'll see if Cuz can make it work. Perhaps he'll feel more comfortable on that pick, as in fact it is not going to be the Rumble or the Galio just yet. It will be a Renekton ban.
Yeah. And the cherry on top would be like an Aatrox ban here. That would be...
Yeah, I don't...
That would be the...
Take it away. No, take it away, please.
Take it away, Ellis. Or take Valdez.
Take it away, Atlas. Let's get him in here. Oh, man. Take it away, Ejin.
All right, well. Pepe, as a Kali now, is going to get banned away here. So we're probably going to have the support pick come in here, and that would just reserve the set being a flex for both mid and top lane. A really insane thing would be a support that's also able to be flexed mid and top. That way you really mask the set as well as that. And obviously what I'm referring to there is something like a Karma or whatnot. But now KT... I mean, all of T1's champions have to run at KT, so what better champion to pick than Azir? And this is just looking like destruction as it
That would have been
currently
awesome
stands.
to ban, LS. Sorry to cut you off, but they had 2 bans,
now,
and...
the effort, I mean, effort on his Alistar, he can really try to look to make things happen, and with the assumed Olaf priority that should be able to be present in the early stages, that should be good as well. Now, the Kennen is a really bizarre pivot. I feel like KT they're giving T1 a lifeline here in the draft with it, as, okay, that Kennen pick, it's another source of magic damage, and when T1's trying to run into you, you don't have to run into them, because you have the Taric ultimate that can be used defensively, Cataclysm defensively, etc. There's no form of reliable CC. When there's no form of reliable CC, Kassadin can come in as a savior for T1's draft, but the way that Azir can control the early lane phase, Olaf shouldn't have the easiest of times. This Jarvan is able to go low econ. Kai'Sa gonna take a long time to come online. There's so much pressure this game on Cuz and on Effort to make something happen, because if it goes late enough, the only hope T1 has is Kassadin, and it's on Faker. He'll be able to completely take over the side lanes, but the question is can they survive the early game? Can they survive the mid game? Olaf's gonna end up becoming dead weight, and even inside of mid-game teamfights, it's not like KT just falls over. No,
it's absolutely not. And I think, outside of Kennen into Kassadin, like outside of B5, R5, like it did feel like KT got the much better situation in the pick ban. And speaking to the Kennen, I mean, it's a huge comfort pick for Sohwan. Obviously, it might not be the best in the situation from the choices that were available for the team compositions, but for the player, I'm like, okay, it's Sohwan. Give it over to him, give him some comfort, and see what he can do with it. And the Kassadin, it definitely is a bit of a question mark still in the LCK for now. We will see the cull start. We have seen this a bunch up against Kassadin's in the lane, because he just sits there and tries to survive. So you can poke him out while still CSing everything. And so you might as well get even farther ahead by picking up this cull.
Well, I really do like when I see this. Not everyone does this sort of innovation. They realize, hey, there's no point in just trying to bully Kassadin with spells. They can take the cull, get a little bit of extra advantage, and it does help kick them into their mid-game a little bit quicker, because you get it from the get-go. You finish it around 10, 11 minutes, maybe 7 minutes if you're Teddy. Thank you, Valdez.
Yes.
Take it away.
I wanted to give you room to really flesh that thought out and tell us all about the cull. And thankfully you did. What is going on here? Okay, they're switching sides. Kuro's going to join T1. Faker, he is going to rescind his CEO-ship and move over to KT. Okay, no, they have switched back. Effort here on the Alistar. We saw some really fantastic Alistar from Jelly recently, from Africa, of course, and it is a pick that can look really great, especially if there's immediate follow-up. And if you have Hex Flash and you find that really awesome angle, because you just have so much speed on the engage, it's such a game changer if you find that right engage on that champion. So definitely will be cool to see if Effort can replicate that kind of a performance on this champion.
Well, already out the gate here, Kuro doing a pretty good job, 11 out of 12 CS. Faker not doing too shabby himself. Is under quite a bit of pressure though, has the fleet footwork, has the Doron shield as well, but honestly, really low in the HP department. Does get a fleet footwork procket. And I really like the observers. They're paying a lot of attention to this mid lane, because it's so crucial to see how Faker manages to hang on. You can see Jarvan, even in pretty close proximity, Kuro with that ward on the left-hand side, pretty immune to just permanently poking this Kassadin. And again, this isn't measured by the CS deficit. It's more so how close can Faker manage to stay to Kuro in CS, and how long can he manage to also stay inside of his lane, as they're looking to dive him.
This might just work. Faker flashing back under the turret, but that just leaves him to be a sitting duck. I don't think there was really any hope of him getting out of there regardless of how he flashed. So just a really nice setup there from the side of KT. Gotta love it. The Taric able to roam up to the top side here, or to the mid lane, and go for the dive, helping out the Jarvan. And while that happened, the MF went back and picked up her own call. So everybody's looking to scale here on the side of KT, and that's a great start.
Well, Twilight Saga revisited here on the Rift Belt as KT. Kuro, he ended up getting a Doran's Ring as well as a refillable potion, so I'm really surprised that that wasn't a Dark Seal instead. Would have, I think, a little bit more value, but obviously Doran's Ring does give him more trading potential against Faker. And remember, Kuro still has Flash, so when he hits 6, depending on what Faker does with his Rift Walk, it can really leave him susceptible to just dying to a trade. And aiming, getting that call so early on, locking Teddy in the laning phase as well, it's just free combat stats that puts him at a really strong advantage. And when you look at a lot of the jungler routes, remember, we mentioned earlier on, Bono, he's able to play low econ. He doesn't need stats this game by any means, because whether he's tanky or if he's going physical damage, it doesn't really change the outcome of the team fights. He needs to just set everything up for the Azir, for the MF, for the Kennen. And Cloud Dragon being the first one of the game is pretty fantastic because it guarantees that we should have exciting dragons on our hands in this series. Faker doing a pretty good job at hanging on. I do find it a bit baffling that Kuro doesn't ever try to pull the wave and try to abuse his flash advantage as well as the range advantage. And just a quick highlight, Faker, I think with actually a pretty nice decision. He tries to flash down, trying to play a mind game, because if Taric and Jarvan try to follow and they blunder, it ends up actually working out for him pretty well.
Yeah, I don't think it was a bad decision at all. I think he was really left with not many choices, to be honest. So you can't really fault him for that play at all. It was, again, just a really nice play from the side of KT, so you really got to hand it to them. And it all started with a bit of priority down in the bottom side, enabling Tucson to come out of there, as now Bono is going to find Cuz. But it is, of course, the Olaf, as Kana is going to come down here from the top side already. The Red Smite coming in, the flash into trying to deny Bono over the wall, but here comes Faker with the flash from Cuz. That should be the kill, and it will actually go over to Faker as well. So he gets one back for himself, as Bono goes a little bit too deep into the T1 jungle.
Yeah, he goes too far, ends up getting caught. Kana was there to end up meeting him, and Faker getting a kill is a really big deal. Azir only does have that assist, and Kuro hasn't done the best of job, especially given the advantage that he was gifted so early on and the dynamics of the matchup. And it's mostly in part all because he keeps shoving in that mid lane, never bothering to try to pull it, despite Faker not having the flash, despite the ranged advantage, and the fact that he would have been much stronger in the sustain war given his items. So really interesting play by him, as you can see effort hanging around mid lane, perhaps looking to see if Kuro is still here. Kuro does not have teleport available, and this means they get the crash on the wave. This is really, really big. It can be a turret plate going over to Faker. He got all of the minions on this wave. And this is so much XP, it's not even just the gold that you end up accounting for. It seems like Alistar was still in lead range. I believe that it's 2,000 to 2,500 range on the turret gold.
No, he's not quite going to pick up the second plate there. But you're absolutely right. This is just so much free extra gold that Faker is able to pick up here on the Kassadin in the early game that he could have potentially been denied. It's definitely a big leap forward, a big jump that he needed after the early gank there in the mid lane to allow him to go ahead, pick up that Rat of Ages a little bit faster than some other Kassadins we have seen here in the LCK. KT going to respond with, yes, okay, you got some wins there in the mid lane, but we are going to use our advantage here to go and take down Shelly right at 8 minutes. And it doesn't really look like T1 can do much to contest that objective.
Well, bit of posturing, 2 minutes until Infernal Dragon. Faker gonna manage to pick up the second turret plate now here. This is not the series of events that I think anyone would have been anticipating after the early game fiascos, as Effort looking like he wants to make another play here on Alistar. Not going to be able to. He did have his ultimate available and the Aftershock, but the angle just not quite that good, especially considering Aiming has the flash and the barrier available. Ultimate comes out, although a little premature. Doesn't end up clearing the entirety of the wave with the one spell cast. Not the end of the world though. Aiming will finish picking up all of the minions.
Yeah, and he's not going to leave or anything like that. He's just trying to force the issue and get a decent trade, I suppose, onto Teddy, who has been able to sustain back up to a decent health amount. Let's see if Faker has exactly the amount he needs for that rod, as his back will be denied, actually. So a little bit of an annoyance here is Kuro on the Azir. We really haven't taken any kind of a look up at the top lane. Generally, we see, we check in every once in a while. But I suppose because there has been so much focus on mid and jungle in this game, we haven't really had a chance, and support, actually. We haven't really had a chance to, see what's going on up there exactly. Of course, Kana did roam down and help out with the gank earlier on. I suppose the observers have heard me. They're just farming. They're just chilling out. So I suppose there's really not much to see up here.
Well, Kennen and Set just sort of playing ping pong with each other. And we'll have to see what the Hextech Revolver is going to end up being evolved into. Will it be the Gunblade, or is Soan going to go down a bit of a Sinner route and pick up the Proto Belt? As KT, they're going to get a lot of the turret plates down here. They retain their gold advantage for the time being. Natural's Tooth almost complete. Rod of Ages picked up by Faker. And also Kuro, he's 9 stacks away on the call from completing. You can see Cuz coming over, trying to clear out any sort of vision. And KT now, they really want to make sure that they can get this Infernal Dragon. It's so important for them to get it away from T1. If T1 end up picking up this and then they roll something like an Ocean Dragon, that's really scary, because that's a 22-minute, 23-minute potential Ocean Soul that could be picked up, but it looks like KT, they don't want to commit to it too hard. And we're just going to continue to keep having the song and dance. Kuro has teleport available, 1 call stack away. Didn't manage to get that minion.
Yeah, he didn't, but the MF did. Aiming did finish his call down in the bottom lane, so he's going to hold on to that for now, but does finish it off. And that's just going to be that little bit of oomph to help push forward KT here right before some of these fights, give them that little bit of extra roll to help out there. You see a bit of a trade up in the top side, Soan. He'll have his turn to just chase him down, and yep, see there, he'll be able to get a nice chunk of damage down onto Kana at the same time. So not the biggest deal in the world, and it's really going to be up to those 2 top laners and their teleports, I think, because outside of them just, playing real ping pong with the lanes and themselves, it's just going to be up to how they engage the enemy other 4 team members, and if they can actually make an effective engage happen.
Interestingly, Kuro's actually ahead of Faker on XP. As it does currently stand, Nashor's Tooth was finally purchased. And now there's going to be probably a lot of posturing around this dragon. It is going to be the Proto Belt on Soan. And I wonder if this is because he values getting this item completion before this team fight would end up breaking out, get the most bang for his buck. Faker does recall, picks up a tier, and T1 are just getting in little...
Interesting. I've got my hand on my chin right now.
Okay.
Really trying to think this one out.
And unfortunately, so Mountain Dragon is actually, it's really good for T1 because of the way that some of their champions are going to end up itemizing. But on the flip side for KT, it's not the biggest. Set obviously comes in, he deals true damage. Olaf, a lot of his damage does come from his true damage swing. So it does hurt Kai'Sa if KT can end up getting into a position to start stacking some of those Mountain Dragons. Another champion that will end up hurting is also Kassadin, unless he ends up going for the Void Staff third or something. It can really make it so that he can't brawl with some of the champions on the side of KT if they're just going to end up being too tanky, because they will pick up magic resistance later on down the road. But all eyes now need to be on that Mountain Drake. It's going to come up in 4 minutes. We are in an extreme lull state right now.
Whoa.
In terms of a telecom war that we have right now, this feels like AOL dial-up.
Yeah, we are just crawling along here. It does seem. It's definitely a little bit less action than we did have in our first series, that's for sure. We do have the Alistair really trying to get on in there. The Cosmic Radiance not coming down just yet. And the TP from So-On, we were talking about this being so key. The big-time Cataclysm with the double man. Slicing Maelstrom is going to be enough, as also the Olaf goes down here, a 3-for-1 in favor of KT. And now, with the Herald, they'll look to push even more.
Yeah, they're going to raise the mid-tier 1 turret. They should be able to get another charge off onto the mid-tier 2, taking some of the damage, but Shirley is here. And you can see that they're finding Faker. They're trying to locate him. He is level 11 with blue buff. This is a pretty good time, but... Oh, Kuro has to be a little careful. Has the Sun turret. Superflex is going to delete the Taric. So, Tushin with very uncharacteristic mistake. And at the end of this, this will mean, though, that KT is up about 3,500.
Yeah.
As it does currently stand.
Tucson didn't really need to get in there and auto the turret. It did help them take it out, but we are going to break down this replay. As you can see, T1 really wanted to get in there, but it just totally broke down.
Faker teleported in initially, Riftwalk over, having to try to get on to So-On, and just a really good Cataclysm slicing Maelstrom, as well as the Taric ultimate, and Cuz just barely managed to bring down the Kennen right there and save that. If that didn't end up happening, there would be more losses on the map. Kennen would be able to recall, get somewhere else, and as you already mentioned, Tushin never needed to die here. And then Faker did manage to stun some of the recalls on the side of KT. They're not out of this game, though. Remember, the Infernal Dragon is giving some amplification to T1's stats on their champions. Kassadin still has yet to really come online, but in 1 minute and 30, that Mountain Dragon is going to come up, and it's really looking like it's going to go KT's way, and that's pretty scary if you are a T1 fan. It looks like Azir maybe even willing to build Banshee's Veil's second item. That would be very problematic. And remember, the other champion that gets hit a lot by this is the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, Kassadin, Kai'Sa, father-daughter. They're both going to be really unhappy with the Mountain Drake especially. And especially stacking Mountain Drakes. Aiming and Kuro, quite strong, the two of them. Kuro doesn't have the most farm. Did pick up 3 assists, but really the 1, 0, and 2, 191 CS. Misfortune is the scariest part of this comp for me. Her bullet time from aiming was right on point, of course, set up perfectly by Bono to allow that to happen. So just really stacking up the carries right now is the KT jungler. Gotta hand it to him, as nobody's down here in the bottom lane. TP has to be used by Kuro just to stop the lane from being pushed in and giving away the turret for free.
So one gets his recall canceled. That's actually kind of big, although Faker himself without teleport, as KT not going to be able to get this Scuttle Crab either. And Faker is missing a lot of AP right now. He doesn't have the Archangels, so all of his mana still waiting to be registered and turned into ability power. That is going to be something that he is stuck on for this upcoming team fight. Hold on.
Okay, that's one way to do it, but the Cosmic Radiance saves him over the wall. Faker desperately trying to get in there now. He's going to eat a full bullet time, and now it's Sohan able to lock down Hana. You can see they're just slowly able to fight front to back. Everybody else on the side of T1 were just running away. That was really nice. Tarek, Dazzle with Kuro shuffle straight into the front line. Had to blow Ragnarok just to get away from that one. And little by little, they're chipping away at T1 once again. Just slowly but surely. Very clean play from KT. They give another kill to their carry in the Misfortune, and they're going to pick up this first Mountain Drake, which is really the beginning of the problems for T1.
Jarvan, I mean, he just got, I believe he just got 6 armor and 4 MR from that, so not the worst of stats, and that's just Mountain Drake number 1. We take a look at this. Everett's intentions here are really good. He headbutts him into the set takes him over the cliff, but Cosmic Radiance comes out, Faker going in, and I don't know what he's thinking. There's no way he's ever going to deal damage there on the He's not big enough yet for that kind of a play to be meaningful. They turn it around, they get a kill onto set. Ragnarok ends up being cast by the Olaf right there, and so Kuro, we're a bit trigger happy at that moment. And so on right now, he picks up the Oblivion Orb, and we're in a lull state for 4 minutes. So he already has the Blasting Wand. You have to imagine whatever his gold per minute is going to be at right now, and will he just complete into the Morello and stifle his build a bit before going into Zanya's or something like that, or he could just sit on the Blasting Wand and going to something else, given that there's so much downtime right now to complete another core item. Stoneplate going to be the item of choice for the Jarvan, I imagine, next. And we're still waiting to see what Azir is going to do with this Fiendish Codex. He's been on the map for, I think, 6 minutes without recalling for any item purchases. So hard to imagine that wouldn't just be a Banshee's Veil. I don't know what else he wouldn't value as recipe items off of a recall. Faker, not sure how close he is to the Seraph's Embrace. He does have the Archangels now, but with the Merc Treads, he is missing some penetration that maybe some other Kosovan builds would have with the Sork-10 boots, and that can become a problem later on if these Mountain Drakes keep getting stacked up by KT.
TP coming in, you can see T1 really want to collapse on into this one. They might just find Tucson, but the Cosmic Radiance once again, and actually it's Sohan who's in the most trouble on the right side. Tucson also going to go down with Kuro nowhere to be found, and just KT out of position. T1 immediately able to get in there and take advantage of that. Picking up a couple of kills, one step at a time, will be the name of the game here for T1.
Yeah, they get some kills under their belt. They only have to utilize a teleport to end up doing it. So it's a nice victory for them. Also, the death time is you have to factor in all of the missed CS and XP and gold that is just going to end up going by the wayside. Set now down there in the bot lane. Also credit to Kana. He built the Trinity Force on Set. As we take a look at this, Wire aiming and Tushin where they are on the map. There's no dragon coming up anytime soon. You see the waves up in top, and T1 are basically asking them the same thing. Why are you guys here? Quickly collapsing on them, getting the kills. And now as it resumes back into live, T1 still locked at about a 3,000 gold deficit. Morello was picked up on Kennen, Stoneplate on the Jarvan, and it was the Banshee's Veil on Kuro that was picked up second. Still no Muramana yet for the Kaisa. Bloodthirster probably almost complete for aiming, and this next dragon fight is still really scary.
Yeah, I mean, it could go either way. It really depends on how the fight is engaged here. You do see that Faker is on 2.5 items. He's level 14. He's getting closer to that breaking point of level 16 that we love to talk about. And he's having a fun time up against magic damage. Doesn't really look like he takes all that much for now, so mostly safe against Azir and Kennen. Obviously, very squishy when it does come to the armor side of things here, so maybe aiming can just pop him like the last team fight if he decides to get too frisky. As now, it seems like KT just say, well, we haven't taken down this turret, let's prepare for this. They're very far away from the Mountain Drake, though, so I'm not sure exactly how they're going to roll over and go into that one. Looks like for now, they're just going to push into the top side. So another Sun turret is going to come down here. You see Buzz is seen over the wall. Ragnarok has to be used, and now he's trapped inside that, forced to flash away. This Faker just, you know, he's just going back. Not much that he could do in that sense.
This is a bit perplexing. They can rotate Kai'Sa and Set over to the Mountain Dragon, and I don't know what KT are doing. They're prioritizing top tier 2, and I really like this response right now. Out of T1, they're moving to Mountain. They're trying to capitalize on this, and it looks like KT with, I don't even know what kind of a response this is. They're trying to go for a Baron steal. Oh, there's no blast cone, and
yeah,
this isn't Fnatic, so maybe
TP coming in. Effort is just going to be burst down immediately as Set does get in the backline, but the bullet time was massive into that backline. The smite is going to be so easy for Bono as well. Aiming is just doing unbelievable heaps and bucket loads of damage, and they didn't even get the Mountain Drake.
So I thought T1 would just trade the Baron for the Mountain and then try to hold off any sort of a siege and whatnot, given all the outer turrets were already down. Effort goes in a little bit prematurely. You can see Faker and Cuz, they weren't even in position to try to do anything. So if Cuz goes in, tries to go for the steal, Faker shoves out mid lane or something like that, he falls back and does it. Set goes to bottom, kills that wave too, and then someone bounces top, pushes out the wave. You're essentially fighting against about 2 minutes worth of Baron. Given that there's no outer turrets remaining, you're not hemorrhaging that much in the gold department. Maybe you lose an inhibitor, but you brought the game to sole point, and that would be a really big window for T1 because the game was still early enough for them to hang on, and I thought that's the play that they were going to go for, and I thought it was really intelligent. Moving the Kai'Sa down with the Set, capture the Mountain, move the Kai'Sa back to mid, and then have the Kassadin go with the Olaf, maybe try to steal if you can with Effort before bouncing the Kassadin back top lane. Didn't end up happening. They gave over so many kills, and the Baron, it's going to be really rough. Faker, though, clapping back with the kill onto Soan is really big here.
Yeah, just like that, that's one big leap towards level 16 at the same time. Effort is going to be caught, has to use that flash to get away, so no follow-up engage will come in. And a lot of the members on the side of KT are quite tanky even now to begin with the 2 Mountain Drakes, and they're only going to get closer and closer. But Faker, at the same time, is just is taking leaps and bounds to do pretty much the same thing in a different sense with his levels. And you can see KT with the Baron, they want to do something with it. And the answer will be to just go ahead and push down mid, as Teddy is quite out of position, actually. He's not going to be able to get here just yet. Now the TP's coming down.
Teleport coming in well, actually really early just to ensure that they get this. And you can see Effort, he's trying to find an opening to do some sort of a flank, but now they're rotating down towards bottom. 30 seconds only, though, on the Baron. So by the time they get it to the turret, the Baron buff will have dissipated. And now if you're KT, you should probably feel pretty comfortable to take this slow, wait for the next Mountain Dragon. They can push up here, but there's no reason to force the agenda. However, Faker's only 15.5. Maybe they think this is the only window or well, maybe they think this is the best window, as 3 seconds on the Baron. Will they be able to raise the turret, actually? It does seem so.
Yeah, I think for sure they could just push in, take the inhibitor, and you could see that the positioning was with KT was also fantastic. They were able to zone out Faker from the entire fight. They're using the Dazzle. They're taking this Phalanx position once again, just trying to zone them all away. Sohan gonna push forward, take that inhibitor down. And so with the Baron, they got so much value out of it. Yes, Faker is definitely going to hit level 16 in this game. Yes, he's definitely going to start getting really scary. So as you put it, like, this is the perfect time to go for that push if you are gonna go for it when you have the Baron. And so they're able to pull it off, take a nice big chunk out of the T1 base, as the observers, he knows what we're all looking at as well.
Yeah.
Waiting on that timer, you can see the XP bar down there in the bottom left, what he did for a second. He is very close to level 16.
And it does look like, Bono with weird itemization choices actually going on right there. As I think he refunded something that he was buying. Minute and 30 seconds until this next mountain dragon is going to come up. And again, these are also problematic because there's no penetration on the side of T1. Look at all their champions. No one actually builds it. And it's a bit of a problem. You have Rabadon's Death Cap coming in next for the Azir. Guardian Angel picked up by MF. I think that's such a smart item choice here by aiming, because he'll res out of GA and start healing away immediately again with the Bloodthirster. So a lot of value there, but also synergizes so well if he does make it to the 4 mountain dragons and getting that little extra boost from the armor. And right now, things are looking pretty dire for T1. Faker is going to need to pull off a miracle inside of these team fights. He has the Aether Wisp, a little bit of extra added movement speed, so that's going to mean Lichbane will be his 4th item of choice. So 3 mountain dragons, if they do end up getting picked up, it's a lot of extra magic resistance on those champions, which is really going to stunt his damage, and that can mess with his damage foresight.
Look at Kana right now. He doesn't know where to go.
Yeah.
He's like, do I TP back to that ward that the Observer was showing? Do I stop the base from being pushed? Do I join my team? What do I do?
Looks like KT pinging now onto the mountain dragon.
Yeah, I mean, a 3rd one. So nice. One step closer to the soul. And the real problem for T1 right now is aiming. He's got flash up, he has 4 items, GA, he's got defensive items, he can't just be burst down by Kassadin and then hope, you know, that T1 is going to win the fight from there. There are other carries in the lineup of KT to shore that up, even if that does happen, and then MF will come back and start popping for gigantic crits. And little by little, with all of these objectives that do go the way of KT, it looks more and more dire for the opposite side. So 5 minutes will be the timer for the soul point of Mountain Drake. With, you can see on the side of T1, they're desperately just trying to ride on the Kassadin train. One thing that's interesting that I noticed is that the Kai'Sa is building into AP alongside of the Kassadin, so I feel like you could just build up a ton of MR and say, well, you know, good luck.
I think the reason Teddy is doing that actually is because, I personally think he realizes that everyone has armor on the side of KT, and the stat that's going to get the least amplification from Mountain is going to be magic resistance, because people tend to have less of it. Whereas right now, this is 3 mountain dragons, 18% amp. I believe even Kennen, who has 0 magic resistance, just got an extra 3 MR off the last one. And they're now 4 minutes away from Mountain Soul, which is so scary when you think about it, because that's going to mean Kassadin is not going to deal very much damage. MF picked up a Hex Drinker. Taric is also making people tanky. Jarvan is just a Leviathan at this point inside of the game, and even though Kassadin can get to level 18 all he wants, when he jumps on someone, he's not going to deal damage. Olaf's not dealing damage, you already know that. And Set, I mean, he's fighting against 18% amplified armor. yes, he deals true damage, but outside of that, he's not going to deal a whole bunch. So he's relying on Haymaker in order to do anything. Effort doesn't deal damage, and this is just a really unfortunate soul for T1 to try to chew through.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. You can see that they are trying to poke away with the Kaisa W that actually you guys can't see because of the spectator bugs. Keep that in mind, but the chunking is coming down, and I love this slow, steady pace from KT. They're not rushing anything. One chip at a time, one brick falls down, and you can see now they're going to do the same thing over here on the right side. They're going to keep their carries right in the middle. Aiming is just protected, but now here we go. T1 is going to go for that big engage set, able to get in the back line. Here's Faker going to be pushed away. The Cosmic Radiance helping to keep everybody alive. He's eating so much damage from that bullet time, but they are all able to survive. Effort looking for the follow-up engage. They are going to burst down Kuro. The Olaf actually doing some pretty huge damage. There's the double kill. Now they're going to have Bono as well. They are able to dog them down into the bottom lane and take out 3 members just like that.
And that was a really big victory for T1 because on the back of it, they're going to be able to go over to the Baron. They're going to pick that up. However, this was a really exhaustive team fight for both parties. The only people with summoners left remaining now is going to be Teddy, Kana, and then Tushin is going to have his flash available. That's going to be on the Mountain Soul fight. The upside, though, is that they're going to have the Baron amplified stats coming into this next team fight, and that can be really scary. MF didn't lose her Guardian Angel, however, inside of this team fight. Baron does end up going down here, aiming, just trying to pick up the Gromp. They want to get as much as they possibly can. Not sure when Kennen is going to have the death cap, and let's take a look at this because it was a really good team fight. Superplex in, colliding onto 3 members. Faker finding his way in onto Kuro, and again, these Mountain Dragons are doing so much at changing the HP bars on the side of KT. The bullet time barely misses being able to kill Kana as well as Faker, and then from there, Kuro tries to turn it around to do a little bit more damage, but in doing so, ends up getting caught, ends up dying a little bit faster than he probably would have anticipated. T1 dogs down the remaining members, and at the end of it, there's only 2 of them left standing. So 40 seconds now until this Mountain Soul comes up. Soan really needs to get to that death cap. It's such a massive spike. Jarvan, I'm not sure why he has a Giant Belt instead of a Locket of the Iron Solari, especially with the way that T1 team fights. I think it's such a bizarre thing. It feels like Korea almost never builds it anymore as an item.
I don't see that item ever. I can't remember the last time I have, actually. It's a very good point. And now with 15 seconds here on the Mountain Drake, the gold scores very even. And I think it really is going to come down to the way that this team fight is fought. If T1 can get very slippery with the way they fought the last one and try to dog them down with picks like the Olaf, like the Kassadin, that are so good at doing exactly that, they could have a fun time. But if they group up and all get bunched up for aiming to just kill them, as the Cataclysm is going to come in. You can see Bono is trying to force that situation, but in goes the set. Immediately the Cosmic Radiance is going to come in, playing very safe now. Is KT looking for the knockup on a Faker? It's not going to come in, as Effort is going to go down to the bullet time, immediately making it 5v4. But it is just that support as Faker is going to go in, and he's going to be stunned and killed in the back line. That's exactly what they wanted, but look at Teddy. He's trying to tip away at them, but they are going to knock him up. There is the kill by the MF, and that should just be it with the TP coming in. KT will look to take game 2.
And KT is going to 2-0 T1 here. This is a huge upset. Tonight, and no one anticipated T1 to lose tonight. And the manner in which KT won wasn't some sort of lucky stuff happening in the early stages, snowballing out of control. They were really slow and methodical with all of their play through and through. And T1 just dropped the ball. Obviously, in game number 2, much more susceptible draft. It all came up to Kassadin. The Mountain Dragons also really helping KT in game number 2 at several points, but really T1 just blundering at a lot of different points in that game, and KT not doing that.
Yeah, KT did just look like the cleaner team today, especially in the early and mid games in both game number 1 and 2. T1 nearly able to pull it back there at the end of game 2 and bring it to that kind of game that they really do like, where they can get guys like Faker, like Kana to mechanically outplay and outskill their opponents. But I was really impressed by the positioning more so than anything else. I really feel like the communication positioning from the side of KT was really the key that just set up that defensive, maneuvering to allow them to survive against stuff like the Kassadin, stuff like the set going right into their back line. Never looked like they were rushing at any point in that game. And so they were just able to slowly chip away at T1 and let them come into them, and then slowly push back onto them with, the amount of huge damage that they did have. So we are going to take a look at some of the highlights here as KT taking game number 2.
Yeah. Faker tries to go for a fake out there in mid lane. You can respect it. The Slicing Maelstrom, Kennen trying his best to reach, did end up doing so. And Soan did end up going down at the very end. But this was T1 opting into something before their team composition should really come online. This was a really nice attempt by Effort. Couldn't quite get the Jarvan, ended up being killed for it in the end. Faker leaping forward, but didn't have the damage yet in order to do that, and then Misfortune killing Kana on the set right there. This was a pretty good opportunity capture by T1. They saw the moment that KT was really split up and had no business doing what they were doing, so they snapped on it pretty quickly, picked themselves up a kill. This was the major macro blunder by T1 all around. Effort goes in way too early, as does Faker. Cuz isn't even there yet to go for a steal. Kana joins the fray, goes for a superplex, doesn't have an ability to do anything, and they just never have damage. They stopped the Mountain Dragon, if you remember here, Valdez, and it was really strange because even with that Baron, they gave up stuff, but it wasn't the end of the world. There were still clear opportunities that they would be able to re-salvage and bring the game back. And also, bring it to Soul Point even, would have been a really good factor. Aiming bullet time here, not quite able to bring down Kana and Faker. This was a big turnaround for them. They managed to get to Baron and then bring it to what should have been the closest fight they could ever have. Kennen not having Death Cap available, having the Baron stats inside of the team fight is basically everything that they could hope for. I really thought Bono, when he went in on the EQ there, I thought he had made a really big mistake, but it seems like they were really hesitant to try to punish him. Cosmic Radiance came out. You can see Faker trying to go in, doing something to Kuro. He's looking for an opening. Aiming stands his ground, kills the cow, and then Soan just goes forward. Take a look at Faker. He jumps in. That's not the damage he was expecting to do. And the Kennen is so unnaturally tanky. I'm not 100% certain that Kennen would die maybe without Mountain Drakes, but still, it's something that's factoring into it. Aiming just keeps saying Alistar. Set first. I got Alistar. Same teleport bottom.
They're all clapping.
Wow, good job, guys.
Giving themselves a round of applause. And honestly, they should. We talked about how this was an upset. This was not what we expected just looking at the cards here coming into the game. T1 was absolutely the favorite coming into this one, but KT were able to shut them down. Huge amounts of damage coming from the mid and bottom lanes here. And even Soan able to stun Faker up there right at the end. I feel like his Kennen, as you mentioned, it's not necessarily the best champion in that situation, but I think he's got a really good grasp on that champion and does prove that he's able to play it in certain situations where maybe it wouldn't necessarily be the best champion on paper. And yeah, I'm curious to see who does pick up the player of the game as well, because it did again feel like kind of one of those team victories. Perhaps Aiming is the one that you and I did vote for because he was just extremely clean on the MF. You can see 0 deaths here, always in the right position. And I almost voted for Bono. I feel like even though there was that kind of half blunder there in the last team fight, he did set up a lot of the team fights, so shout out to Bono as well. But Aiming was just a little bit more consistent, I'd say, throughout the entirety of the game, which is why I did eventually give him my vote.
Well, T1 definitely very rocky in their last couple of series. As Aiming, again, I mean, doing really well on KT. You know, we mentioned at the very start of this series that Aiming would be one of the driving factors. And he came in today going up against Teddy. He did a really good job. And now at the player of the game standings, he's at the top with 1,000 unanimous 9 out of 9 vote score. And I mean, I would have been surprised if anyone voted for someone else that maybe, like you said, wasn't actually Bono. But it ended up being unanimous.
Maybe the support, but either way, guys, I'm going to hand it over to Ji-sun. She will help translate the interview.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun with the translation, and we'll be having a talk with Bono and Aiming, picking a POG for today's match. How do you feel, guys? This time, we were on a losing streak, but we managed to get a win, so it's a big relief. And with this victory, we want to bounce back, and we will be able to play with confidence. Yeah, I mean, first of all, feels nice to stop the losing streak. And in addition to that, it is extra happy that we were able to take down a strong team, T1 in LCK. Yeah, I mean, no matter whether it's SKT or T1, KT always has been struggling throughout the LCK history, but this time around it was different. So what was the mindset going into today's series? Bono? Well, today our head coach told us that regardless of the results, he just wanted us to, he told us some of the points that he wants us to play. So we focused on those points, and that was the way we were able to take down T1. Can you be more specific about those points? Just a little bit. I mean, because Hirai told you guys, like, extra advice to focus on those points. Are we allowed to talk about it? It was about our strategy. Well, then, you guys are on a 2-match losing streak, so there weren't a lot of expectation around KT Roaster, especially because you guys were not showing the best form in the last series. But thanks to the Hirai's advice and feedbacks, I guess you guys were able to come back to form, right? Yeah, I think it's true. Our head coach told us some of the points, and we kind of stick to those advice, so we were able to improve. This is really tricky to ask, but I guess those points were really crucial to improve your performance. So game number 1, well, it was all about macro. You guys got all the objectives, and you guys were playing around macro rather than fights. Was that the jungler's call? So who was the key player that lead the macro of KT Roaster? Well, our laners gave a lot of information throughout the game, and then me and Tusin, we thought all the information about the laners, so we were having a lot of communication, and we were leading the game. Yeah, KT is well known for very good communication, and I want to ask whether Tusin is still growing out the beard. Well, aren't you with Tusin right now? Is he at the PC bang or something? I mean, we are always staying together, so I forgot his appearance. Bono, Did Tusin shave his
않나요?
beard?
아니 그럼
You don't know?
바로 옆에 있는
I don't
그
know. Maybe
우리
he
에이밍도
did.
몰라요?
Aiming, what about you? Do you know?
살짝 까먹은 것 같아요.
I think I forgot.
뭐 그럼 어때요? 뭐 이기는 게 중요한 거예요?
조금 면도를 했거나 그럼 또 헷갈릴 수도
아,
있으니까.
그렇죠.
예.
아, 알겠습니다.
아니면 뭐 면도를 했는데 그만큼
Well, I
다시
guess they are seeing each
아,
other
네.
every day, so
네,
it's
네,
actually
네, 네.
really hard to
네.
remember
그리고 그
the appearance of each other.
정말 재밌는 경기였어요.
The game too was so entertaining, to be honest.
쪽에서 한번 상대 뒤에서
And
파고드는 플레이에
there was this big flank coming out of SKT or T1.
어떻게 하셨는지 좀 궁금합니다.
So how did the call went back and forth during that situation?
일단 싸움하면은 이긴다 자신감이 있긴 했는데
We were
그
confident
뒤에 와드 박히는
to have
거를 알고
fight,
있었거든요.
but
근데
and we were
거기서는
aware of
좀
the
많이
flank
했던 것
ward,
같아요.
but we
상대가 이제
were not having
뒤잡히면은
enough
싸움
heads
구도가
up for that
좋지 않았던
potential
거를
play
그
from
당시에
T1.
이지 못해가지고
예, 그래서 상대 2명을 사실 전장 이탈시켰는데 3명이 쫓아오는데 5명이 그냥 바로
Yeah, so
본인적으로 귀환하는 막 도망가는 모습이었거든요.
you guys were had
그냥
to run
상대가
away
그냥
in
일단
that
집으로 가자 이런
situation.
생각이었나요?
So
네,
were you guys trying to
일단
go back to
다
base?
한타를 진것 같아서 그냥
Yeah,
살살
because we
살살
thought
하고
that we
다
lost that
버리면서
fight, so
도망갔던 것 같아요.
we wanted to
나중에
kind of
에이밍
go back to
선수가 좀,
base.
거리를 이만큼 벌린 상태에서
Aiming,
잘
you
빨리
were
모습을
the fastest one to
보여주셨거든요.
retreat.
예, 이제 뭐 팀적인 코리아 이제 본인의 개인
Was that your
판단이었는지
decision or was that
네,
team's
가장
call?
빨리 가장 멀리 도망가는데 가장 안정적으로
그렇죠. 예.
You were in the
미드의 특성이
safest
있어요.
position in that situation.
한타를 진것 같아서
Yeah, because I thought we lost that
도저히
team
이길 수
fight,
없다
so there was no way to win that fight, so I just abandoned everyone.
어쩔 수 없는 거인데 그 상황에서 한 명 한씩 끊겨져 나가던데.
Some of your teammates died there.
무서웠던 것 같아요.
Yeah, but there was no way out.
결국 또 이겼으니까.
아, 맞죠, 맞죠. 그러니까.
Well, anyways, KT got the victory in the end.
지난번 인터뷰 때 정말 패기 있게 저거
And
좋았는데
aiming,
어떤 원딜이 와도 내가 뭐 최고의 뭐
you
이집뿐만
said
아니라 내가
you
다 잡을 수 있는
are
거로 좋은 모습 보였다. 근데 그
good at
이후에 좀
every
안타깝게,
champion compared to other LCK players in
데프트와
in
요즘
terms of
하이브리드에게
bot lane.
팀이 졌습니다. 본인이 문제가 아니라 아쉽게
So
표현해서
even though
이거 좀 쉽지
KT did
않겠는데
fall to
오늘 테디를
APK
딱
or
잡아냈습니다.
DRX, but
그럼
this
이제
time around
아직까지
you
그
guys
자신감,
took down T1,
유지하고
especially
있으니까
Teddy.
원딜에서
So
어떤
do
모습을
you
보여주고 싶습니까?
still have the same
원딜
amount of
세워도 뭐,
confidence as an AD carry player?
당시 저희 팀이 다 자신감이 있어가지고
Well, at that
좀
time,
2연패를
all of our
당시에는
players
좀
were having a
오만했던
lot
것
of
같아요.
confidence,
그래서
so
이제
maybe we were
다시
too
초심으로 돌아가자
maybe
하고
bossy at that
그랬던
point.
것 같은데 이제
So we wanted to go
원딜은
back to
이제
our
테디 선수를
initial
이겼으니까
thoughts,
다시
but
전
since
자신감을 부여도 되지 않나.
I took down Teddy this time around, maybe I can recover my confidence here.
중요한 생각이 들고 자 이제 포시즌이 코앞에 있습니다. 남은
You guys
경기와
are so close to
경기가
making
샌박,
it into
그리고
that
젠지입니다.
postseason.
젠지전 그리고 본인들이 일단
Genji,
피로까지
Sandbox,
가야
some
될
of
텐데
the teams
각오
are
한번
still
부탁드릴게요. 먼저
on your
번호부터
schedule, so how are you guys gonna prepare for the series?
이번에 연수하다가 다시 연패를 겪게 됐는데
Yeah,
오늘
we
되게 이겨서
dropped our
되게
winning streak and we
여러모로
went
팀에
back to
많이 도움이
losing
된것
streak,
같고
but
앞으로 남은 경기도
with
열심히
this
노력해서
victory we were able to come
이기도록
back and we
하겠습니다.
learned a lot, so we will try to keep our hard work and
일단 연패
improve our
깨가지고
performance.
저희가 다시 좀 분위기를 탈 수 있는
Yeah, I think we got back to the
좀
momentum
시작이 된것
since
같아서
we
일단 기분이 좋고
stopped the losing
이제
streak, so it
응원해
feels really
주시는
nice.
팬들 모두
And
다 감사합니다.
I want to say thank you to all the fans who has been supporting us. So this will be the end of the interview with Bono and Aiming from KT Roaster, and I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Take it away.
자, 이렇게
Thank you, Ji-sun, for the wonderful translation. Once again, good to hear from the boys over there at KT. They seemed very relieved and excited at the same time that they were able to take out T1 while also understanding just how strong of a team T1 and some of their players can be. So good to hear that they're happy, and that does put them one step closer to making it into playoffs. And at this point, you know, I looked at some of the other schedules, and it does feel like KT are pretty much set to make it in. They only have to defeat one more team to, I think, 100% guarantee that they do make it in. And plus, we got some rough schedules on the side of Dom1 and Afrika. So with that win, just should have basically made their way into the playoffs, whereas T1 obviously going to have a little bit of a harder time getting that top seed, LS.
Yeah, I mean, tomorrow, APK versus Hanwha Life and Sandbox versus KT, so that's one of the matchups that KT should be favored against. And then as far as another future matchup is concerned, they do face Genji. However, like you mentioned, Afrika has really rough matchups coming up. They have one against DRX on Sunday, as well as against T1 next Wednesday, and that'll be their last series. So the other really scary thing, though, is that DRX only has 2 matches left, APK and Afrika, and DRX is behind T1 right now in games played, right, by 1. So there's a chance that DRX passes them?
Yeah, I think there should be, just looking at the standings
For
from
second,
what we can see. Yeah. But I think that's going to do it for us today, guys. Closing out pretty fast. Thank you, Ellis, for joining me once again. And thank you guys for watching the LCK today. We'll see you guys tomorrow for more of the LCK 2020. But for now, good night.